right, we are live. This is Bernie. It is the Christmas, almost Xmas, Solstice day. We're going to see how this goes. Random podcast hijack of the Didactic channel, as always. Fun times. Ooh, now 4 lovely souls joining us. Hello, hello, good day. I'm going to be leaving this stream running all day as 11 now. Hello, hello. I'm going to be leaving the stream running all day long as I travel Alberta with my lovely 71-year-old mother to go visit my almost 91-year-old grandma in the Mormon capital of Western, I think, Canada, maybe a bit larger. They got the big temple that I showed the other day, and all those wind farms and stuff. But I'll play some videos. Richie, some others I sent the invite to. Yeah, Brian, one love, brother. I did go live. You did inspire me. You did push me. Can you guys hear me pretty good? Yeah, good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are joining us from. One love to all. We have 22 now. Wonderful, wonderful. May it keep going. I'm going to play a video because I'm about to actually hop in the car pretty soon with my mom, but hopefully some others join in the meantime. But it'll be like a 3-hour video just playing a past week's podcast as we go throughout the day here. Perfect, loud and clear. Oh man, I just lost my train of thought already. It's going to be a fun time regardless. Oh yeah, the moon. That's going to be interesting. Yes. Crypto bender. By definition, she's a transgender. So, hey, Robert, nice joining in for Facebook. Good to see you. Much love, my friend. But yeah, so be careful of her feelings because crypto burndo, she can get offended very easily, and I just can't help but point out that by definition that's what she must be because, well, it's bender on a robot woman's body, so she wants a shirt. You are absolutely right. She should not be cold like it is Canada here. That is a great idea. I am going to put a shirt on her just like her counterpart behind me right now. And a jacket, perhaps. Good call. Good call. I will. Oh, here. Wait. Before I run off. No, that's boom. There we go. So, can we hear it? Can you hear and see? What is going on? Why isn't that working? BS. Alright, let's try something different. Do do do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Play all. Is the sound working? Oh, I have to share it. Okay, please tell me.
Truther rabbit holes, if you will. Pretty much my whole life, but the last 15 or so years somewhat seriously. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to my channel. This is probably going to be my last video of this kind for this body of artwork. Now, I've been going down the truther rabbit holes, if you will, pretty much my whole life, but the last 15 or so years somewhat seriously. A few years ago, I came across Martin Kenny and his body of research and work based on who we are, what we are, where we are, where we're going, etc. And I was absolutely fascinated. What started out as a cool little art project to try to bring some of his models to life in a 3D environment, I found myself connecting all kinds of dots in life, and relearning and de-learning, unlearning a lot of things I've learned over the years. I found it amazing how my art, or art in general, color theory, composition, perspective, perception, order, balance, harmony, all correlate to our existence here and our experience as humans, or rather spirits having a human experience. I've also been producing music for the last 25 years, and this sent me down beautiful bodies of knowledge in regards to the solfeggio frequencies, the 432 hertz, and other sacred frequencies which have been used over time in many ways, and how perverted our current state of media consumption is in regards to all of it being a beautifully designed cocktail to destroy your soul, depolarize you, and keep you hooked on a toxic intake with all of your senses. Anyway, music production, the sine wave. We all come from a sine wave. God, to me, is this guy right here. Energy, oscillations, multiple oscillations, overlapping, patterns, etc. So I say all that to say, what started as a cool art project turned into a few masterpieces that got mirrored and mirrored and mirrored and translated and retranslated in many languages, and now sits as a cool body of work which I sit back, look at, and am absolutely fascinated by. Yes, I'm fascinated by my own work. Why? Because as I keep saying, it felt like this was not only guided, but I did it way too fast. I did it way too good. It turned out way too good ahead of its time. And it's probably literally my biggest, best piece of art slash music slash multimedia slash research knowledge all put into one. And of course, all still based on Martin Kenny's research and us doing a yin yang, a collective dance of energies to come up with these beautiful masterpieces. So first, a thank you to the universe and to Martin and to you guys. I feel like my palette of skill sets, my art making, my music making, my multimedia making skills are finally being used for their true purpose. These passion projects, as I call them, take a lot out of me, but also fill me with knowledge, a new way to experience this life, a new way to appreciate this experience as well. Okay, so the reason why I'm even doing this last video is this is a compilation of everything. And when I say everything, I mean a lot of stuff has been removed from YouTube. A lot of stuff has been removed from my channel. I actually even removed some of my own stuff at one point. So here I'm recompiling everything that I did, including new stuff you may not have seen before, into one long video. So when you look at the length of this video, no, it's not just one, it's a whole compilation of everything. And warm now. So thank you again to this beautiful universe for choosing me as the conduit and for showing me there are people in this world that do have eyes to see and ears to hear And maybe our receptors are even a little broader, wider, and capable of receiving information that most can't, which in turn turns into prophetic work like we have here. So thank you again and enjoy this long ass video.
Hi, my name is Martin Kenny. I'm a student of flat earth geocentric science, cosmology, astrology, anthropology, and spirituality. Over the last few years, I've dedicated my life to trying to rediscover and share the true secrets of who we are, and where we're going.
And my name is Norb Chufis. I'm an artist, producer, and enthusiast of the divine arts and vibrations. I'm also a student of Martin's work and have the privilege of being his conduit to present this information to you in an engaging way. The yin to the yang of this beautiful body of knowledge, research, and intelligence. You ever wonder, who or what are we? And are there others like us? Where are we? And are there other places like this? When and how did we get here? And have we been here before? What are we doing? Why on earth are we here? How did all this life begin? And where are we going? On December 21st, 2018, join us as we explore these questions in detail. Our cosmic cycles of space, time, and matter of the past, present, and future, using syncretic research, combining scriptures, mythologies, holy books, science, cosmology, observable reality, and inner knowing. Mother Nature meets Father Time, a 168,000-year journey into our existence, our time capsule, our home. It's 5:15 the fifth epoch. Do you know where your consciousness is? For those with eyes to see and ears to hear, the year 2020 marks one of the most important events in our history. Let us help you prepare, understand, and be aware of the changes to come in our world. Universal disclosure. The master oscillation.
Welcome to the quick version of the Norb theory. If you guys find this interesting, I urge you to watch the full version. The link's in the description. So, a lot of controversy. Is it flat? Is it round? Are we spinning? Is there curvature? Here's another theory. It kind of mixes both. Ancient Greek, Norse, and Hindu cosmology all focus on an orb as the universe. And after watching enough flat earth videos and a couple of these, I went down the rabbit hole of the cosmic egg. And after watching Martin's video, shout outs to you, bro, I decided to make a 3D version presentation of the whole thing with my own couple spins. I urge you to watch his videos too. Links will be in the description. So let's walk through how this universe may have started. Step 1. Out of the void, the Holy Trinity gets created. Birth, life, death. Repeat. Step 2. The Holy Trinity creates its womb to protect itself from itself, the void. Then the Trinity separates into 3. Positive, neutral, and negative. Next step, the cosmic vortex is created. This gives us our oscillations, our weather, our currents, our airflow, etc. Then our actual Earth, the rock, a 3-level pyramid on both sides. We are on the 3rd plane. This gives us our 4 elements of life: air, earth, water, and fire. Up above, the galaxies and the stars and the firmament are put in place. Next, we have our toroidal fields. These electromagnetic fields protect and separate all the lands. They also oscillate at different speeds, giving us all our rotations of the different planets. Next, the suns and moons are put in place. 3 suns, 3 moons, with Mercury in the middle, acting as both a sun and a moon. And there you have it, Earth, the universe, within a multiverse, within a masterverse. We can't get past lower Earth orbit. That's that first toroidal field to the lands of Mars and Venus. The Antarctic is not the South Pole. The Antarctic is the perimeter around that first toroidal field. When they say they're going to outer space, it doesn't mean up. It doesn't mean to land on stars. You can't do that. It means to go outside the perimeter to outer lands. When they talk about alien life forms or other life forms, it means coming from these other lands. So who knows what's beyond those perimeters? That could be the land of the aliens. Maybe we're the aliens. Maybe the outer perimeter has even more life forms and resources and inhabitable land. Maybe some of us already get to go there. One thing's for sure, if this is true, I could see why they'd want to hide it. The resources on these planes are obviously limited if this is all designed. If there really is a dome above us, and we're stuck here, and we can prove it, then the first thing we'll want to do is break out, figure it out. Why is it here? Why are we here? Who built this? Next, the religions will probably all claim they were right. Next, chaos, panic. The elite have done a great job at the divide and conquer campaigns over the last generations. Now it's down to gender wars, identity wars, regional wars, resource wars, and the most important, the war on your mind, body, soul, spirit, perceptions, indoctrination of who you think you should become and what you should spend your life doing. We're not unified, and that's the last thing they want. This scares some people. This makes others laugh. They'll continue believing we're spinning on a ball, defying all kinds of logistics. But okay. The cool thing, though, is we're having a mass awakening. All the holy books pretty much tell this same story, just giving all the variables and planets and suns and moons their own names and actors and stories to go by. Being in the arts for the last 25 years, well, my whole life really, but professionally for 25 years, I understand one thing's for sure about music, art, feelings, and this world itself, and that's frequencies and oscillations. And we all come from a sine wave, operate in oscillations and cycles, and so does this planet. It breathes, it goes through cycles, it goes through patterns. The suns and moons go through multiple oscillations at the same time. This model also explains lunar and solar eclipses rather easily, rainbows, color theory, etc. also rather easily. The point of this, if any, don't let it scare you, even if all of it is true. If anything, this should help you at least gain some knowledge, become a little more illuminated, and understand your life, your body, your mind, your soul is also a big oscillation machine, and you should be oscillating every single day at your full potential. So that if this next life, previous life, we are our own ancestors thing is true, you can ascend in your next lifetime to becoming your own star of stars.
Get over here. Yes.
It's true, all of us used to be one on the same vibration. The best way to explain it? We'd have to go either back in time or back to the future. To the starting point of time, 0, where all the axes meet. This is actually the death and the rebirth of consciousness. With the huge controversy on whether we do live on the spinning ball or a flat plane, I'm here to present an alternate theory, kind of mixing both. Ready? At first, out of the void, the nothingness, the timeless, spaceless, and matterless abyss, chaos finally met order. It is intelligent. It is beautiful. It is everything and nothing. It is all at once. It is syncretized. I call it infinite consciousness. One day it decided to finally create a womb for itself, where it can build a home to create an experience within itself. So the Holy Trinity was designed, executed, and it's perfect. This is essentially the birth of consciousness. In the center is absolute consciousness, where everything overlaps: birth, life, death, creation, sustenance, and destruction, the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Everything is divided into threes, hence the 33.3333, etc. number being so popular and important in our society. It's also worth noting, this is where I believe the first sine wave was ever created. That is the breath, the in, the out, the up, the down, the left, right, etc. This is life, consciousness, cycles, repetition, patterns. With its intelligence, the Holy Trinity creates its home, its womb, the first of 5 rings. This is the seed of life, where everything starts. While slowly transitioning from chaos to order, the Trinity divided itself into 3 portions. Just like on a magnet, you have red and blue, positive and negative. Here we have birth, which is up top, Polaris, the highest star. In the middle, we have life, which is green. And on the bottom, we have death, which is red, negative polarity. This is also why we have RGB in our color codes. I'll actually explain that one in a bit more detail a little later, because it is important. Next, the Trinity started to stir its creation, essentially creating our cosmic vortex, the universal highway, and our atmosphere generator, all basically connecting us to the Masterverse, so they say. Up top, this also creates the mainframe that powers it all. This gives us our energy, our weather, our flow of airs, waters, currents, all spinning clockwise, oscillating, and giving us our gases, gravities, densities, buoyancies, turbulence, etc. The upper part of the orb is known as the land of the gods. This is where the star of stars, the director of everything, sits. Under him, Omega, Andromeda, and the Milky Way, all giving birth to the first breath by Neptune and Uranus, giving it its first oscillation. This is what mixes everything. This is what creates our actual clockwise spin. We know it as the vortex, the cosmic vortex, or the black hole. Next, we have our actual Earth, built in 3 parts as well, both above and below. Like they say, as above, so below. So we have 3-part pyramid here, and each level of these pyramids are our lands. So we have the crust, the mantle, inner core, and outer core. This is also what gives us our 4 elements of life: air, earth, water, fire. Also, now that you have this viewpoint, you can see that there is such thing as space. However, it's not to go to other planets up there, it's to go to outer lands beyond our perimeter. Why can't we go to the perimeters? This is why right here. These are called toroidal fields. You guys know them as the Van Allen belts. There are 5 toroidal fields that separate the lands and give each its own ecosystem, its own sun and moon, and give each its own atmosphere and rotate and oscillate to give the Earth its breathing system. Okay, this allows the whole orb to breathe in and out. And these toroidal fields protect each perimeter, or we can call them districts. So we are on the center one, and you'll see 4 here with a tiny one in the center of our Earth, which is the North Pole. Okay, there is an actual polar field there. There is actual energy there. Compasses get pulled there. So let's take a closer look. These electromagnetic fields all oscillate at different speeds. So if we go by this theory, then the sun is traveling around us at around 1,000 miles an hour. And the other stars are also traveling in their respective speeds in their own perimeters. The second perimeter with Mars is 67,000 miles an hour, and the outer perimeter is close to 500,000 miles an hour. So all of these have their own oscillations, both the actual rings and the actual planets or sun and moons within them. Each of these lands, each of these rings has 4 atmospheres to go along with it. And that is the troposphere on the bottom part, the stratosphere just above us, the mesosphere, and then the thermosphere. And again, going back to the vortex that spins from above and below is what gives all of these their oscillations. We're going to talk more about oscillations a little later because they are very, very important. Okay, so now let's break down the planets. Each land has its own sun and moon. Mercury, which is the very center of centers of everything in the North Pole, is both a sun and moon. Okay, it is both, therefore we're not counting it here. We're saying there's 3 suns and 3 moons, man and woman, left and right, positive, negative. Each land has its own ecosystem. This is where the theory of extraterrestrials or extra terrain, extra land come from. The outer ring may also be where dinosaurs, creatures, aliens, again, a different ecosystem, different light sources, colors, air, breath, everything is different. So when they say they're trying to explore outer space, it doesn't really mean up, because those are luminaries, those are stars, those cannot be landed on. They mean outer lands beyond the perimeters known as the South Pole or the Antarctic. You guys have taken in a lot of data. Congrats for sticking around this long. Let's quickly recap. We have the Holy Trinity creating the womb. Then the Holy Trinity separates into positive, neutrality, and negative. Then a vortex is created. Then a rock is created for our lands. Then our toroidal fields are created to create cycles and to create breath and to create oscillations. Then suns and moons are created, and they also have their own oscillations, and they're all respective to their own lands. So let's break down oscillations some more. Here we simply see a sun and a moon going around in a circle. And here we see 3 going around in circles. Now, some are oscillating faster than others, but they're all generally going in a circle. And they are now going to oscillate in a lot of different ways as well. Here you see the original oscillation to the different types of patterns you can create while doing your big oscillation. So this is a double oscillation. And here you can see that all the planets are also moving up and down over their oscillations as well. So we have a big oscillation, then a pattern within that as a secondary oscillation, then we're moving up and down as a third oscillation, and they're changing patterns over time and could be adding and removing other oscillations. Who really knows? You can also create different types of oscillations based on the different wave type. We are known as a sine wave. Everything is fluid. There are also sawtooth, triangle, and square wave types. This is also used a lot in music production. We'll go into that a little bit more later too. But you can see that these patterns create beautiful shapes, and they also depict our time, our seasons, our summers, winters, when the planet's breathing, opening and closing, that gives us all of our different oscillations. These oscillations also explain the various lunar and solar eclipses. Think about it. In certain oscillations, the sun will be going in front of the moon. In other oscillations, the sun will be going behind the moon, or vice versa. And that probably happens with all the planets. That's why sometimes you'll see people ask, why do I see 2 suns or 3 moons or whatever, the various variations and phenomena that we see. Generationally, these patterns have been tracked to some degree. If you actually pause the video as these are going around in their circles, you'll start to create amazing shapes. And if you connect all the planets and the dots, so to speak, you'll see where the yin-yang symbol comes from, positive negatives come from, color theory comes from, frequencies come from, everything basically comes from these oscillations. It is a beautiful system of design. They say the fallen angels or the illuminated ones have had this knowledge, which I'm presenting to you today as a simple theory, but there's probably some truth to some of this, have had it for a long time, and it has been perverted and distorted over time. Now, just as a side note, wouldn't it be a great story to tell the populace that you cannot get off this plane, because there is just infinite time and space outside of this plane? We only have access to the inner part. It is a special part of all this because it is the center, and we have access to the North Pole, which is where ascension happens. And I do think we are in a special time. It's not just, let's prove the Earth is flat. What's beyond that? So what if it is? Well, what might be outside those perimeters? Maybe there are things we need to protect ourselves from. And or maybe it is just a bunch of land we cannot get to, but every country, every government would love to chop it up, carve it up, because there's so many precious resources out there potentially. Okay, so let's look at oscillations and frequencies in music now. I've been doing music production for a very long time, on top of doing art, digital media, video. I've gone through everything to do with art at a fundamental level in various gifted schools and whatnot. My creative side is my passion, my labor of love. And I believe I've been given these beautiful talents and skills to share beautiful information like this and potentially help you guys ascend, or at least become illuminated and understand and have knowledge in a beautiful, engaging presentation. Here we have frequencies with music and layering music and giving you visuals for those frequencies. You can see that
certain notes sit in the lower frequencies and certain notes sit in the higher frequencies. But here you can see layers of audio overlapping each other and creating beautiful waves as well. And when you layer things properly, you create harmonics, natural harmonics. And that's when the oscillations become beautiful visuals as well. So everything is everything. And this is another example of that. But when it comes to music and when it comes to artists,
Oh dear, well, good thing I was still here, eh? Shit, that's why that's why I guess, well, she just wasn't up for the task, old Crypto Burndo. Crypto Burndo just couldn't host the stream, hey? Well, all right, I guess we're going to play a 3-hour version of yesterday's or last week's 1,000 subscriber podcast with Faraday Research here. It's a 3.5 hour. These two comps keep her going. So hello, Jill W. Thank you for making it on. As you noticed, my main channel, those freaking savages still haven't given it back. Still using my name, claiming freaking pornography, those assholes. But that's okay. Take away my channel 3,500 and, well, to the moon. If we get Carl there, that's 3 million. And hello. That's a whole different ball game. All right. How do I get this video playing for you lovely souls joining in? Put that into the third phase in your circuit, and then you have a bell ringing circuit, and that actually produces plasma electricity out of the air. It's real technology. These things actually function producing electricity. It's crazy.
For movies, are the truth and the news is the lies. They've completely flipped it.
You know, when you look at everything with new eyes and you come across information like she was born into a very wealthy family with elite connections, you know, it means something very different now to me than it would have even a few years ago. And it's our free will that they've really also messed with, because we've been lied to and we react based on lies. Just getting their independence and end up in civil wars for 20, 30 years happens a lot.
Because we keep choosing to pick up the gun and use it on ourselves instead of building and uniting and accepting that we are one people, one spirit, one harmony on one plane that together, united, can achieve anything we dream of.
So do you want to, you know, wake up, or do you want to just keep going along because the change is too difficult?
And then give them pieces of information that they will then pursue themselves and look into, and then they'll wake themselves up.
I was going to mention it's the whole red pill, blue pill of the Matrix. I mean, that of the movie. And you can consider that movie as a documentary because they're telling us something about what's happening here. So do you want to, you know, wake up, or do you want to just keep going along because the change is too difficult? Wake up.
Hello, hello. Greetings, everyone, wherever you're tuning in from at whatever time you are watching this. This is BurnEye from Faraday Research. Big night for him. He just reached 1,000 subscribers, so thank you to all you awesome souls that have been a part of that. And please also hop over to my backup. Hello. Can you hear me? Can I hear you?
Dude, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, man, how you doing? Shit, I thought you were going to do this tomorrow.
I know, right?
Right, shit, because I've been on the phone for the last 2 hours, and I've just got somebody else that's just going to call me, like, in the next 5 minutes, and I need to speak to that person as well. So I thought I'll just come on and see if this is going on now. But, dude, I definitely want to... Oh, he's calling me now, shit. I definitely want to be involved. Can I come back in about 20 minutes? Will you still be going?
Yes, absolutely. Because I'm going to just leave that video playing as I travel southern Alberta with my mom, going down to visit my grandma. So,
cool.
I'll be able to tune in live with my cell phone throughout the day and then like add people and like keep it going and stuff. So that's the goal. Cool. So absolutely.
Sweet. Nice one. All right, dude.
The thing is, we never know when tomorrow is going to become today and when today.
Yeah, man. Because you know why?
Keep going.
Because the only time that matters is now, brother. The only time that matters, the only time that ever exists is right now.
Right, it's like you poor souls joining us in the like live chat. It's like, is it them live now? Is it a video from like 3 months ago? What the double F is going on right now?
Yeah.
Or is it live? Because, well, right now it is the Solstice, the SoleEye podcast, and we are talking live with Richie from Spain. Is it? You're in Spanish?
Tenerife, Spanish province, Tenerife. Listen, dude, I'm going to have to go. I will be back, all right?
Right?
Thank you, man. Thank you. I will be back in like 15, 20 minutes. I'll be back.
Okay, I might be in the car by then. If I'm not like live and the video's just playing, come back every like 20 odd minutes sort of thing.
Yeah.
To be driving
No
where
worries,
I might not have service in the cell phone. Because
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
going through southern Alberta, which there's going to be all sorts of crazy adventures.
No worries. All right, dude. Thank you.
Okay, much love.
Thank you, guys. I'll see you soon. See you soon.
Most definitely. We will continue the video with Mr. Mike, and we are reviewing the video from 1,000 subscriber podcast channel Crypto Alchemist, and give me a subscribe because I'm now down to 250 because they still have not reinstated my main channel. But I will let you take it away here, Mike, and give us your updates here while I just do a couple things in the background. Good.
Yeah, well, it's been a busy week. You know, I'm doing the crunch now, getting close to Christmas here, so I'm trying to juggle everything and working a lot of overtime and trying to get stuff done on my experiments and all of the stuff I've been working on. Everybody's been subscribing to the channel, so that's awesome. Thanks a lot, everybody.
I guess I can take down the banner about reviewing itself.
And yeah, I'm doing a lot of stuff. The last few days I haven't done any videos, but I've been doing a lot of work on the bench. I was doing some experiments with the plasma ball and finding out some pretty interesting stuff with the plasma ball. Definitely a technology that I'm going to be looking into further as you know, we get into the new year and stuff like that. So yeah, I'll be doing more stuff with the plasma ball. Also the spark gap generator. I've refined the entire system. I made it a lot smaller. Here I'll just give everybody a quick view of it, what I've done. Just let me switch my camera around here. And all right, so it's a lot smaller. The board's like half the size of what I had before. Very, very simple design now. A lot less wiring, a lot easier to diagnose problems and stuff. And so I've actually added a toggle switch there, like for the house, single throw switch. Got the high voltage module, goes into the main bank, then it goes through the spark gap. So it goes in this direction here, comes around, goes back, goes into the capacitor circuit. And then from the capacitor circuit goes into my coil. So I can interchange coils at will now. It just takes 2 screws to, swap them out. And then I'm going to put the full weight bridge rectifier over here. I was doing a lot of testing with charging capacitors. Found out some very important information. I'll be posting the link for that video on my YouTube channel probably this week. A lot of stuff that Jim Murray has been working on is very, 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 very important. So I'll be posting that video there regarding what he's discovered and what he's been working on. So yeah, this the whole setup now is very clean. Smaller board. I can interchange stuff. I got some new features. Got a nice toggle switch here. I'll just fire it up. And I got everything working good.
Which Bernie is the real Bernie?
So now I just flip the switch and it's off. So now I can set my parameters on my power supply, dial it in. So if I'm swapping stuff out, I can keep the same voltage, same settings. Now I can just flip the switch and it's on. So a lot easier, a lot cleaner, safer too. And easier for my viewers to see what I'm actually doing and how I'm setting everything up. So I'll try to simplify stuff. That's my motto. Keep it simple. Don't get too complicated. When you get too complicated, then you get over your head and you get lost, right? And I do it too, right? I get too complicated and then I get lost in it. So I have to keep it simple. So this is a very, very simple setup to work with now, which I like, and I can store things away easier. And as you can see, like the whole circuit itself is actually getting smaller and smaller and smaller to a very, very basic setup. So eventually I could put this in a box, a Faraday cage box, and it's a very nice little package, right? So, you get better versions as you go, right? Over time, you refine everything into a better setup. And eventually I might even throw the odd fuse in there every now and then, to make the system a little bit more safe. So yeah, that's what I've been really up to lately, is just trying to get this thing to perform better, more reliable. And yeah, so the video with Jim Murray, is a very important video. I'm going to post it this week. It has to do with a problem that a lot of experimenters that work on, say, like pulse motors and pulse generators and all that kind of stuff. What happens is, I'll try to explain it as simple as I can. What happens is, when you have EMF, now a lot of people think voltage is EMF. It's not. That's where a lot of people go wrong. EMF is not voltage. I made the mistake too, because I was getting high voltage EMF spikes. I was thinking that's true voltage. It's not. They're two separate things. EMF stands for electromotive force. Okay, this is what Jim Murray talks about. Okay, so the spark gap generator that I have creates the EMF, the electromotive force, or you could call it current. But current needs voltage to work. Voltage does not need current to work. So I could have all the voltage in the world, but no current. But I could have current, I could have 50 amps, but it won't do anything, because how Jim Murray explains it, it's called inductance capacitance. So what happens is,
for those
So
that
what-
don't know, Jim Murray is well known as one of the people to recreate a lot of Tesla's experiments.
yeah,
And I logged on here, Mike. I was able to get that link, so we'll be
Oh,
able
did
to
you?
play that Jim Murray video at the end for you. Sorry
Mhm.
to interrupt there.
No, it's fine. Yeah, so basically what happens is, okay, you could start off your test and you're generating all this power, just for sake of argument, say 60 volts, right? Okay, what happens is, the second you put a load on it, the current is there, but what happens is your voltage drops. So it'll go from 60 volts down to 10 volts, and then the system craps out. It doesn't go anywhere. Why this is because of capacitance and inductance. What happens is that EMF is now trapped in the coil. It can't leave, because it went from 60 volts down to 10 volts. Okay, and like I said before, voltage can make current move. Current on its own cannot go anywhere. So what happens when you put the load on it, that voltage drops. So what happens is, all that power you've generated is now stuck in the coil. And I'm like, oh my God, this is the problem I've encountered with almost every single device I've worked on. Doesn't matter if it's a spark gap generator, pulse motor, whatever, even the end machine, same problem. You gotta have voltage in the coil in order for the current to flow. If you don't have the voltage in the coil, that current will not go anywhere. You could have 50 amps, it'll get trapped in there. In some scenarios, it'll actually start to heat up. So there's a difference between EMF and voltage. They're not the same. EMF is electromotive force. It's the force, it's the push. But you have to have the voltage in the same scenario. If you don't have that voltage, your power isn't going anywhere. It's stuck in the coil. And that's what Jim Murray in the video is going to talk to you about. So yeah, very, very important find. And I've seen the video before, but you know, sometimes like everything is right in front of your nose and you don't realize what you're looking at until finally it dawns on you. And you're like, oh my God, like this is like the answer to my problems. It's like, so I keeping that in mind. So I did a couple of tests. I haven't posted any videos on it yet because I'm still in the experimental stage. So my big deal and what I want to do with this spark gap generator is be able to charge very large capacitors. So I have one that's it can go up to 16 volts at 500 farad. It's a pretty large bank, and it takes a lot of amps to charge up a capacitor bank. Not so much in the voltage, but the amps. So the way I had it set up with the pulse generator right now, what Jim Murray was saying, all the power was stuck in the coil. It wasn't going anywhere because the second I hooked up that load, it dropped the voltage way down and it was stuck inside the coil. That's why I wasn't able to charge it. So I did an experiment today where I basically added a second phase to the operation. So if I hooked up, say, the capacitor bank straight to a power supply and I turned it on, I could charge it up, but it would peak around 5, almost 6 amps to charge it up. So when I hooked this circuit and I changed it with the pulse, with the spark gap generator, instead of peaking out at 6 amps, it was only peaking out at about 2.5 amps. So I'm getting way more EMF going into that capacitor bank. I'm getting a lot more force, a lot more push going through now. And that's very important. So when you want to charge up a cap bank, if you're going to pull 6 amps off your power supply, it's going to kill the battery. You do that time and time again, the battery ain't going to last. So this system, the way I'm going to rehook up the new circuit, it's going to be 2 channels, one for the EMF and the other one for high voltage. So if I keep those two separate, potentials separated and then join them together, then I got enough voltage inside that coil that's going to allow the current to push through with the EMF. So that's what I've been working on this past week with Jim Murray stuff. I've been watching
That's
the video
awesome,
over.
brother.
Yeah, I've been watching this video over and over and over and over again.
And it's what you got to do sometimes. I even rewatch our videos over and over sometimes just
I do too.
Soak in all of the knowledge because you just can't pick it up in one go.
No, you can't. You can't. That's why I watch every video like 50 times. And I'm not exaggerating either. It's just like you said, you can't absorb every single thing that you watch once. You have to watch it multiple times. There might be that one little thing he says that you missed in the last time you watched it. And it could be a very critical point that can really, really help what you're doing, right? So yeah, it's been a busy week and a lot of research and doing a lot of reading, and then I found the video on Jim Murray, so I've been watching that like crazy and trying to do a few little experiments with my setup to see if I can actually charge a fairly large capacitor bank with a lot less amperage. And it seemed to work, because if I hooked it directly up to my power supply, it draw almost 6 amps, right? So, and I put it through my system, did a little wire change, and I got the 6 amps down to 2 amps, 2.5 amps in that range, which is a huge, huge difference in load. Amps is what kills the battery. So that's what
absolutely huge.
Yeah.
Especially in amps.
Oh God, yeah. You're storing all this EMF inside your coil and it's not going anywhere. Because the second you put the load on it, that voltage drops down and then your electromotive force basically gets starved. It needs the voltage. If you got the voltage in the coil, that electromotive force has something to push now. It's got force. It can force that power out. And that's what Jim Murray shows in one of his motor generators. Actually, it's called a transformer generator. So it's got 2 separate coils. They're separated in 2 separate phases. And then what happens is he starts the one that generates the current or the EMF, and then he adds the second bank after that and patches that extra punch into that EMF, and now it's got the force in that. He's lighting up 200-300 watt incandescent light bulbs. So that's quite a bit of power. So yeah, so it's a work in progress. This stuff here takes some people years. Like Jim Murray's been working on this stuff his whole life. He says he's been doing this since he was like 14, and now he's like it's like 70 years old now. So he's been doing this his entire life. And those are the guys you got to watch. Those guys that have a wealth of knowledge They're lifers, man. Like they got so much experience with this stuff. You know, you just have to don't say anything. Don't think you know any better because you don't. These guys have been doing it their whole life. So that's what I do. I sit back and I watch them and I understand what they're doing.
Absolutely, right?
You
And
know,
it's
because
like it's cute. It's crucial to look at the older generation, the forefathers to us, the people that were persecuted, prosecuted, and suppressed our entire lives into their entire lives for their perspectives first. And it's like, if it doesn't resonate with you at first, you know, you go on your own journey, but then make sure to rewatch it spontaneously throughout different parts of your life. And like you just said, like before you watched that Jim Murray video, you didn't really pick up on it. You watched it again now, and it's the most relevant possible thing, pointing out what was literally, like you said, hiding right in front of you.
Yeah, it was right in front of me, and I didn't realize that I've been having this problem right from the day when I started on the pulse motors. Exactly that. You know, I had all this power in there, but I couldn't get it out. I'm like, why isn't this, pushing more than it should be? Because, if I was getting a good amount of spikes of power on it, it was just little bursts. You want the floodgates to open, not just little bursts. You know what I mean? The EMF is an electromotive force. It's a push, and you have to keep that voltage going. And he says the only way you can do that is by having basically two channels. One that's going to create the electromotive force or the current, and then you gotta merge it with a high voltage punch. And when you get those two combining together, that will cause all that power that's stored up in that coil. It's almost like it's a capacitance, right? And when you get enough capacitance in there and it can't hold anymore, well, it's got to go, right? It's got to go, and it's going to go out with a lot of force. And that's what you're looking for.
And this isn't the DC pulse system, right?
It doesn't matter. It's
doesn't matter,
AC or AC or DC.
With what you were saying, it just brought up the idea of how Edison apparently, and just the DC power plants back in the day, had those massive discharges and whatnot.
Well, see, the problem with the problem with DC was it can't.
All right, sorry to interrupt a former version of myself and Mike talking earlier. I just had to stop that recording before I take off in about 15 minutes to let everyone know that we will be giving away to one of you lovely souls at the end of today's show what crypto Burndo is wearing. There's a StreamYard from the stream. Yeah, good call, iHeart Fairies. I think I will do that. I was already thinking that before I took off. That's a good idea. I will just do it. I will just do that. But by the end of today's podcast, we will be giving away randomly to someone in the stream one of these lovely BurnCron tank tops. So, we will make someone out there's extra happy holidays with a BurnCron. I call this the weed of life because it is the seed of life. Geometry, and thus the BurnCron weed of life. All right, so as iHeart Fairies, I believe, suggested, and I think it's a good call, we will switch this over to the autodidactic stream from earlier. Boop, 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 boop. Bing, 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 bing. That is not the one. That is definitely not the one. Ooh, 76 you watching right now. Amazing. 4 hours ago, this was playing. It was great. We will rewatch it. We are definitely skipping those stupid ads. All right. Share screen. Kaboom.
I'm live.
Can you hear it? Right, it sounds like we can.
Oh
yeah, brothers and sisters.
What is that feeling? What is that feeling?
All right, I'm going to mute myself
It's the
out.
Solstice magic, man.
It's Solstice,
You know,
yeah.
it's all there's the word
Energy
ice.
wave,
It's
baby.
Solstice.
These lovely souls playing
Solstice.
All right.
Soul ice.
How are you, man?
I'm good. I'm fantastic. Yeah. Really stoked for this.
Thank you for
Love it,
joining
dude.
us.
I know. I'm in Australia at the moment.
Yeah.
Wow. Did that happen?
You are. You're
yeah.
sitting in front of Ayers Rock, mate.
Here
Feels
we are
weird.
on the Solstice, Martin, on the
All right.
21st to the 12th, 2021. Here we are. And here you are, beamed into Australia, in Tartaria Hunters, Australia-wide. Everyone has so many questions for you, brother. Are you ready to spill your guts?
I'm always ready to spill my guts.
You can't keep it in.
Crypto Brando stoked, right?
So, Martin, here we are. We're in Australia, the beginning and the end of all this crap. We're here in Australia with one of the most amazing, Tartarian demonstrations on the plane in the realm. Tell us everything you know, brother. Can't wait.
Well, there's a beach today. Yeah, that's for sure. It is rock, isn't it? We're having some sort of Solstice party get together. I know Zal Moxie's been talking about it. I've been sharing the link. So I hope many people turn up. I hope everyone enjoys today. There's something special about it for sure. I feel the energy already. It's only like 8:45, stupid o'clock in Britain, Sville. Where should we start? Australia, is it?
Yeah,
well, that was one of the first I looked
into
when I got into this. I thought, well, I'll have a look at Australia. It was America I looked at because of San Francisco, Chicago. So I thought, where next? Australia, back in the day. And if you're in Britain, if you vision Australia, so it's Leo Wanker, Kylie Minogue, Sydney Opera House, and Sydney Harbour Bridge. This is what the vision is.
And Vegemite.
And Sydney and Prisoner Cell Blockade.
And the funny thing is, Leo Wanker used to paint the Sydney Bridge.
Don't worry. There will be much new
Paul Hogan in real life. Oh no, all the sketches. Yeah. I know, that's the irony, isn't it? I think they're trying to tell us something. I got a picture here. I got pictures here of before they put up the Opera House, the Sydney Opera House. Did you ever see what was there before?
No, I haven't.
The big fort, wasn't it? Under the Opera House.
It was a big fort. It's a castle, more or less. I got pictures of it. And also in Melbourne,
it was a castle right on the water.
It was a castle, and in Melbourne as well, where they had that giant, the biggest tram terminal in the world at the time. On that little peninsula there was a star fort there before. Apparently, according to them, it's just only star forts there as well. Yeah, I know. So yeah, back to Australia. So yeah, it was the first place I looked into, and first thing was like, what is going on with this place? It's just mad. Look at the size of these monuments. It's just, it all looks like central London. It's just mad. And then I thought, well, how's this possible? And first place you look, obviously, is Botany Bay. You know, the narrative for Botany Bay and the landings, and it's so late in the day for the rest of the world. We're talking like late 1700s, like 1792, and then by what, something like less than 60 years later, there's an entire infrastructure and civilization there. So I'm thinking, well, how did the criminals do that? Come to think of it, what criminals? I only know of Ned Kelly. Don't know of any more. So that's just a narrative, isn't it? That's just bullshit.
For sure.
Like you just mentioned, Campbell, apparently they built their own prisons. That's non-believable.
Cavalicious.
Not only did they build their own prisons, they built the most extraordinary, beautiful prisons you've ever seen.
Well, it occurred to me the other day, you know, if you think about the vastness of America, okay, the place is massive. And they say in the official narrative that it's the New World. Columbus goes there, discovers it. So what? You got this entire continent with no previous civilizations. It's just insulting our intelligence. So if that's the case for America, well, it's the case for Australia too. And then you had a giant civilization. That place is an entire continental world in itself.
Yeah.
And your major cities, you know, Melbourne and Sydney and Brisbane and all the architecture in these places is like second to none. You know, they made a lot of attention to detail. You know, Phoenicia is everywhere. You can see it. Tartaria underneath. You can see it's all there. It's just the most mind-blowing thing. So yeah, I think
have you looked at that?
A lot bigger, a lot. I think it might have had a melt on. You know, the Great Western Desert's the second biggest. You know, it's like up there with Gobi and Sahara.
Yeah, and the sand is totally red. It's just bright red sand.
It's totally red. Yeah, so that's the oxidation. So there's a lot of iron content. Obviously, that's what the red is, isn't it? It's Fe. It's iron oxide. So why? Why? You know, I juggled. I wrote about it in my first book of the idea of, you know, like Sahara having like the old map show a giant civilization. Platforms. Australia too. Maybe you just all got melted and dustified, and you know that's all that's left. And that rock behind you, Kelly. You know, I think that might have been some sort of artificial monument at some stage.
Australia, it's loaded with the martin. The whole of the interior of Australia is just these monolithic structures. It's like totally red, all the ground, all the everything about it's red. But such little information from our Indigenous. And welcome, JC. JCK is in the house.
Hi.
We couldn't help it, Mum. We had to bring on the big guns tonight. We've got a lot to talk about.
I'm so excited. Kelly and I chat all the time, and I was like, she said, we're having Martin Ledke on. I said, what?
Oh, this thing's just getting better and better.
I said, tell him, I said, what? And I said, no, I can't. So I'm
listen, you two. I'm excited because I only had two people I wanted to speak to this year outside of Campbell, and it was JCK and Martin Ledke. So I am experiencing an amazing moment right now.
I'm so
all
excited.
Of my favorite brains are in the house.
Brian's, yeah, we've got to say Brian's. I'm just gonna sit back and wonder at this incredible cerebral group of people.
I know there's a lot of Brianage going on right now.
Well, I'll bring in the metaphysical stuff. How's that?
Good, need it. It's all out of our minds anyway. Awesome. You know, look at my metaphysical necklace. It's got a Libyan glass.
Yeah.
Oh no.
So it's that melted stuff, you know, from the events that I was just talking about.
Did you get that from Martin? I forget his name.
Justin, Fight Master. Yeah, awesome guy. I think he's in New Yorksville. Let me show you my shirt, guys.
Oh, I love it.
Masks, Apple Gimps.
Look at my shirt.
That's better.
Wonder Woman. Woohoo! And you got like bracelets on as well.
I thought
you Wonder Woman. You're Wonder Woman. You're Lindsay Carter. Well, not the new one. Not the new one. I'm a bit like that by the new one. But Lindsay Carter.
Not
You know what's going on with that, Campbell? She's built like giant haystacks, isn't she? Something going on.
Well, we need some magic. Did you guys feel anything different? Yeah? Did you feel anything different when you woke up, Martin?
Yeah. Well, I always feel different, but my dreams are like just mad and prophetic. I had to be dragged away from the one this morning when the alarm went off. I was like, oh shit, that was so good. Can I go back?
Yeah.
No, but yeah, like my dreams have been like I mentioned to a friend only last night. The best they've been since I was a child. So I'm wondering whether that's some sort of message from the universe.
Yeah.
What it could mean.
Are you astral traveling a lot?
Honestly, I'm just somebody asked an interesting question. You know, I said that I like sort of navigate the matrix in my head, but I have a vivid imagination. That's important. But I'm visiting people or seeing people, saying hi to people, and then they're contacting me straight away because they know. And I'm like, well, this is just undeniable, isn't it? So, and somebody asked me, well, why don't you go and see where where the ice is, the ice wall? Why don't you go and see the dimensions in this place? And I'm like, well, I can't. There's a wall there. There's a block fucking wall there. They will not let me see beyond that point. I can't go up too high. And I thought I had complete complete anonymity, that I could just zip around in the matrix, but it's not, it's confined. So they literally, like, if it's demonic entities or whatever, it's shit blocking me from the truths.
I've seen that ice wall. I tried to do a remote view, and because I did one of Antarctica. I don't know if you know about this, Martin, but yeah, well, it was like I saw a precipice sort of, it was really weird. It was like where the wall meets the dome, where the wall
corner.
Yeah,
well, I've heard people talk about this corner,
but just outside it was like a bottomless pit and then more land, so more terror. But it was like this bottomless pit, a crevasse.
But I can't, like, so, like, if I say, that I want to visit the Statue of Liberty, for example, I can't go there. It has to be an energetic connection. So it has to be another spirit. So I visit, go wherever, but it's got to be a person, basically. There's got to be another energetic soul in this thing. Otherwise, you can't really do it. It's like, well, there is a physical presence, buildings, but it's not sentient. So
you need to try getting Merkaba together. So the way you do that is with try to journey with your divine feminine. So try to
sure, of course I do.
And you do that, and then
God's a chick, man. It's not a cruel fat guy in the clouds.
Martin likes his divine
feminine.
I think God's Phoenician. I think God's from Venus.
Yeah, man. I think something definitely iffy with that.
I'm not fit.
Venetian.
We need to talk about that, Kel?
Yeah, man. We're going to bring Venus into this discussion, Martin. We're ready. We want to talk about Venus versus the Phoenicians.
Venus rising.
Have you thought about the Venus connection ever, Martin?
Well, do you know what?
Venus,
Funny enough,
Venus?
right? With the Venetians and the Phoenicians, and only yesterday on the official sort of Google thing, I'm looking for my phone, and they thought, the first original Venice found. I'm like, what? It's like, they keep responding to what I'm, I'm sort of posting what I'm researching and stuff. So Venice is the key to it all, isn't it? That's their civilization, was watery, no doubt about it. And it's in a sort of copy, the first imitation copy of streets. The streets in the big broad streets in Australia. These are veins. These are shipping canals. These are shipping
in South
ways.
Australia. Yeah, South Australia's got huge, wide streets. Remember, Kel, they sort of say, they try to explain that as this, that it's so the
for horse and cart.
Horse and cart.
So they build. America's ready for the car, but it hasn't arrived for another, God knows how many years yet. But they got these big, big, massive wide roads ready. Good town planning of.
They've got that in Kalgoorlie. It's ridiculous. Like in Kalgoorlie, which is the middle of the desert. It's just there's nothing. It's literally the middle of nowhere. There's suddenly all these big red brick buildings, and the streets are just so wide that they say it's so they could turn like bullock teams when you have like 8 bullocks.
Yeah.
So I could turn that because they're so wide. It's ridiculous.
And when I was a little kid, I was like, everything, that kind of makes
sense.
And everyone just goes,
just like,
that makes sense. Listen. Researching Tartaria in Australia is the most retarded thing. I've got a lag behind you, Campbell. if I'm interrupting you, but Tartaria in Australia is so awesome, Mum, because everything is ridiculous. Like, basically, they only have like this small, tiny period to explain everything away. So every single thing they say is so compact and ridiculous. They can't get it. You cannot, once you've seen it, you can't like take any of it seriously. And it's just the same story over and over again, compact.
With the history rollout,
Melbourne's the best story of all.
Melbourne's. Can I just share a couple of things? I got so much odd stuff. It's hard to even imagine.
Do I have to give you permission?
Everything in Australia was built based on a competition. And then someone won the competition, and then they built like 78 buildings and died at age 29.
Yeah. Yeah.
You see that?
When was Melbourne? It was in 1848. 1848, I think that Melbourne was founded. And by 65 or something, it was the richest city in the world.
Yep, thanks to the gold rush. The old gold rush, man.
Gold rush.
Yeah,
Sorry,
all
Martin.
the Chinese immigrants came in, flooded Australia, found all this gold, came back, and bang, every building is explained away, including that one.
It's just insane, this.
It's now a train station. It's just insane.
Yeah. Funny how they had that false flag right outside by here on the crossing.
Yes.
Remember that? The one Pete Truth was talking about?
I was actually there.
You're joking.
Yep, I've been in the weirdest. I was there at fucking the Tiananmen Square massacre. I was there. Yeah, get fucked, right? And you know what's so amazing? When I came across the Mandela effect.
What happened to the man?
Was they told the man got run over. And so when I saw the Mandela effect and the student ends up on the tank and doesn't get killed, I'm like, this stuff's bullshit. I was there. And it was like, same with this. I was there when it happened. And I was there at the Madrid bombings. What is wrong with me? I've aligned weirdly.
Who are you? Who do you work for?
Yeah.
Kelly's a god.
It's interesting. You're there though all the time.
Just a god.
What is that? Looks like a giant mushroom. What is that?
Whoa.
That's a corner of Allura. Ayers Rock.
No way. I have never seen that perspective.
Yeah, it looks like a giant chunk of crystal, but it looks like it's been fused. But it looks like, you know, what is it? It's not a weather, not rain erosion. Look, the line's coming down.
I have to run this 1 second. I'm back. I'm back.
So what is it? It's wind erosion. Line's coming down.
Has to go shopping.
Kelly's got her door. Usually it's your cat. Campbell.
Oh, love them. Love them.
Yeah, I know.
Says Melbourne, Red Bricker. Melbourne Hospital.
Is that supposed to be a lamp? What is that in the foreground?
Well, you have beautiful lamps in Australia. This thing here, well, there's no wires. It's hard to say.
Yeah.
One of those. Okay. Melbourne's covered on Sydney. These things here without wires.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
But look how old this church, you know.
Yeah, and they just explain Gothic architecture to be this, you know, little period of time in the late 1800s, and it's just they can't explain it away with Australia, and yet we've just accepted it. We've just accepted it, haven't we?
What are these old maps that are showing up of Australia?
In Australia.
Well, that can. Look at that.
There's some good star forts in Australia, like in South Australia. There's star forts on the beach that look like star forts, but star forts were supposed to be not built past 1750, right? And then there's not supposed to be anyone in Australia until 1788. So,
right. Well,
there goes that narrative.
Is
that Uluru as well? Is it?
Yeah, it is. But look at this. Look at does nature do right angle?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I've never seen this perspective.
I got a few of them. I posted
even that flat bit looks like it's had wood or something, you know.
You know, I can't imagine what
natural behind the wood kind of thing.
Where to?
Yeah.
Well, look at this sheen here. How smooth
it is. It looks like it's wood.
Yeah, a lot of so people think that Uluru is an old tree stump. Some people say that. What do you think?
Yeah.
Kelly,
I'm looking at this, you know, these carvings here. This looks like machining. It's just too
Yeah.
smooth and it's cut away. And I
Yeah,
can't imagine any
like-
geological forces that would cause this clean cut, is what I'm saying.
Looks
And
like
there's a
mining.
swirl as well. You see the swirl?
Yeah.
Like what you get with one of those
Yeah.
mining devices.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Do you see them here?
Yeah. Unbelievable. That's crazy.
So, you know, it could have been just like, that's all that's left, like literally strip mined Australia to that extent that they get to the middle and that's all that's left. We'll leave it there just to rub their faces in it. Because they're
It definitely feels like there was some sort of massive weapon of destruction that like literally annihilated the interior of Australia. I mean, we know that Pine Gap is massive and we know the undergrounds in the middle of the desert's massive in Australia. So Ayers Rock probably is a melted down something to do with that. I felt
it just
like
looks too artificial, you know. There's so many
that's
bits
true,
of
Martin.
it.
Yeah, it does.
You
It
know,
does
they look like
artificial.
man-made. Right angles. Nature
looks-
doesn't do right angles.
Looks like Sodom and Gomorrah. Like it looks.
Wait a
lot
minute.
Like
Did
Sodom
we
and Gomorrah
just
in those
suggest
Middle
that?
East things.
Did we just suggest that Uluru is man-made?
Well, it looks
Just pausing
artificial,
on
yeah.
this concept.
I do.
'Cause
I
that's-
suggest.
I like that idea.
That it's man-made, or maybe it was natural and then hacked to pieces with machinery.
Well, that's what I'm trying to suggest. Like, you know, it looks like the thing was something originally. There's bits with like right angles. Bits looks like there's walls, and there's bits that look like there might have been doors and windows. It's just.
I suggest that it was a tree, a giant tree that was like it was like the giant tree of knowledge in the center of Australia.
Or the
of
heart.
Terra Australia. Yeah, like the heart. And it was the center of all that is and all the wisdom. And when they came and strip mined the whole of the land, in came the machinery and
I think that's
dismantled it.
when the energy dropped, is when they chopped the trees down in this realm.
Yeah.
You know, when they were bigger. You know, because the trees and us are like that. We are that. We are together. We are the same.
Yeah.
And when they chop them big trees down, that's maybe the fall of man, where we just end up these littler people. Look, right. So Queensland floods all the time. So why would you build mud flood cellars in a place that just floods all the time? Makes no sense. You know, Melbourne, like in 1800s, was like nearly obliterated in a flood, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You know, so it just makes you think, you know, why
And Australia floods out, like
and
the desert floods out all the time. Australia goes into flooding so quickly, and we have an inland sea that runs every single year, basically. Like
yeah. I was just mentioning that old maps and that giant inland sea. I was just going to say about that. And now that place is the jungly bit up in the north, which sort of suggests dampness in the past. So it might be true, you know.
Well,
see that picture there?
But it's
yeah, orphans.
Guess the name of that ship.
The Black Orphan.
The
Royal Tar. The Royal Tar.
The Royal Tar.
Yeah. She eventually has a nasty ending, the Royal Tar, but she was used to just ship large amounts of parentless kids over to Australia. You know, like you get the First World War and they're offering like all over the side of buildings in Britain. It's like, move to Australia, we'll give you £10. Yeah. And people were just like, you know, sending their like, little kids there on their own for what was believed to be a better beginning.
In World War II, I think it was, they had, was it Petticoat? And they literally, they went in and they told all these parents, oh, we've got to get your babies out because we're going to be bombed and they'll all die. And all these parents just gave their kids over to these to strangers. And they flew them all off to America. And I don't think they all came back.
Pictures, I got pictures of the planes.
And Australia, no doubt.
Australia. They shipped kids, orphans over to Australia, and a lot of them ended up in, was it
from
Ballarat?
Yeah, from England. Yeah.
You did have like Abbott apologising for the treatment of all of these human beings a few years ago, but I don't think it really washes now.
No.
You know, the abuses of humanity for like, and it's still going on now. Nobody can tell me it ain't. These institutions.
Do you think, you know how they're pushing the jabs?
That's Perth, that one, I think, isn't it?
Sorry, lovely.
You know how they're pushing the jabs on all the adults, and they're saying, "Oh, kids don't need to be jabbed, etc." And then we're going to possibly have this mass genocide of people, and we're going to be left with all these orphans. And is this is their attempt at another reset or another?
Yeah,
you know,
got it.
That's the.
Yeah, there will be a lot of orphans, and it's going to happen. Everything you just said is true.
Yeah. And the trees told me that. I had the message from the trees not long ago.
Yeah.
With all of that.
When you have a reset, there's definitely a purge in them. It's called pruning the masses, and they've always done it. Okay. And I've posted about this first time 5 years ago, saying, I was like, hang on, do they wipe us everyone out, rewrite history, lie about the past? But I gotta be honest, like at this stage of the game, I'm convinced I'm not in the same realm as I grew up in. I'm finding stuff
as we were 5 years ago. Yeah.
No. And there's stuff showing up daily that's just splattering my brain all the time, Campbell. Like yesterday, there's like I found a link. It's like they just put in this year on a daily on the computer on a daily basis for me to pick up on. For me to talk about, you know, like actually like some sort of like unwitting spokesman to a giant rollout of because at first, you know, I thought, well, Michael Jackson only said, "Oh, history's fake," you know, and he's dead like a week later. I was like, oh, all right, then I really don't want that one out. We can talk about that one. And it's just undeniable that they've rewrote history. And there was an incredible civilization that just went before us not long ago. There was giants here, these buildings, you know, we were co-inhabited and shared a society with lovely, gentle giants. And this place was highly spiritual. You know, people had time for, like this dude, consciousness, expansion, art. Can you imagine any of them creative works of the Renaissance period being copied in the modern day? Why not? We're supposed to have come on a bit, haven't we? Whatever.
Exactly.
It's just another world that we don't even understand. So
we've got this really interesting. Campbell, I got to let you know I've got a lag with you, so you come in and sound like I'm talking over you, but it's just a lag. So we've got an interesting thing with Australia, Martin, because there's literally like 3 timelines converging. One is obviously the false white man timeline, where we saw Captain Cook arriving with the convicts, which we now know were soldiers, and they were here to do war with our Indigenous, the original law keepers. Number 2, we've got the Indigenous history that says they've been here for 47,000 years and more, and that they've never seen these Tartarian buildings now, which is a real thing that we want to talk about. And then we've got the Tartarian history, where we're walking around seeing Tartaria every fucking where we go here in Australia.
No, these buildings belong to the Aboriginals. It was their country. The white man comes and just fucks everything up everywhere he turns up. This empire that we're all part of. Yeah, which is now imperialism, by the way, and we're all in deep shit. Nobody even twigged it yet.
But what explains away that the fact that the Indigenous have no reconciliation with Tartaria in their art, their culture, they have nothing,
or tradition. Nothing. You know, I picked up on a book years ago concerning, like, they interviewed some Navajo Indians, and their job, they were diggers. They were diggers, and they stated in this book that we're going on to the next town to dig that out. Okay, apparently the Chinese were doing the same. So they built the railway, or dug the railway out, went on to the next town, dug that out, onto the next town, dug that out. And all ancient cultures would say these buildings, they were here before. There was people here before us, you know, an ancient civilization. They're just living in the remnants of it.
That's what they call the Aussie soldiers, diggers.
Yeah.
Right. America call them doughboys. I don't know why though.
Could it be
money?
Could it just be that maybe the Indigenous people, the original people, lived in another realm, and then they merged frequency-wise? I'm talking, and that's why they couldn't see it, and they couldn't see it, that these things existed in multiverses or multi-dimensional places.
Along them lines, something like that is definitely going down. I have no doubts. I
So
feel like, you know, I think that everything is now, but I'm also under the thought that all of history, like in 1900, just imagine this: 1900 is there in 1900, right? So people in 1900 are walking around in 1900. So that would mean that they're there then, or that would mean that they exist right in this moment now. So all history exists right now at this time. So these pictures we're looking at an instant of, like, nowness. because there's
Everything is
no time is a construct. I'm yet to decide exactly what they did and why they wanted it. This construct of time, what exactly does it do? I'm trying to work out. Look,
So
look,
that
criminals, Australian criminals.
crimes.
Put them on a wine bottle, 19.
Yeah.
Oh, you can go on a website and then follow these bullshit made up guys. It's really interesting. Yeah.
Oh, what is this?
So you buy the bottle of wine, you go on the
Yeah.
website, you get pissed. So you know, easier to like believe gullible stuff. And then they give you a website and you can look up all the names of these 19 criminals and find out their lives, convictions, transportations, etc. When they, you know, when they're building all of that cool stuff. I just showed you. There you are. Inspired by those beginning in 1788, who were transported to Australia for a life of hard labor. Many did not survive the journey, right? So they went there half-starved, emaciated, and built a civilization. Okay.
Yeah.
For the beaten people who
And
made it.
notals.
With the ships.
Sounds fraud to this narrative, don't it? You know, I got there just alive, crawling
with my sheep, and my cow that I've kept alive for 6 months at sea. I've arrived. Fucking hell. We did the maths one day, Martin. Yeah, it's fucking the maths on the animals is ridiculous. That the amount of animals on those ships they kept alive for fucking 6 months with all their manure, like it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Oh, that's in Melbourne City, that building.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
I've checked this one out. Yeah, looks like fucking Jack the Ripper, man.
Yeah, but why do they buildings go to shit? It's everywhere in the world. It's the same in Cardiff here. They have these fantastic, identical looking buildings. It's all dirty, boarded up. They never have anything in them. Always it's like this for sale. It's like, what? And you've got all this modern poo underneath. Michael Hill. For your sins.
It's been really trippy during the lockdown because obviously I went marching on Tartarian hunts blissfully around an empty city, and all I saw the whole last 18 months was fucking Chinese people and construction workers. And those construction workers it freaked me out. I felt like I was in an episode of Dark City. Like they literally were like tearing down Tartarian structures and altering and changing. It was such a like, while we were all in lockdown, it fucking blew my brain.
Listen, right? I had the exact same experience, right? It's like, where did all these fucking buildings show up from? I was in a newsagent's just there, like what seemed like a week ago. So I went into a pub, right? It's Prince of Wales. And I said to the guy behind the bar, mate, did you see them buildings going up? And he was like, well, no, as a matter of fact, I never. I was like, well, don't you find that a bit strange? He said, well, I think they did work at night.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
What?
Dark City. Woo!
But this is
Dark City, man. These things are just showing up at night. I'm telling you. And everyone's all hypnotized and don't fucking see it. They're all like clouded over, and it's like, hey ho, that was the way it was then. On with the show.
Are you guys experiencing time glitches a lot?
Yeah.
I'm experiencing
like last year was one day. Last year, 1 day. Yeah. All I remember, funnily enough, was summer solstice because I had a celebration there, which was 6 months ago. What? Where did that time go?
But then other times I wake up and I went out the other day. It was a weekend. I went and parked my car. It had rained overnight. I went out to my car. I felt like I'd been asleep for days, and I went out to my car, and it was dusty. Like it had been sitting there and there was leaves all over it and there was no trees around, like for it to, and I was like, whoa, this feels really weird. And I just felt like I'd been gone for days and days. So how do we explain this? Because it's happening to people it's like we've taken them, brought back.
Well, the timeline's so fragmented at the moment. It's split out all over the way. And you've got the sheeple fucking with it like there's no tomorrow with their cameras and everything else. It's just hard to keep down. But where the original timeline is, I wouldn't even want to guess right now. You know, if they can change reality, you know, they could have like, you know, like a John Dee, somebody who can spin that sort of magic, or they could, if it is AI and they have got quantum wave and they are determining the wave function collapse before we get to see it, which is a possibility, guys. Because history's changing real time and all this stuff coming out, man. It's just, what? It's no denying it's the most mind-blowing thing ever. There's another one, look, Campbell. It's carved. Looks like someone's cut it with a hot butter
at
knife.
the same time as all. Yeah, I know, right? At the same time, like all this good information's coming out, though, like you said, Martin, like they're obviously trying to change it, but at the same time, there's obviously a good AI or good something out there that's feeding us information and you know, and all this stuff that, you know, when you go searching for stuff, and even now, and you find it, it's like, where was that 5 years ago?
Well, I don't.
How
I just think
come
it's
it's just popped up now?
I think it's angels. I do.
Yeah,
I think it's an angel's guide to me. I think it's the Archangel Michael
feeding
in
us
my
with
case.
information.
Just guide me straight to this information constantly, and it's only and I do this like file thing in my brain, and then I can literally like locate where something is that I want to look at. It's just the weirdest thing. It's almost seemingly, it's impossible. I managed to do it. Weird.
Wow.
Oh, trippy.
We didn't get to talk much
And we have
about the Phoenicians
430 people watching us.
Yay!
Sorry.
Awesome, everyone. Tartarian
We're having
answers.
Hello to everyone in chat.
I told everyone. Watch the show.
Yeah, so let's talk about this. So as far as Australia goes, and our history and where
everything you need to get into holiday mode.
And where it sits in this whole unfolding of the realms in Tartaria. We've got, like, with the Phoenicians and the Venetians and our indigenous is really interesting with the indigenous because they are original Earth consciousness. Like, they are the original Earthlings of this realm. So they hold all the attention on Uluru right now, and the indigenous is about holding their bloodline. They hold this specific bloodline. And we feel, essentially, we've had a chat about this, that we're here to facilitate them being placed back into the position of the law holders of the realm as the original Earth consciousness, and then we get to go home, Martin. We get to go home.
So about the theory
because I really don't belong in this place. Work that out.
Well, I've got a theory about all of this. Well, you know, I'm a Phoenician. I'm Lebanese. My background's Lebanese. So supposedly my ancestors are Phoenician, right? And then you've got
look at you,
Venetian. But then you've got Venetian. They turned themselves into Venetians and lived in Venice, right? And they're the Cabal. They're the 12 families. Yeah. But then Kelly and I were talking about the Anunnaki, and I believe that story was twisted to make them look like the bad guys, but they're actually not. And we actually believe that they're from another realm, because I don't believe in planets, but I believe that these planets, these luminaries, are stargates to other realms.
Yeah.
And the stargate of Venus is the portal of love, and that's the love frequency, and that's where the beings are that seeded this planet.
Yeah.
And so and when I don't know if you know this, Martin, I did a video recently in the snowy mountains in Australia. I was at a log cabin and I got visited by a spirit of an elder of that land, and he came to me and said our family in the sky, and he was talking about the history of the land and the crystal cities underneath and all of this, and I got confirmation by one of his ancestors who, can I read this out really quickly because this fits in with all of this stuff. So it's the Narragaw people of the Snowy Mountains, and she said, thank you, beautiful lady, for visiting my tribal Narragaw homelands, and yes, it's a very powerful country. The song lines: the southeastern Victoria Snowy Mountains are matriarchal societies, and we, the oldest ancestral bloodlines on the southeastern coast, before all the other tribes that come off our bloodlines, link back to the old world before the great floods. And they have dammed in our ancient cities. They had ancient cities. Only the oldest ancestral bloodlines have this knowledge. My family is one of them. I resonate with your message you received. And then she said to me, you're welcome, my dear. It's very powerful, because I had these 3 ravens flying around me when the spirit came. 3 ravens.
Ravens are watchers. They're watchers.
Yeah. Well, they were flying around me when the 3 spirits came and the elder came and was telling me all this about the underground, the crystals and all of this. And he said, she said, "You're welcome, my dear. It's a very powerful country in the highest above sea level on this ancient continent of terror. My great-great-grandfathers would have communicated with you." And he was of crow or raven class system, known in my language as they are the highest advanced wizards. They were the original first illuminous ones.
Yeah, man.
And would crush, listen to this, would crush quartz crystals. It's solidified light, and they would consume these crystals with the purest fresh glacial water.
Wow.
And they would ascend up the spiral stairway to heaven to become immortal. Yeah, it's a tech. So she talked about ancient cities. She said that they dammed them in to their ancient cities. So the invaders came and dammed it all in. And that her ancestors, her grandfathers crushed these quartz crystals and consumed them, and they would ascend. So light, what's that? Crystalline. We're carbon based.
I always talk about lighting up, finding that frequency. You know, you find that frequency like star in a jar, we could illuminate, and with a crystalline water. Oh wow, yeah, that would
imagine
do it.
What machinery would they have had to have been?
Well, I think of us in a matrix, like that would work, because I think of this as like a biotrix, you know, like a fluid matrix simulation, if you like, and that would fit perfectly with it. That would, you know, these Phoenicians, they came into this consciousness, and then everything just, I can even just sense them now, you know, they sense me too. And they just don't belong here, guys. They are just so evil. Really bad day when we gave our power over to kings and queens, I tell you that much, because we had it all before then. And what kind of stupid day did we have that we handed our power over? I
think it was a frequency drop,
elimination.
Yeah, but they did something to disconnect. Yeah, they disconnected us from
hypnotism, more like mass hypnotism.
The grid.
Yeah, that's what's going on, and like magic as well. You know, this is a day for them witches as well. So they don't miss this day either.
Yeah, oh no, they don't.
And that's why we have to equal it and create a balance of spiritual love. You know, for these. Trying it on.
Amazing.
Exactly.
Australians.
High fives.
What if everything, because everything exists all at once and time doesn't exist, right? So all histories and everything all exist at once. What if we're only discovering all of this because as we wake up and are aware of more and more of our history, and we're waking up and, you know, awakening our brain, our Brians, we are, that's when we're seeing these things. We're seeing these things because we're waking up.
Yeah.
But it's already there.
Yeah.
And then you've got those monoliths that are all over the world at the moment. These big, that Kelly, you were telling me about 1,800.
Yeah, it's like 1,800 of them. They came out last year and, you know, got dismissed, and but they're literally all over the planet right now. These rectangle boxes. A lot were like, you know, they debunked a few of them, but there's fucking 1,800 of them. And apparently when we rise, so we were having conversation today about electricity, Martin, and the whole of Tatari consciousness has been founded on this like ether electricity, like so lit up, illuminated, lit up. And then suddenly we went into the dark ages, and then suddenly we were in space in the dark ages, and we were completely taken back. And so we were looking at electricity and what that looks like in the false paradigm. It's this polarization, but in the Tartarian consciousness, there's this third element to that. And that third element gives you free energy from the ether, which is highly nurturing and nourishing and turns everything on, lights everything up again. So that charge we were talking is what we refer to as unconditional love. So when we move into that unconditional love, enough of us at the same time, at some point really soon, we're going to activate an electrical grid that turns on the ether, and then something about that reacts with the Son of Man, the Son of God, moves, erupts, pulses, whatever, and it totally fries the circuitry of the false AI soulless technology, and we're back into connection with the ether. 5D realm.
I think you're bang on 100%. And
I
check
think
this
so.
out, just to blow your mind a little bit extra. The word remains, which is what's left, is remains. Yeah, like going back into the mains. You could even have what remains. Yeah, and what remains as well. So it's what, you know, W-A-T-T, what remains. And then all you're left with is the remains. You know, when this sim or whatever it is melts down. I think, like, you know, they're trying us for this transhumanization thing is a definite. You know, they're trying to, you know, I think the jabs are part of that. You know, they want us bogged, man. They don't want us to go home. They want to switch us off, is what they want to do.
Well, what if only 20% of consciousness is organic and the rest is bot inorganic consciousness? Yeah,
It is.
Yeah,
I think that, you know,
just put out there to swallow.
nothing is confined to you, Brian. Your thoughts are definitely not. You know, we are all connected. We're like that. We're all one, guys. Yeah, we're all connected. We're in some sort of soup together, and our thoughts come out in waves just because we can't see them. Some people might be able to perceive them, and they just don't stop in the confines of your room. They go everywhere in this realm. Yeah. I would love to be able to do something like, you know, just to prove a point of how this place, this simulation or whatever we found ourselves in is so malleable. Is be able to go on a live event and click my fingers and make an earthquake everywhere in the realm all at the same time.
Yeah.
Well, there was an earthquake in California today.
Wouldn't that get them to stand up and take some attention, eh?
But how terrified are they going to be of us when we realize that we are electric, that we emit, we are the conductors that emit this ether, that we will eventually turn to a point where we are being nourished and feed off the ether, and
all
food
electric.
will become
Angels, EL.
It's all
Angle
electric.
EL on the end. Elohim, EL, electric. You know, there's so many.
Elohim.
The arc. The arc, we were talking about the
conductors,
arc
right?
today, and
Conductors.
Conductors.
Well, what if the true activation, you know, when you've got positive and negative, right, charge, and what if the true activation is that it's the divine feminine, divine masculine, and the reason why they've corrupted sex so much and turned it into this filthy porn hub thing, okay, is to stop those two people who are meant to be together from being together.
It would stop that. It would stop that connection. You know, it takes everybody further away from their spiritual source anyway. And, you know, essential to be like, it's just like this male patriarchal system, you know, of just brutality and, you know, just keeping, you know, women down. You know, it's been going on for a while, but it wasn't always like that, was it?
And keeping
you know, and this place would be infinitely better with a nice bit of, like, you know, sprucing up. we need a woman around the place to touch.
Exactly. Bit of a woman's touch,
It needs a woman's touch.
Tatara is pretty feminine in its design. Tatara is pretty beautiful and feminine and rounded and lovely rounded.
I
everything.
have noticed this. I've noticed beautiful
involved.
And I did notice you flipped on a vagina just a second ago, Martin, that just passed us
that
by.
was not meant to come up. It was not. It was a bit of Ezra.
Was it Ezra? Sorry.
I happened to look like a vagina. That was just your Brian.
I don't think it was just a crack, wasn't it?
I got away with it again.
So I mean, like the masculine and feminine charge is so interesting in the 3D nefarious false AI realm, because everything's polarized, just like a battery's polarized. So when we're triggered, that polarization takes off, and then we got a charge between the masculine and the feminine, and that charge ends up usually in our realm meaning fighting or fucking, right? And so like when we go to the more evolved version of that, we end up taking charge of that charge by empowering ourselves to literally surrender to each other, surrender to the divine masculine feminine. In that surrender, we move back into unconditional love, but that electricity is still there. So that's when you've got this electrical charge everywhere, and usually you can move into that intimate like release of that. But what they've done in our culture is they've like used that charge, polarized us in every way, and then exhausted us. So we were never able to release the charge, and the battery goes flat, and the opposite thing happens. We go limp and dead. We become a dead battery.
And
So,
they all
like,
look like it. They're all like dead batteries. They're like walking
dead batteries.
smooth,
Yes.
like they're on, you know, no charge left
Suffocate.
at all.
Mhm,
Yeah, I've
Suffocate
noticed
the
this.
battery. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Really
Well, you
limp.
put things so well, man. And yes, all of that.
So when everything's limp, when everyone has a literal limp dick, like what actually happens? We fucking conform to everything, and that's what
Yes.
happens. And
We've been
it's like, where's the
castrated.
charge
yeah.
gone?
So
They've
porn
been
will make you
castrated.
impotent,
Yeah.
basically, is what we're
Yeah.
saying out there, guys. So
Yeah.
don't,
You should
don't be
hear
porn
the,
hubbing.
you should hear the amazing conversations Kelly and I have. Just sending messages back and forth. We're like brainstorming all these amazing things. It's like fucking hell.
Yeah,
This is
because if
awesome.
electricity is everything, like if electricity is the foundation of Tartaria, and
Yeah.
we know that electrical charge is in the ether, and something about the reset, Martin, would you agree that something about the reset a couple of 100 years ago altered the sun, and that's where we've got the sun worshipping and the fucking satanic sun worshipping, and
100%.
yeah, and so when this happens again, the sun's going to play a major role in the
So
It's happening.
charge.
It's happening
The
as we're
black
sitting
sun.
here. She's going to roll back out now, apparently, and come back our way. But the sun,
Yeah.
it's not the same sun because
not the
I
same
grew up with
sun.
a yellow sun, which
No.
was
Me too.
smaller,
Yellow
and now it's
sun.
massive and it looks like an
Yeah.
LCD bulb. It doesn't even look like a sun. And it's piss poor as well. The energy's different than what I remember. You know, the heat's completely different.
Wow.
It's just a different place. I don't know what's going on. It's just craziness. Absolute
It's like
craziness.
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. They got all the
I got all
at the
three of them
end.
in there in my room. I was tidying my books up the other
rebuilding
day, and I
the Earth.
picked up Restaurant at the End of the Universe. I thought, shall I? Nah. Just read it for one more time.
You guys know that I feel like I gave friggin' the Douglas Adam one of his last interviews on Planet Earth.
Yes. When you
Yeah,
were
I
how old?
interviewed
How
him for
old
my
were you?
school newspaper, and I was like
What?
13 years old. Yeah, if I can get 13 years old, I interviewed him for the school newspaper, and then like 2 days
And
later
then
he died.
Then he
Wow, I
died.
seen him on Wogan. He was super interesting on that.
Oh, he's
Wow.
fucking. I loved Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Best ever, man. Xavier
Oh,
Beetlebox.
best ever.
He's the coolest apart from me in the galaxy.
Wow. Oh wow.
Plane, boss, the plane.
Did
Oh.
you Kelly, did you read Tayuba Prophecy? Was it you that mentioned it as well? The
what?
The Tayuba Prophecy.
The
It was a book by Michel Desmarquet.
No.
Okay, so he's a French Australian guy who wrote a book probably in the 90s, and it's pretty underground kind of, but very popular. And he talks
That's
about
cool.
being taken by these really tall beings into the 9th dimension, and they were from another realm, and they're really, really tall, giant beings and were androgynous. And he was told by these beings the history of our planet.
Mm-hmm.
And he's told the history of Australia, and that there was this massive nuclear event that happened in the center of Australia.
Yep.
And that it caused a deformity or caused some kind of thing to happen to the original people as a result. And but yeah, and that they were very I think very advanced, and then this calamity happened. But I'm not quite sure about the time periods he was given, because you know he might have been talking thousands of years, and he says that these races of beings came to this realm from different realms. So like that's why Chinese people look completely different than African people, and and then they seeded the planet that way, and that a lot of them had calamities wherever they were. Yeah, and then they just all melted.
They've got a South Park series where they throw them all in together. Yeah, it's like the greatest show in the universe.
Well, that's interesting if you look at like the Indigenous discussion about the rainbow and the rainbow people and the rainbow bridge and the arc of the rainbow, and we've got our 7 chakras, 7 energetic rainbows, and the unification we're talking about now is the coming together of the rainbow chart. And I know, Martin, in your work, I've seen some awesome stuff you show where rainbow fucking bridges everywhere. Rainbow bridges connecting everything. So, and when you bring a rainbow together, like when it unifies, you get white light.
Yes, white light.
Well, I've got a prism in my room, and I was looking at prisms the other day. I was thinking of getting some in the new year because it was something Newton apparently spent more time studying than anything else is the quality of light. And I think, you know, we could learn a lot, you know, because this place, light, vibration, resonant sound, you know, we need to look into it a lot more. I got prisms just shooting across my room if the sun shines. It's just so I can see like the complete spectrum, and when it melts together as well. It's just like, wow, so trippy.
Yeah.
Yeah, this place is amazing, really. It's
Exactly.
just
How does that even
messed it up?
happen?
Look at that.
Them
It's
happened.
just, it's such a weird phenomenon when you actually think about it, isn't it? That you can split white light up into colors.
Yeah, I know. It's just a maddest thing.
But yeah,
And
man.
you know, we only see apparently a tiny bit of the visible light spectrum. You know, imagine what a cat sees. You always see a cat looking at shit you can't see. You know, they can see a lot more going on.
Yep.
Cats and other creatures. So their sensory perception's a lot more than us. You know, we're just trapped in the. I will say 6. It seems a bit tight. You know, I imagine us in the past having many more types of senses. You know, I've been able to, you know, like a rat can sense fear, or a snake's tongue can sense or smell. You know, them sort of senses where we were much more. You know, we could interact with this realm much more. We were more. What's the word? In it.
Well, much
We're
more. I
blind,
think we're like
dumb, and deaf.
it's the superheroes, right? That's who we are. Like Wonder Woman.
Yeah, we're all
you know, we had all those powers,
Yeah,
but
we are.
they give us
we
all
can fly,
their
we can do
crap.
all that and more. See, I think that I mentioned this to a friend last
But
night.
they give us aeroplanes to go, no, aeroplanes are for flying, cars are for driving, mobile phones
Yeah,
are for
you can't
communicating across
fly.
distances. So now we don't try to use our own powers. We're living in that stupid paradigm.
I prefer
the
I want to wear my
takeover of the
underpants on the outside.
Don't be starting to do that now, Campball, please. On an episode.
It's the latest fashion trend, I tell you.
Which superhero ability would you want, Campbell? Think carefully.
It's a big question.
And not invisibility, because I can only end one way bad. Okay.
I'd like to be able to like teleport wherever you want it instantly.
Yeah, wouldn't that be awesome? I think that.
See, I've seen things teleport. I like I said, mentioned 1,000 times. Like I definitely think me and other people that I know are involved in some sort of alien, that's what you call them, program or experiment. And they've been there right the way through the past. I've had some terrible experiences where I've been left crippled for a year in a wheelchair. No shit, I can prove it. It's just the most craziest thing because of sleep paralysis, fear, and just the weirdest shit going down. And other people who have experienced the same have come to me and contacted me just out of the blue, and just telling me my story back at me. And I'm like, but you know, my deceased wife seen this like UFO size of Wembley Stadium. I could have thrown a stone at it. It was that close, and just moved off to the north and disappeared like in a slit in the sky, like that, like a diamond. I went, she's gone. The thing was massive, and it went into a little tiny thing and disappeared. I was like, okay. Never talked to my wife about it the next day. In fact, apparently, I read later that when you do have these massive experiences, they just sort of sit dormant in your consciousness for a while, like it's there, but it's not. And then one day, 1 month later, walking to the shops, she just stopped dead, and I knew exactly what she was going to say before she said it. And I looked at her like that. You seen it, didn't you? She said, it happened. So fucking, of course it happened. Wow. And then we just like, whoa, man. I was like, we were both just like the buzz, and we were both nearly in tears. It was like, what the fuck? There's more in this reality. And I just come out with what had happened before with me to her on the way home. And she's like, oh shit, Martin. Just like, we don't know what's going on in this realm then, do we? She's like, no, we don't. No, I'm not saying they're from up there, because I think there's water up there. Could be above the water, who even knows? But it's like you said, it's interdimensional. They're zipping in and out of these back doors. You know, there's portals everywhere, I feel. I think there's a map like Time Bandit. Time Bandit's map. Maybe we should just get a screen save on that.
And it's kind of like a reward. It's like a bonus beat, like a reward. Like if you've, like the jab has got essentially dark matter in it, hasn't it? It's literally got the darkest matter in the world. And we're talking about keeping people dark in the dark ages. Like something about that like prevents this charge from happening within that individual, which it doesn't allow them to charge up into this new activated, you know, ether grid that we're talking on. So like that is the split going on there.
When that moment happens, Celestine prophecy, this whole place lights up.
Exactly.
We see what the veil lifts. And we see this place what it's supposed to be, what it really is. They're not going to be able to fucking stop that. That's happening whether they want it or not. Everyone knows this by now. So that's a given. It's just a matter of time. What do you think all this trouble's about? Shut up about flat Earth. Shut up about the history being a fake. We'll just slow everyone thinking about that down. And we'll talk about like it's like most truthers now, they just post about like Rona and shit. So they're doing exactly what they knew they would do. So it's no more like globe light tour. Now it's like Coronasville tour, you know, for them. Doing their job for them. So just because it gets people thinking about it, you know, with magic spells and stuff, if you think about things and talk about things enough, they become real, which is why I've never I don't even want to say that because it brings it into the matrix, doesn't it? You know, demons and shit, it's like they ain't got no free reign here. They ain't got no say here. It's us and weakness that brings them in, and that's the end of it, you know.
Absolutely.
It's
But that's where the black goo,
it's all an offer.
that's where the black goo comes in. And everyone that I've tapped to that have had some kind of interference of some kind, I can see the black goo in their spinal fluid. I can see it, you know, going in and interfering with their connection to source and their connection to their heart. I think that's what switches it off. And I think that when you guys, especially, you're talking about things where it's bending people's brains and you're trying to make them think outside the box. It's like a domino effect, right? Right, Martin? So like as soon as you started opening up this box, it's like you started remembering all this stuff. It's just all coming to you.
Everything is connected. I just see this thing as a puzzle, and they've some intelligence has left this down for us to find and telling you.
Of course.
I just know it.
It was us. It was us from the future.
No, I've said this, haven't I?
Have you?
I thought like that it was because the shit I find, only I would know, right? Only I would know. I think to myself, did I leave this? Because it's got my little signature. It's like seems to have my energetic signature to it. Well, like here you are, Matt.
Because time doesn't exist, Martin. So
we're
observing this. We're observing this from the future. This is why we won already, right?
Wow.
Because we already are out of this, and we're just replaying it back. We're replaying it back to ourselves.
Exactly.
We already know the outcome. We're just replaying it back and reliving the dream.
It is.
Life. Well, I like that you remembered your dream.
Do you remember Bill and Ted?
Sharing with us all this stuff.
I always remember them.
Bill and Ted. Is that what you said, Campbell?
Sorry. Yeah, remembering Bill and Ted, and I saw this on Bobby and Joe had a chat, and they're going through and they find obstacles, and they're like, "Oh, I know what we'll do. Let's just make a pact that when we get back to the future, we'll come back and remove it." And then it was gone. Like, okay, now we can keep going. And so every time that something's in their way, they're like, "Oh, we'll just change that in the future," and it magically changes. They're like, there you go.
Yeah, perfect.
That's what we
I know, because we've got to get our heads around, and I think like this has been alluded to, but like this realm has been so like, what's the right word for it? They have taken whole structures from all and mimicked them and repurpose so much of all of our like inverted commas, like ancient spiritual buildings, all of our grandest like massive buildings have just been somehow they've managed to like delete it from one place and sort of like place it over here. Like they get to cut into the image and just take out a detail and put it in Australia and put this over here from this timeline. It's like this constant kind of like Minecraft. It's like we live in some weird, dark, fucked up Minecraft world.
That's right. Oh my gosh. You know,
I'm sort of into the game though. Yeah, because I wouldn't want a game that was anything more than as fantastic and as fucked upness as this. You know, for me, because I'm like that sort of person. Yeah, it's like, oh, this isn't fantastic, and I think things should be moving on. So yeah, a reset, you know, is you know, I wouldn't want to miss it for the world.
Oh, fuck no. Hello.
Hello.
We worked very hard on this reset. Thank you very much.
Yeah, let's not let this work go to waste now, shall we, guys?
My God.
I felt switching overnight, you know. I felt a big switch. Like I woke up, I had the most awesome dream, just like you, Martin. Really like I was in a paradise. And I woke up going, whoa. And I just felt that everything had turned a corner, like to the positive today. And I've been flying high all day, but I was feeling really weird this weekend where this eclipse, full moon energy and all of that. I felt timelines converging on the weekend. I felt this flip in energy. I felt 3D was merging with 5D. It was really weird. I was seeing people from my 3D world that I haven't seen in forever. And I was just like, what is this? What's going on? And it was everything was inverting. Like people were saying things that were the opposite of what they meant. And then it was just really crazy energy. And then today I woke up and it was just, I feel like we've turned a corner. We've turned a corner. So something's happened.
It's a new day. Wow. It's a new day, guys, from today.
The simulation. Like a new day in the simulation.
Hello, it's a solstice in Australia. Come on. Come on. What's going on here? There's millions of people focusing on Australia right now. I've got transmissions lined up after this.
Oh yeah, we need to send love energy, don't we? We need to activate the sun. Everybody's talking about the solar
I do that
flash.
to start my day though. I do my little routine, you know, bang my little flash, my little Tibetan bowl, like my joss stick, and I just send outward love unconditional into the ether.
Absolutely.
And I give gratitude. You know, just it's no point saying thank you to the universe. It doesn't know what you're saying. You've got to just do it to the feeling of gratitude for just being here. You know, another fantastic day on the realm. Let's get stuck in. We're here truthing. Let's go and kick some Illuminati ass today.
You just reminded me of Good Morning Vietnam. Like, good morning, Realm.
Good morning, Earth Realm.
Yeah.
Hey, I've got to tell you something really weird. What do you guys make of the Julian calendar versus the Gregorian calendar?
Oh, yeah, let's talk about this. I got a wee, though. So just summarize it and I'll be back because I fucking want to have this conversation.
Yeah, because I already spoke to Kelly about this morning. Okay, so Martin, where are you with the Julian calendar versus Gregorian? So we've been in the 1500s, they switched us over to the Gregorian calendar, which is 14 days off from the Julian calendar. Now they're calculating about 14 days, right? So this is what happened to me in a healing I had yesterday. I suddenly got this psychic flash of I was outside a newsagent and there was all these old people running out and they were ripping off their masks and they had newspapers in their hands and they're going, we're free, we're free, we're free. And I could feel it was summer and it's summer here now. And I said, what do you mean? And they said, look at the newspaper. And the newspaper said COVID con, January 6th. 2022.
Wow.
And I went, okay, January 6th, 2022.
January 6th.
Epiphany.
January 6th.
But if something happened, and in the vision, I went, if something happened on the 6th, that means the real thing happened on the 5th to be reported on the 6th. And the 5th of January is, in the Julian calendar, the 21st of December.
Oh, God.
Something has... There's something, whether it's a Julian or if people are not feeling anything happen today, everyone's going, when's this ascension happening? When's this ascension happening? I'm wondering if it's happening on the Julian calendar and something's going to go, because these people, what I saw was those really fast asleep old people that, you know, wear the masks.
Well, it would make sense. The royal family and the Masons go on the Juliana calendar and their dates. That's why the Queen has two birthdays, one on birthday and one on Juliana birthday. So
so there's two solstices.
Yeah.
There's two solstices.
So that would make what, the 21st plus 14, does that make it the 6th, does it?
So the 6th, so the 5th of January in our Gregorian calendar, in the Julian calendar is the 21st of December, I think. Is it the right way? Is it the right way?
Well, there was with the switch. It took ages. It took ages to come into fruition across Europe. I've got evidence local to me when a tsunami hit Wales, and it's got the Juliana switch on a brass plate, and it's got two dates. It's got 1609 and 1611. So it's one of the two dates, and they'll say like the event happened in one of these two dates because there was a calendar shift. So it seems like there's a change in royalty or a royal dynasty. A king will die, Prince Philip, every single reset. And this, somebody sending me a link for a book that they found from 1830s about vaccines and stuff. And they state in there that in 1835 they were issuing warrants, imprisoning people, and all the rest for not basically going along with the smallpox epidemic and cholera epidemic time.
Yeah.
So this is like
they needed your script. Running out of ideas.
Script. This is the good old.
They're very uncreative, you know. I'm surprised they got this far.
No, they keep repeating names. They're not. They're just stupid. Look at Omicron and Delta Islands and Corona.
I know. Oh God, it's so boring.
Yeah. All right. Alrighty. Get out of our faces. We just.
Well, if they are archons, they can't create. They can only replicate. So that according to the Gnostics.
Well,
So
let's look at our culture. All the cities, they're all replicated. You've got New South Wales. You've got New York. You've got Boston, Washington. They're all just replicants of other.
Queensland, Queenstown.
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Why build one Earth when you can build two? You know, I had an award for the knobbly bits on Norway. Yeah, so maybe they're telling us something. Why build one when you can copy Earth? And because New York, maybe it was an original elsewhere back in Sanctuary. You know, like Sanctum out there, which possibly means the Holy Land, which is possibly the real Holy Land, Phoenicia, and where all this shit played out. And then this is a piss poor copy.
Piss poor copy.
Perfection gave it away. They fucked it. Yeah, we're not stupid. We can see. Okay, all of us can start. We're really starting to see it now with the veils lifting, and even people were like, you know, not really that deep into the truth, starting to come out and say exactly the same to me. You know, whoa, man, what are we to do? That's what it is. See, we all need like our support systems, and with this, it's been like rough for everybody. And everyone in this has been a godsend this year, Campbell, for everyone. You know that, don't you? Yeah. Just bringing the love, keeping the vibe up,
for sure.
Concentrating on their double bullshit, because we don't do that crap, And anything bad energy is just not even permitted in my realm. Yeah. No. Anyone dissing, anyone just like even thinking bad thoughts, I'll give them a chance to like be. You know, I'm not a crazy person. I give them a chance to like feel themselves, like. But if they don't and they're still twisted and nutty, then you're gonna have to find somewhere else to go because there's no room for that in this beautiful thing. You know.
It really feels like I've noticed that in versus doing disclosure, and it's brutal and fucked up in there, but in the Tartarian. All the stuff I put out with Campbell and everything we've done, like we just have this massive, like loved up, fucking smart motherfucking community who are just like fully there for the ability to discuss really big topics and not get all fucking beaten up about it and just be really awesome and kind to each other. It's so freeing.
Not being scared to, you know, actually speak what your mind is thinking rather than just hold back because of what people might think. Like, you know. Like me saying, I think I'm part of some sort of experiment, and lots of us are. And different cities are chose for different experiments, and it's all an experiment. We're being tested on. You know, this vaccine thing's no different to rats in a maze. You know, see how they respond when they inject them. Some will go nutty, suicide rates through the roof. All you have to do to make a pandemic is get everyone's body vibration down, full of fear, stick the telly in front of them, and they will get ill, I can guarantee it. And that's it.
That's how you get a virus. That's how you get a virus. You can't catch it.
You got it.
It's all frequency.
I was thinking about all of the bullshit that I used to make myself ill over before I knew all of this truth, guys, and the mess I used to get. I'm going to get off my twat. I can't take no more of this place. You know, I'm going to shut myself into this fucking bus. This place sucks. You know, all of them crazy thoughts over stuff that wasn't even real and wasn't even important, guys.
Yeah.
And now I know. I'm like, whoa, I used to do that myself and it wasn't even real. You know, it was just out of the program.
Martin, when you're looking at all your research, because you've got so many files and things like that, and you're filing it away in your head and you're filing away in your computer and all of that, when you're diving deep into it, do you just So you just feel, are you just diving more and more deeper, and it's all making sense and connecting and just
I
threading things
sometimes
together.
feel, oh shit, I'm on an out of control roller coaster. Let me off.
I relate to this. I relate.
The community's love is too strong for me to ever step away or not persevere
no,
with this.
you can't.
And we are like just dipping our toes into
I
the
know.
most awesome truth. I can just feel it right this second, you know?
It's
And
amazing.
that's just going to drive us forward, I think, with this truth. You know, this unveiling is not going to stop. And every single day I feel more empowered. Every time I speak and do a new vlog, I feel that we've come again further, light years ahead, you know, excuse that phrase. But
We're
every
just going
day.
to think our way out of this.
Yeah.
Well, that's
And you
the way
know
it's
what's
got to be
so,
done.
you know what's so glorious about Tantara?
Create
This is
our
one
way
thing I just loved straight away, was that there's no gurus in this fucking space. There's no intel or magical insiders that are here feeding the information. There's no fucking any of that crap. Like, you know, all you get with Tartaria is us, is human beings who are just like being
Doing their thing.
authentic and doing their thing and doing their research and seeing it with their own eyes. That's it. It's so liberating for that, right? Amazing. We have no insiders.
So.
There's no insiders.
Sort of married to the job sucks a bit. That's all I ever do. Truth.
Married well, that's the thing. It's not a job. It's a sentence. And I mean, this is the thing we were talking before, like the chats in the lives and premieres in Tartarian research, they're just ridiculous. Like they're just full of love and hearts and unicorns.
You should see my chats Saturday night.
You go to other live streams and you don't see that. You know? Yeah, I saw it. I was there for it all for the end.
There was like 1,100 people. It was just like literally.
Listen
to this then. When I went like that, can you all feel that? Yeah.
If you're thinking about using Asana, you can easily sign up and start using it. It's that intuitive.
Because I had like this electricity coming on. I went like that on the live vlog. Can you all feel that? And a guy sent me an email. He said, Matt, it's the moment you went, can you feel that? He said, my earphones crackled and one of them went off and haven't come back on again. I was like, what?
Oh, yeah, magic.
No.
Electricity, brother. That's what happens.
Why don't we do that now? We'll just put our hands up and send love to everybody.
You can break down the crappy out.
Let's do this. Look, we've got two females.
Oh, that's me.
Yeah, come on.
Do our Solstice love.
I can only one do
We have
to do one each.
Send the love.
I need a hand. Someone give me a hand.
Get your hand out of your pants, Campbell.
It's so amazing, the Tartarian consciousness, man. Like, fucking hell, what's happening to us? All that's happening to us is we're getting supercharged with electricity. And you know what's so cool about that is when I think of a superpower, all my life, all of my fucking life, I've always seen myself with balls of electricity coming out of my hands.
Yes.
That is what I have seen forever.
Yes, I do that.
What was that one?
With a ball. Like,
the one in the finger.
Do you make the balls? Yeah. Oh, nice. Spark.
So, I can pure see my aura today, though.
Oh,
I can see your aura.
Yeah.
God, I haven't done this for ages. How fun.
I remember once.
I bet everyone's doing this right now.
I remember once when I first started my channel. When I first started my channel in September 2020, I remember once I was fired up to do this video because I just go with my gut, right? And I was fired up to this video. And I went in the bathroom and I was like, I looked at myself in the mirror and I saw this blue light just like over the top of me from behind. And I was like, whoa, I could see my aura for the first time ever. The lighting was just right and everything. And I was like, whoa, okay, I'm ready to go. And I felt like this presence just going, come on. It was like my higher self ready to speak through me. That was a really powerful video, that one. So yeah, I think we're all starting. It's like the Celestine prophecy.
Yeah, it's the Celestine prophecy. 12th insight, everyone. Get to it.
Very trippy.
I've got to read it.
Yeah.
So sending everyone love, electricity.
I bet you the auras of the Venetians, of the Tartarian Venetians are, which is our premise, man, that the Venetians are the Tartarians. Is that electric blue color? It'll be the color of fucking electricity.
Yeah, and that we have the blue eyes, blue
all that
glowing
kind of
eyes.
stuff.
See, a lot of people blue, you know, in the Krishna consciousness thing, you know, Krishna,
The blue
Arjuna,
people,
they're all blue beings.
Yep.
And it's not only them,
Buddha,
that
yeah,
culture's got blue
Avatar.
beings either, Chinese has. And yeah, that makes perfect sense. I got like
They all do.
that color light on you got behind you, right,
Yeah.
Kate? Okay. I've got the same
JC.
color
Yeah,
light
yeah,
on
you
you.
can always
Got
see it on you
the
now, Jason.
purple thing
Yeah,
going on, and you got the purple thing going on.
I do.
Or ultraviolet.
Yeah. I'm feeling good today. This is
I'm
a
feeling good
thing.
today. I'm probably going to be energized the whole day now anyway after this.
Yeah, good.
All right.
I love
Have you
it.
seen that is it called the transit, like the pattern of Venus, like the movement over the flat Earth, Martin? Have you seen
Well,
that?
I'll tell you
The
something
shape
that I
it
observed.
makes?
Whoa, beautiful.
Up there
So
it
I'm going to
is.
tell
Yeah.
you my theory. I'm going to tell you my theory about that.
Well, I actually seen Venus move with my bare eyes for the first time only a week ago.
Yes.
I literally,
I
I
see.
got, it's like a television mast near me, and I seen it move to the top, and I thought I'll watch it till it's perfectly in line, and I literally seen it pass. I was like, oh, okay. I literally watched it move.
So that's the orbit. That's the orbit over 8 years of Venus. Now, here's my theory.
Like, remember
everything's
for Venus come out of the water in the Phoenician narrative as well. I remember Venus's role in Emanuel Velikovsky as well.
Aphrodite had an affair with Adonis.
At the
Adonis
water hole.
came
Yeah,
from
yeah,
Phoenicia,
yeah. They all are.
from river. In Arabic, it's translated as the dog river. Okay, that's where she fell in love with him and whatever, and made love to him, and then he got gored by a bull, and he fell into the river. This is Adonis. This is Aphrodite fell, and then she wept over him. Yeah, so that's the Venus, the orbit of that Stargate. I call it
on the flat Earth. You were saying, Campbell, that's on the flat Earth.
On the flat Earth, yeah.
It can't be anything else.
Yeah.
But look at this. Look at this, right? All right, so invert that. All right, and what you got is the rows of the Rosicrucians, the 5-petaled rose. They invert everything. The Rosicrucians are associated with.
Funny you should mention that. Talking about it last night, the Rosicrucians. I think that they might be. I think they might have been like pivotal in this covering up. I was working on like the Adam Weishaupt, and then when he started Illuminati, and I thought, well, hang on a minute. So hang on, they were really up and running before then, and the Rosicrucians have been around a long time before then. There's an arm of it called the Martinists, by the way. And the Jesuit, you know, with the Vatican. I thought it had to be the Rosicrucians done a lot of this, you know.
Yeah, they have, and they're linked to. I know some SRA victims.
Hello, Double O.
In the Rosicrucians. So
hello,
how you doing, man? How you doing? I don't know if my I've had to come in on my phone, and
people now. You look like you're doing amazing.
I can't hear you so good, dude, because of the video.
He's on the television right now in front of you. This is a 40.
They do a reverse.
They do everything in the reverse. That's basically what they've done. It's the opposite event.
Yes, they are. Everybody loves them. We're on the Southern Alpha Road. We're currently going through
that all fits in with
Stony Trail through Tina Nation.
Yeah, hello.
And
it's got to be.
We're
frequency point.
Well, come on, we so rarely hear about Venus. Come on, what do you know, Martin? What do you know about Venus? What, do you ever hear anything?
I deny
but Venus is a multi-dimensional portal. As another
I can't hear you so well, Bernie, because of the video.
It's not the same as it was. It's a lot brighter. I've been following it for a couple of years. It even looks like it's artificial at times. It moves too quick. It used to be the morning star, which is also Lucifer, which is also Venus. And it was always low when I used to wake up when I was a kid. And now it's quite high. It moves like stink, and it's like it's really, really prominent. It used to be not that prominent, except you could only see it in the early morning when I was in school, guys. Venus, you could never see it outside of that. It's just really strange. So it's no longer the morning star. So it's doing one, but the whole sky's been off for a long, long time, guys. You know, we are not. That's not the same sky I grew up with.
No.
Okay. You know, I used to automatically just look up a certain time of the year and know where the plough was or know where Orion was like that. And now when I do the same exercise, at the same time of year, it's like, right, okay, I gotta change my reorientate myself. It's not where it used to be. I know that's a fact because I know how I work. So the sky's off. The sun's not the same. Moon. Don't even talk to me about the moon. You know, harvest moons, blood moons, all of these different moons. Never before in my life have any of these things happened.
When did anyone ever talk about it?
It's just look at many things that like never happened before. All this insanity. Yeah, but Biden's gone for Jesus by all accounts. I knew he would, but like considering Biden gave the game away, you know, I know we're in a simulation now. This Biden, you know.
Oh yeah, fuck yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah.
God.
You know it.
Can I tell you something that happened to me on the astral like yesterday?
Yeah.
About flat Earth and.
Can I tell you my dream then?
Yeah. All right, dream share, go.
Okay, shall I tell you about the flat Earth thing?
I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah. All right. So when I was experiencing this healing, no, it was last week. Okay, so I was experiencing this healing. I got shown and explained that I saw this dimension, and it was a simulation. I saw it from a higher dimension, as though we were in a ship observing the simulation. We were in these pods experiencing the simulation. But then I saw, I was shown that every reality we created was like this cluster of, it was almost like a misty cluster of a world, like in a computer game.
Different
realities
in bubbles.
Yeah. Yes, but they were like bubbles, but they're all flat planes, kind of.
Yeah, of course.
Like
the different realms of it. They call them the realms, the planes of existence.
Yeah, they were, yes, but you know how we imagine it like a rainbow, like planes. It wasn't like that. It was like clusters, like clouds in the sky. Like you'd go to one
the astral
cloud.
realm's just like that anyway. You know, I see the astral realm as like, you know, like a soup, like an ocean, and we're just floating around. I think we're like jellyfish in it, you know.
And then depending on your frequency, you resonated with one particular reality. So you were swapping over all the time to different sort of frequencies, these clusters of frequency that resonated with you, right? And so in one frequency, everyone was observing the world as a globe. And then in the other frequency, people were observing it as flat. And then it was like that just depended on where they were at in their frequency. And then the ships that I saw that we were on were not ships. They were explaining it. It was just clusters of consciousness that came together to do sort of like brainstorm and work out what they were going to do. It was like brainstorming, and then they'd allocate what everyone was going to do in this little cluster. But it's a ship. It was like almost like just an energy frequency bubble.
Do you reckon you could remember a moment when everything changed?
Do you mean here on Earth?
Well, I try to remember a moment like when everything changed. You know, sometimes I associate it with a certain switch on, but I definitely do remember a time or an occasion when I thought to myself, I've just broken off from this realm. They're all in a different one, and I'm in a completely different one experience.
Yeah, I've had
it was in 2008 that happened to me.
Because some people say that was around 2012, but I know there's some significant things happened around 2008. Maybe I heard you speak before, Martin. You had the same thing.
No,
Kelly.
I've heard, absolutely. Yeah.
You had 2008, didn't you, as well? Yeah. You had something very significant happen around that time. Yeah, something shifted and put us on a different trajectory.
I just completely remember it, you know, that time.
But what's been happening now is it's shifting so quickly, like
daily,
constantly, and that's why it's really hard to
predict
times. Yeah, go.
So I go to this like construct. If I think about this place, this town, which is a seaside resort town in Britain that I've never been to, but I know everywhere. I mean, so if I envision the streets and the people, I can go to sleep and I'll go straight back there. Okay. And so I'm me there and I know everybody. Okay. And it's real, it's not like stupid dreams where everything melds and says, this is like a solid, proper dream, you know, where I'm walking around and meet, you know. So in the dream, I went to that place again last night through choice again, straight back there. And I was seeking somebody. okay, in this dream.
He's on a quest. Yes.
So I thought to myself in the dream, I wonder if I could identify this town on Google and see if it actually exists. So in my dream, I'm looking on Google for a British seaside town which has a giant car plant, because I know there's a giant car plant there, right? In my dream. And I'm finding it in my dream. I'm thinking, fuck me, it exists. Yeah. So I was wondering if I'd done that now, today, yeah, and exist, then that would be like a dream within a dream within a dream, and that would be real.
Well, that is reality, isn't it, for us right now?
I had so many weird dreams in the last couple of weeks, guys. I seen a dead relative who was like giving me like shit hot information, telling me about the game, and I was going to be panning out, trying to tip me off for the next scene change, which is honest.
Yeah, go on, cough up. What did we discover? What's happening, Martin?
Yeah.
People got to be prepared. This is how consciousness works. You know, I can't just splurt out for people who are not emotionally or physically or in any way, shape, or form ready to hear that.
We want spoilers.
We are, though. Come on. Let's go.
No, I can't. I got to be responsible. Sorry. No.
Someone in the
I don't
chat
fuck
said
people's heads up.
Martin avoided an inception.
All in good time. I've been trying to work on the content for my next book in the last couple of days. I've been writing it all down, like where I'm going to be going with all of this.
Can't wait to hear it.
So,
what's your next book about?
Killed or anything. If they wanted to kill me, I'd probably be dead by now. So
yeah.
They want me to carry on entertaining them with funny stuff and truth bombs. They would see.
It's kind of a good service that they keep poo-pooing the flat Earth, because then they just deem us as crazy and they don't really try to put a hit on you.
Yeah, and you know what? I was frolicking around thinking, best thing ever, life crack. We're in the Tartarian realm, no censorship whatsoever. And then I just connected the Tartarian realm with the indigenous word, and then I was struck down by the satanic AI hardcore.
Yeah, man, you know when you touch upon something they don't want you to talk about.
No.
Oh no.
It was harsh, Martin. We raised 20 grand and they just go fund me, go fund Satan, just took it all down in 1 second. And then YouTube and Facebook, bang, bang, bang. Bullshit.
Shows you.
I don't even know. Yeah, I don't even know if I got a refund, Kelly. I don't even know if I got a refund after they took it down. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
You better have, Jesus.
I donated again. Well, I donated again, and then someone started bad-mouthing me on Twitter. All these people started bad-mouthing on Twitter. How did she donate that? I think she's an insider. She's part of it. I was like, what?
Really?
do a good deed, and then now
really? There's a conversation on Twitter about you donating to our YouTube fund.
Don't even look at it. Don't even take no notice. I don't.
Yeah,
anything
they said
bad
I was part of the genocide. I was part of the genocide. That's why I donated the money.
Crazy. Well, I mean, you know, look, here we are
donating to help them. Yeah.
You know,
feel sorry for them. Oh no, fuck them.
It's 9 p.m. on the Australian 21st of the 12th, 2021. I think we're going to have a bit of a conversation now. What is going to happen, guys, in the next couple of weeks here in Australia? And who's got some thoughts to add to the party here? Because Australia is going through an epic process. Obviously, Martin, you've been watching Australia from the other side of the world, and all the friggin' bullshit that's been happening here, and all the magic that's waking up, and all of our indigenous are on this big, you know, the movie The Dark Crystal, and there's the Skeggsy, the real bad dudes, and then there's the really good slow guys.
I'm a gelfling.
Yeah, you are a gelfling. You look exactly like a gelfling. Oh my god, he's outed. You do. But who are the old wise guys? Who are the really old, slow, wise guys that slowly move towards? That's what our indigenous are doing right now. They're all slowly moving towards.
Our ancestors are screaming out to us, and they're helping us as well because they're here right now as well. So it's definitely a reach out from the ancestors. I already said this a couple of weeks ago.
100%.
Definitely feel it as well. I feel it as well.
Yeah.
All of history waking up at the same time, not just our timeline, all of the timelines, all at the same instant, simultaneously. So there's just nothing bigger. It's like we're not just waking this up, man. It's just everyone is doing it in their realms at the same time right now.
Absolutely. And yeah, I want to point out that everybody needs to be in charge of healing their trauma. And because once you heal your trauma here, you're healing your ancestral trauma. And because time doesn't exist, we're healing it all at once so that everything can converge and lift up into another frequency.
How they're talking about healing
everything.
traumas.
It's all, you know, it's all existing all in us all at once. And DNA holds all of our past lives and everything, traumas, everything.
Trauma's past attached, isn't it? You know, again, and the past isn't there, is it?
No,
because it's just
you've already gone through it.
So you can't dwell on it. It makes us who we are, you know. I can't even make the shit up that's happened to me in this life. Yeah. So I'm just like thinking to myself, I can just be like this shredded out victim and moaning about how hard I've had it in this fucking place, or just not give a fuck, learn by it, thank the past for putting, you know, making me strong like this, you know, and fearless, and you know, so it's all meant to be. I think
become awesome.
It molds you, makes you who you are. So it's all
we're
part
the sum. We're the sum of our past.
Oh, great.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
maybe,
that's it. Yeah.
Maybe that trauma actually, from the Tartarian lens, should be called that polarization. That polarization. That's sort of what we're trying to heal, isn't it? Like our polarized natures, our extremities, and bring it into the
It's been hard. You guys, the community helped me heal because I guess I used the community to go through like grieving and stuff. So it was either sit on my own, you know, crying for a year, or crank it up on YouTube, overlook myself and my selfish ego fucking issues, like poor me, and give something. I thought myself, I'll do something super fantastic with my life instead. That's what I thought. So
you've done so well. I know. Look at me. I'm like a fangirl here, going, Martin.
Oh yeah.
You know, I seen you in chat earlier, right, Kay? And I didn't know you, but I'm happy I do now.
On behalf, look, I have to say, Martin, on behalf,
Martin.
Yeah, on behalf of Australia and everyone that is in this group, man, honestly, I've been waiting a long time to honor you because you were the beginning of most of our journeys through this realm. It was you that brought your beautiful mind, brought our consciousness around this topic. So to you, Martin, Australia fucking honors you. Tartaria's woken up here, and you started that, my friend. You started that.
Thanks.
Thank you, Martin.
I'm so grateful I was able to. So lucky me.
Man, magic has woken up here in Australia. I'm telling you, magic has woken up here in fucking Australia. And it's like all coming in around the Tartarian consciousness.
I can feel it. I can feel it. I feel that Australia's having it bad, and that's why it's having it bad, because you guys are awakening so quick, man.
No, they're trying. We've got to awaken these crystal cities underneath the earth.
Yeah, man, we're in the West.
Crystal cities. Oh, you should mention that. Let me just see if I can find something.
We're still going. Crystal cities. Yeah.
Well, I've got
Crystal Cities is what is it? June next year? July next year.
Oh. There's a famous crystal city made by an engraver called Joseph Zeller. I think I got
put
it.
some pictures up. Yeah, so Campbell and I are heading towards the Australian desert in winter in 2022. We're going to have the first Tartarian conference in the desert here in Australia. We're going to be beaming you fucking in, man. Like, we're going to do it live in our desert. Yeah, so if you can travel, we're getting you here, man. That's
well, I travel. I go
here. If not,
well, I got all this stuff supposed to happen if I didn't get jabbed or what have you. I can't travel, can I? Because
no.
Man, I can't even go into a freaking shop.
Australia,
Melbourne's terrible.
Yeah.
I really think
it's going to open up into March.
I think next year it's going to be much different. It's going to be freedom, like back to the 60s, you know, where you can just sort of walk onto a plane and, you know, none of this crap, not going through bloody detectors and shit. We'll be gone. It'll just be freedom. So, and it'll be cheap, I think, as well.
Oh my God! You know, and Campbell, they'll be so scared of us.
It's just ridiculous.
I know. Yep. Imagine when Australia is free again and we all walk around without the black goo in us, unvaccinated. Like they're going to be fucking freaking. Like anything could happen from our perspective. Every day now, anything could happen from our energy fields. Any single day now. electricity is going to be firing and wiring more and more and more. They're of course they're scared. Hello, they've got an earth full of fucking Wonder Womans down here. Like they don't even know what to do with it.
I know they're in so much trouble, aren't they?
They're in so much fucking trouble.
We're activating.
They are.
Activating.
They are prairie dogging it right now. They're like,
we can activate the grid.
Activating the grid. You were saying, Kelly, that you reckon that the monoliths all over the place were like, what was it again? You said that they were activated.
Yeah, they have some role in the convergence. So when we do actually activate this when we charge up and activate this grid and it affects the sun, something about the monoliths hold or facilitate the energy. And I think it would be to facilitate this massive blast of energy throughout all of the realms. I think it connects it somehow to the rest of all the conscious. So everyone benefits from our massive, amazing, well done job. Hello, we fucking charged up the earth grid. Hello, it's gonna like send out and be harnessed somehow to everything else. I think
it's going to deactivate the matrix grid that's already crumbling.
Yes.
Deactivate that in order for us to awaken and ascend. And it's not necessarily going up into the sky like a rapture, but I think that that's what they're trying to keep that stronghold on, you know, and as well as that solar event that you're talking about, that sort of activates something in order for us to quickly awaken. There was also this thing that I saw in Uluru last year. Do you remember when I did that video and it went viral? It was Stephen and Evan Strong who shared my video. That was the first. They were the ones who shared it, and it went viral. And about Uluru, and I didn't know anything about that, the black box prophecy, etc. But something I told him on the phone privately, and I said that what would happen, there would be a binaural beat that rings out, which is 2 tones. And he said, yes. And I said, and that would awaken. It was like it awakens the people that are asleep. And then they sort of like, that's how the ascension process happens. And he said, that's the prophecy. He said, we don't talk about this, but he said, that's part of the prophecy. And you're right. And it was 144,000. And he said that was the right amount of number. But that was all the stuff I saw in the astral journey underneath Uluru when I saw that crystal. So there's something in this that we already know all of this stuff, and we're just remembering all of this. And that's why everybody's getting these things that are all fitting in with each other. But I think that there's something to this, binaural beats that are occurring, like 2 frequencies, and then it shifts. And you know, that's what they say, that's when the earth splits, that when there's 2 frequencies and it splits.
Makes perfect sense.
2 different frequencies. And maybe that's maybe one earth will have the free energy again, and then the other will
it has to.
Yeah.
I know because
what you believe you're going to be.
And also, like, we know that in previous times in resets, Martin, I've seen heaps of your work talk about this, where like sounds boomed down onto the plane, like, you know, these booming
we
sounds.
juggled with the technasmia of Antiquitech, like, you know, fry this place, you know, because, you know, a circuit board like melts down, and circuit board resets, and a circuit board, all of it, basically. So I got to wonder about that. I can't remember what I was talking about.
Well, I remember watching an episode of yours, and you were talking about basically it was the artwork, but also this, like, these massive trumpet sounds that went across the whole realm, and like it was like excruciating noise that everyone heard.
Making your ears bleed, sort of thing. You know, this splitting off these 2 acoustics you just talked about. Okay, I don't think they actually have to be audible, but if you do hear them, like that high-pitched sound or a hum at night, you can't unhear it. You hear it all night, then it does your head in. But so there is a you know, something there you can hear. You know, I mean, like, I get up some nights and look around, thinking, what is it? Just doing that. I go to the window and it's like, all right, it's out there. Oh, it's just everywhere. You know, it's So yeah, it could be something like that. They could try, we know about the new technologies that are being installed, electromagnetic technologies.
Yeah.
I don't think, they're what they say, that we can just all be fried because the birds seem to flock on them. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, but they could definitely switch or tweak the frequency of this place with them, I feel. And with these devices, the churches, with all their rose windows and all their somatic patterns and the music change and taking out the keynote, the devil tone, 1700s. Prior to that point, this place was scintillating. Yeah. Change the keynote, everyone's doing too fine. It's like now with this stuff, it's like, oh my God, she's healthy. She's healthy. She doesn't take a vaccine. She must be a witch. That's what they like. It's just like being healthy is the new worst thing. It's the new bad thing. I notice everyone out there looks like mighty in a mess. Yeah, mask, can't breathe.
Don't
they
have
don't
bluish
walk.
white
They
skin
shuffle.
around.
They shuffle along like them elders in the Black Crystal. They're like thrown in a bad version.
Yeah, yeah, they shuffle. Yeah,
it's just like, what happened, guys? What happened?
Well, definitely a sound something. That's what I think happened in Australia. I don't think it was a nuclear bomb. I think it was a sound thing, and it really does so much more. It just is totally destructive. 100%
You can discombobulate matter.
Sand.
Yeah,
you
can boil water with sound. You can
Yep.
Discombobulate matter, but basically disaggregate matter.
Yep.
And turn it to dust. If you find it's basically you can literally cancel this with wave cancellation, right?
No,
Just
insane.
dephase it. But if you find the frequency of a certain object and you hit it with that same frequency, same basis is how a speaker works. The box is the same frequency as the speaker when it will augment it. So it's the same thought as that. And if you find that frequency, it will discombobulate or just turn it to dust. Basically, it's like Faraday type technologies. It's scary, but not really. If you just, that's a fear thing, isn't it? There's another side to Antiquitech. I put in my first book. There's a good side and a bad side. The good side is the healing properties, isn't it? 432. Emanating through, and all of the animals being bigger and happy and healthier, and we're interacting with the animals. Fucking munching on them and stuff. Just. Awesome bunny rabbits everywhere,
Because in Tartaria they didn't eat; they were nurtured off the ether. There was no kitchens and toilets. So
we could save the world with that ethos. If we could learn everyone breatharianism, there would be no starvation in Africa or India because everyone could exist on breath.
Well, Saint Germain apparently was a breatharian. The Alchemist, the famous.
Is that so?
He was a breatharian. Yeah, his relative was on Crow 777 a couple of months ago, and he was saying that he was.
I had him on my show, Crow, years ago.
Yeah. Oh wow, great. Yeah. Well, he had Fortune Germain, who was his great grand nephew on, and he said his great grand uncle Saint Germain was actually a breatharian, and that he would. He'd mastered this thing, and he just was, didn't have to eat and he didn't have to sleep as much as we do, and that whole,
it's
around
killing
the
us.
time
The food is killing us, all of it.
It's
the water's killing us. It's like most people die of dehydration. They all are like a shriveled up tea bag by the time they die. So that's obviously dehydration. So they're taking the water out of the water, basically. The shit that we get. We get this magnetized triple vortex water. And if like with crystals in it, I think we'd be cooking on gas with that. No, go on.
You go down to the supermarket, literally 99% of the food is poisoned. If not 100%. It's just that's my job, Martin. I deal with food and nutrition.
Excellent.
I'm
more than any
regenerative
doctor.
agriculture. Huh?
More than any doctor. They don't even know about
absolutely.
nutrition.
Yeah, for sure. And the fact that we live in such a poisonous realm, I'm not just talking food. Talk about building materials, fabrics, fibers, everything your house is made out of.
Keep the vibration down so we don't wake up. All them dense, nasty materials.
Being weaponized. Everything's been weaponized.
My idea, I think that we're batteries, so we're giving off all this energy and electricity. We peak at about up to 2,000 volts during the peak of our day, around maybe 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Go home, right, to a house that's got like biodirectional plugs in the wall. And you all know about dirty electric, don't you? Yeah. So they could like basically see pure energy, not the other way around. So you get home, you sit down, and you're flat. Your battery's flat. You can't even get out of the chair to go to the kitchen to make a cup of tea. Yeah, because you're that. So your battery is flat. If you didn't do that, stay, ground as well to keep your, soul connection, got you. And then basically just not do any of it. There's no reason why you shouldn't live forever or for a mighty long time.
Yeah.
And this switching off thing as well we do at night, this sleep. Yeah.
Yeah.
The illusion doesn't even give up when we close our eyes.
Still dreaming.
We're such legends. I'm sorry, we are legends. The Tartarian hunting human beings are fucking legends, man. The shit we deal with down here in this realm to help get this sorted out.
I know. I deal with all sorts. Trolls. I had all trolls in yesterday. They came in bits. They usually do. I don't care. I'm going to rape and kill your mother, man. Like,
oh, God, Martin.
It's all right. She's 6 foot under where they're going to be.
I've got this one that's unrelenting. He comes into my chat and then he has another same name, another account, another account, another account. He just keeps coming in and we keep banning him. He just keeps coming in. Yeah.
Super duper fans can be annoying too because they can sort of soak up your consciousness. Like we've just every time you're like there. I can get on your nerves.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't want to talk to you. I need to get on. I got to get on. I got a lot to do.
Do you get like talked out? It's like you spend all day talking, and the last thing you want to do is talk. It's like,
I said in my Facebook, like this group, I can't talk on Facebook groups. I won't get any work done. Can't like run a movement by talking all day.
Well, you can't
about whatever. And I'm not like much for small talk and talking about mundane stuff. I would do fantastic stuff like this. That mundane stuff sucks. It's boring.
So we didn't answer the question of what's going to happen today.
Yeah. All right, let's come on. Let's focus, team. Let's give them the Solstice summary here on Tartary Australia. So yeah, I mean, we're here at this very significant day. I mean, seriously, there's a lot of people focusing in on it. So last year there was like heaps of energy and focus at this moment in time on Australia, and it's sort of, you'd agree, JC, hey, it's sort of like nothing much happened,
No. Well, something did happen, and it was an energy harvest. That's what I saw, and I stayed well away from that, and I did some astral work, but yeah, it was definitely an energy harvest. Zal's in the chat. I can see, and Zal was there. He's my friend, Zal Moxes, and he was there. And you're
Zal's my brother for years, man. Love Zal.
Yeah, I love Zal. He's awesome. Yeah, I was going to go up to somewhere with him, Gospel Glyphs on the weekend, but we didn't get to go. But there's so he said we moved into second gear. All right, so that was at Uluru. But yeah, I think last year, there was this big movement, and it was kind of overtaken by the New Age people, and it's this whole ascension thing. And I think the prophecy was good in one sense, but I think what's been happening, here we go with the timelines again. Every single prediction I've made in the last year, it's almost like add 12 months. There was this weird shift of everything, as though everything got extended by 12 months. So the dates that I saw, say 22nd of March, say 6th of January or whatever, add 12 months. So instead of 2021, it's actually happening next year. And everything seems to be fitting in, and I did see that. And so I think that this 21st of December, according to this original lady that contacted me that said her ancestors crushed the quartz crystals, she wrote me an email and saying, call me, today is very significant. The 21st of December is very significant this year. And I know that Stephen and Evan Strong are doing something now. They're doing a ceremony now. Is that what they're doing? At Uluru, or part of that. And so I think it's happening in waves. It doesn't happen like a shift like that, right? It doesn't
come through in waves.
Yeah,
it comes through in waves.
Yeah. Waves, sine waves.
If we're talking to the universal consciousness we are feeling stuff all the time, right? So, like for instance, you and I woke up today and we went, something feels different. It feels more positive. I feel like we've turned a corner. So it's very subtle. I don't think it's a significant sudden event today. I don't, or whenever, but I think there's stages of this. But I definitely feel end of March, just this, end of March is definitely an opening of gates. It feels like this.
Something good's for showing itself. But I have been asking for, like, I don't like to keep on a petition in reality of the universe to tell me something, because I'm cracking up. Tell me something, because it's doing my head in, So I tend to do that, but then I go into my dreams and then it comes to me there, rather than willing some sort of like divine apparition, if you like, to let me know what the fuck is going on. I don't think I'm ready.
It's definitely, I was just having a glance at the chat there, and someone mentioned that it's take away 1,000 years from this timeline. So that's so we're in 1021. Yeah.
Yes. Take away the dark ages.
Yeah.
Thou shared Stephen and Evan's meditation
Didn't exist.
What do you reckon, Campbell? I'm gonna give you what is going on over there, brother? I've hardly heard from you. You're lagging behind me.
I know, right?
What's going on?
I've opened my mouth to speak. It's hard getting a word in. Yeah, good stuff. It's like waves, or you can think of like a duck taking off from a pond, right? And they get a bit of air and then they crash back down to the water, get a bit more air, and then finally they're flying, right? And that's what we're doing. We're getting more, each time this happens, we're getting more and more power, and things are building. And ultimately what we need is to just hit that point where, we've got more, Tartarian love energy going than the other, and that's when it should all flip. And I think we're getting pretty close. You can feel it, right? You can just feel the energy rising, and everyone's been saying for 2 years, when's it going to happen? What's going to happen? But it's never really felt, like something would happen. It was always more like, oh God, can we just get rid of this crap? When will it be over? But now it feels more like, it's coming. It's coming.
On.
We're there. So it's all good. Yeah, it's on, baby. Like we've done it, right? We've put out good energy and created a new world. And
it needs a table full, just like us, to make it work. That's all
Crystal cities. We've got to talk. Martin, what do you know about the crystal cities?
Well,
did we see your picture?
There's a few in antiquity, and there's crystal cities mentioned in like Bhagavad Gita and stuff, but they are holographic cities.
Yes.
Yeah, like and also holography armies in holographic armies. So there have been cities that have been seen floating. There was one in China back about 4 years ago.
I saw that. Yep.
It also shows up in Ramsgate in England, the same cloud with a city on top.
Really?
Wow. Look, do you know that film Sky Captain of Tomorrow? Yeah.
No.
It's with Jude Law. It's like a futuristic film, but it's set. They're all in 1940s clothes, but it's all like steampunky tech.
It's
World of Tomorrow.
Yeah. I'd like
to. And I think they give you clues in that film. There's a lot of clues in that film, actually. Yeah, it's full of Tatarian stuff.
You got some pictures for us? You were having a hunt there.
I'm going to just show you this now. This is
Awesome.
by Jacob Zeller, who's a famous German engraver, and he showed Jerusalem as a crystal floating city, like so. And it's beautiful, this one. There's all sorts of clues in it. It's Phoenician, got the lion.
Well, the
Vajra. Vajra, almost as if these are creating like torus charges to make the whole thing levitate. You got Michnacht, which is midnight. Charged towers.
Look at that.
And check that there in the center.
Oh.
I don't know really. He's in mud, and he looks like some sort of demonic character. Over the other side here, you have
Mittag, which is midday.
Exactly. So there's timeage on there as well, which goes with our fake time construct.
Is Dutch?
Jacob Zeller. I thought he was German.
Because I know Mittag.
He's
Mittag
Dutch.
is Dutch.
Is he
I
not
think,
in German?
Could be very similar.
But it's because it's got Schloss here. Schloss.
Schloss.
Schloss. Isn't that German?
Horsche, Schloss.
And then you got Baal here, so that's the Tower of Babel. This thing here is the Tower of
Wow.
Babel. Yeah.
I think the Tower of Babel was
Hang
not
on.
so long ago.
It's got a gun.
Oh.
What the? I don't think it's supposed to have that at that period of, you know, what's supposed to be
What year is
Bronze Age. It's Jacob Zeller's 1600s, but like it's just what is he thinking? Because there's a big thing about Jerusalem, you know. It's like they wanted in the English Civil War, we want Jerusalem and we want it now. So it's a state of mind, like the Tatarian consciousness is this Jerusalem. It's not just a city.
No,
it's a mindset, a state of mind. And they try to bring it in. It's all like puritanism and strangeness, and it's just them, isn't it, really?
Yeah. Amazing.
You know what that means? Gang. EVF gang. Besides the buildings, though, skyscrapers, like American skyscrapers.
Yeah.
Huh?
These illustrations blow my mind, man.
This one's a real special one. It's got the water features, so that's the hanging
Look
guard.
at that.
Oh,
wow. Yes.
You know, all floating. But it's weird. It's all like mud that's solidified as well. Like, you know, when you got these giant things.
Well, what about the theory that, because you know when you've got the firmament, you've got flat Earth, and then you usually have waters underneath. And then so I saw that in an astral journey where I went into a lake in a portal, and then I went into an underground thing, and then I went further down and there was more water. And then when I was talking to this spirit elder, when he was telling me about the crystal cities underground, it was like they were in the level where the water was, if that makes sense.
No, it does make sense. Think of the word firmament, right? So it's firm and mind. So it's saying you've got to have a firm mind to be able to perceive these aspects of reality.
Yeah.
You know, I really am into the, you know, in my mind, I don't think we can ever know the dimensions of this place.
No.
Okay. We're not going to be able to get out there in the real world and measure it anyway. So it's impossible. So, but, you know, that's neither here nor there. It doesn't make any difference whatsoever to the outcome of history, because basically it's our history now, guys. This will be talked about in many years to come. They will be looking back at this awakening, what happens in humanity. Such a special thing, guys. We appreciate that. It's craziness. We're doing it. That's the end of it. Jacob Zeller,
Amazing.
I can actually share that so people if they want.
Amazing.
They want to.
I was always my first enchanted memory as a kid was always there was one Monty Python. It wasn't Monty Python, but it was like there was a floating city on what was it? It was not Baron Munchausen, something like this.
Baron Munchausen.
Was it Baron Munchausen? Yeah. And there was a floating city. There was like a no, it was on a boat. It was on a boat. A city on a boat.
I know about the islands of Dr. Monroe when you got all them creatures and stuff.
I mean, it's just like anything to do with the city floating, like, is enchanting to us.
Oh yeah, well, they got floating cities on that film. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah. And I was captivated by it. It was like one of my first kid memories, like watching that. And I just like, there's an enchanting element there for us. Like, we all look at these images and think, fucking hell, man. Like, they are so insane. Like, how do they even fit into anything that this reality offers whatsoever? How on earth did they?
What are they thinking?
I know. What are they thinking? Man.
What's the frame of reference? What world are they living in? Because it's certainly not anything like this.
No, I know.
They got pure inspiration, creativity, the artworks, the literature, everything that comes out of the antique world is flabbergasting to me.
It's flabbergasting. You're so right. It blows my mind. It blows
Nothing
my
out
mind.
of this now does anything. Don't go and see the new Matrix film, by the way. It's 25 times of shit. So I've been
no.
Yeah, man. It's all like CGI, like you can see it's CGI as well. It's nasty ass.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
and he's
They
like
killed
old
it.
and don't know who
It's
he
all
is.
looking a
Like,
bit weird.
was I the one? Sort
No.
of thing. You don't even know him. Yeah. Do I know you? It's like it's not
Wow.
working. We, you know.
Well, surely by now, very soon, they'll
Yeah.
start putting out like
And-
movies we actually want to watch again. They're going to start putting out the movie of now. This they're going to start putting
Yeah.
out our movies
They
soon
give us
enough.
clues. They give us clues. They're trying to grab the narrative because everything
Mm.
that we talk about, there would be a subtle release by the British Museum or something only a week later. I've talked about subjects or a site, for example, and then a week later it'll be, oh, new artifacts found, and then they will try and grab the narrative because they've seen 10,000 people or whatever have seen it over years, so they got no choice. I have forced the narrative. And
Yes.
I've seen this for years with these, and they're way behind. Academia's way behind us because they're stuck in a box.
Way.
They're not allowed to talk about anything outside of their timelines.
No.
Way.
That's the medieval period, and that's Roman, you know, and that's it. You know, everything's attributed to these time periods. There's nothing else ever happened, you know.
And they're crappy, yeah.
But in reality, we know nothing of the 1700s when it was that close. And not only that, the Edwardian period, which is
Yes.
only 100 years ago, the First World War, or just over, right, guys? We little about these people. Little. Our great-grandparents, and we know nothing about them. Why is that? We should have an abundance of information. We should have, you know, so close to us. You know, these people
they
still
just
alive.
say, oh, it got disintegrated, all the letters
Well,
got
this is part
disintegrated.
of it, isn't
Like,
it?
what?
Yeah, disintegration of passed down knowledge and with the indoctrination and the television is the the worst thing of all. It's a complete fake paradigm people are believing in. Football matches, alcohol, like you said, all the porn, everything, all of it. It's just mangling. They're Bryans. They're not even people when they're going down that road. They're just existing on a lower vibrational, animalistic state of shitting, eating, and that's, you know, just
and zero, you know,
and not living their lives.
Skills. Yeah,
not living a
critical
good,
thinking.
healthy, wholesome, invigorating life like we do. You know.
Cookie cutter life.
Oh man, look,
they're all basic bitches.
They are witches, and this is their day, isn't it? So the good witches will counteract their spells with missions of love and intent.
Yeah. What were you saying, Kelly?
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, you know, I prize myself for my awesome imagination. I fucking love my imagination, and it's like one thing that I've still got 2 baby teeth in my head. You know, like it's totally there. But like, oh my god, if we look at this stuff that came out before the reset, we have nothing. The imaginations of our past are so insanely developed.
No.
What are we? We're like nothing. We're like brown paper animals. We're in comparison, you know, like far out.
Blows my mind.
So what about what happened? The reset was after the Regency period, or when did everything go funny?
Around the Regency period, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, bang on. So some people surmise like mid 1800s, but I got like an 1855 book in the room, which talks about reform. This is the main word, keyword of that time is reform. We were having a war in the Crimea at that time, 1855, and it looks like it's just the restructuring of a society is what it appears to be in this book after some sort of catastrophe. If I was to hazard a guess, I would say the first half of the 1800s, you know, from 1811, New Madrid events through to Tambora, 1816, there were just giant cataclysmic events. The whole realm was affected. They could have had a calendar switch off, rewrote history in Leeds University where they do that shit, rolled it out for a new brainwashed arrivals, get them into the expositions. This is the world showing the spoils of the previous civilization. These are the things we grabbed, all of their belongings. Come and have a look at the world we once lived in. This is the new world which we've just built, like they're doing now. And then it's a complete reset. Nobody knows anything of the previous history. There's little bits left that we picked up on about Tataria, enough to know that it's just, you know, this culture existed,
So,
and was the biggest.
who is doing the reset? What's your theory?
Funny you should mention that. Us.
I know. But who is doing it? So us from the future.
Us. It's us. It's everything that is happening around now is us. Yes. We intend it, we want it. We know it's like, we're not being cruel here, but there's a fuck ton of people who are just fucking like making this place a mess, and they're never going to change. You know, I'm not like a judger here, guys, because I'm not. I'm just saying they're just like poison in what should be a beautiful, pure, pristine water well that we're in, instead of like big lumps of poo in it, which is happening. So yeah, but that's all right, because they, you know, they've just done something very, very silly.
Pooed in the magic well.
Sorry? Magic well. Listen, me and my sister, like, we went to this little enchanted woodlands when we was kids, right? And my memory of it was there was a little door in the tree, and I went down a spiral staircase inside the tree to a
Oh my
lower
god,
world.
enchanted, far away, magical, enchanted tree.
I know, I was going to say
Enchanted garden. Yeah.
In Brighton.
Yeah.
Martin, you didn't eat their food, did you?
I've seen the film Labyrinth with the fawn and don't eat the grape, so I know that shit goes down. Yeah.
Don't eat the fairy food. Don't eat the fairy food.
As far as I remember, I was running a lot and just not stopping and just like scurrying around, didn't know where I was, want to get back up to my mother, is what I was thinking. And why did I come down here?
Wow.
My sister was there as well, and she has a similar memory. It's just like, and it was a really enchanted forest, little bit of woods. It was covered in these beautiful little blue flowers, and the whole thing was just like, had all like when you get them
bluebells, Martin, little bluebells from Tataria for you.
Do you know the little fluff that comes off of dandelions? It was all that in the air as well, and the sun was shining through, and it was like the memory is just like, and I can literally see that tree in my mind's eye, and the staircase going down. So.
You got to find it again. That place. Where is it? What town?
South Wales.
In South Wales.
My father's from Wales. I'm Welsh.
Well, I wouldn't have guessed that by the name, Jonesy.
No, my father's Welsh. And my mother's from Cornwall, St. Ives in Cornwall. Ooh. What a mixture, hey?
Well, that's got his own story, Cornwall, that's for sure.
Yeah, I got it. What's the deal with Cornwall? I grew up near Land's End and Penzance and St. Michael's Mount. St. Michael's.
I talked about last night.
Oh my God.
Penzance.
So I'll be looking into these mystical ley lines. Now, a lot of the truthers and a couple of friends of mine are meeting at Avesbury to a major ley line crossover point in Britain today for the solstice. Okay. But I'll be following another ley line called the Archangel line, which goes through both Saint Michel's, the one in Cornwall, the one in France, and then it goes right the way through Rome. It ends in the Holy Land. Yeah, this straight line. They call it. So it's like it's another ley line, you know, and these buildings definitely on them. And like that Joseph Zeller picture, you know, the top of that looks exactly like the top of Mount Saint Michel. And I'm thinking, you know, this thing's just gone boom.
Yeah.
You know,
you're so right. You're so fucking right. Oh my God, absolutely.
So yeah, I've been looking into Arthurian legends, haven't I, lately? So I've mucked up with Ross, who's a bit of a super mind, isn't he? And, I've been reading his books. Where is Jesus buried? It's blowing my head off because all this seems to be very provable. And it's all local to me. Yes, King Arthur is supposed to be born in Ely. Yeah, he's a homie. He's from where I'm from. And King Arthur is possibly one of the Jesuses. The thing is, Thomas, the one that tells you about the twin Jesuses. Thomas was brother of Joseph of Arimathea. So he's Jesus' uncle. Yeah.
Uncle, yeah.
Yeah,
well,
so
Thomas in Arabic means twin.
Well, there you go. You see what I mean? Yeah, so he was Joseph's twin then, we'll say. And there's a big thing with twins in with these. There was in the right as well, didn't they? Mengele had a nutty one about twins and blue eyes and stuff. And also, these people that go missing in American parks, I read they were predominantly blonde people. I was like,
Yes.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's going on with the something going on with the rhesus negatives. I have a sister, right? Yeah, she's blonde hair and blue eyes. Yeah.
Too
Evil
bad.
broad.
They only sell.
She is proper Aryan, right? She looks like one of them. Okay. She's rhesus negative. She's got what's called monkey bloods, blue bloods, exceptionally rare variety of it. I haven't. Right. Yeah, I got one of those bullshit ones they made up, the APLC or whatever. I don't even care. Yeah, you don't need blood if anything happens to you. They stick plasma water in you and it will top you up. You don't need to be taking blood from anybody, siphoning it for gold is what they're doing. That's what
Whoa, yeah.
no, they are. And in dead bodies as well. Do you know the amount of concentration in 40,000 people? They can get like 10 grams of gold, ounces of gold for 40,000. So there's no reason why they're going to be.
That's all we're gonna get for full screen for now. Because I got split personality, so we have BurnEye and crypto.
Yes.
Crypto BurnEye there.
We have biomechanical machines.
So
just think of the weird shit we got to go through.
Martin in the
And I don't
background.
think this
Martin
Breatharianism.
in the background.
Then I've got to start my day.
Just one of those solstices.
SoleEye. Hell.
Never alone. Your podcast with BurnEye.
Beautiful thing. Now I got to interact with food. Does this sound holy?
Wow. Well, I'm starting a fast.
It's to keep us in fear, Martin, right? You wake up every day and shit yourself.
Yeah, shit yourself. That's right. Every day. Okay, and
sorry
Stacey,
if I
I've got to tell
share
you,
the
man,
alcohol.
I've done 40-day fast, and you're going to keep shitting for 3 weeks, just so you know. Like,
you want
it
to
just keeps going.
Yeah, you do.
Social distance, stop wiping. Okay.
Yeah, you did a 40-day fast. I think the longest I've lasted is 7 days, 7-day water fast, but I haven't done longer.
Well,
I'm going to do that at my tiny home on the weekend.
I tried, but I get really, really hungry.
Yeah.
You know, I have
There
to
we
eat
go.
all the time. Otherwise, I
Eat,
won't.
man. Eat the ether, why don't you?
I don't
Come
think
on.
you should.
Eat
Martin,
the
I don't
ether,
think you
man.
should.
I'm getting fat, I am.
Eat the ether. You need some
I've got
organs.
fat belly.
BurnEye is
Listen,
always
I
on
like
the
them, I
turf.
don't like it.
No way.
BurnEye
Yeah,
is
hello.
always
We're all
on the
getting
turf.
fat. That's what's happening here. We're all
Not
sitting
me,
in front
not
of
me, Kelly.
We're sitting inside.
It's a trade-off. It's a freaking trade-off. Because we
No,
ended
it's
up.
healthy. It's healthy. Anyway, I've gained a stone in the last year, believe it or not.
Wow, that's pretty impressive because you look like like you've got low body fat. No?
I have got low body. I've never had an ounce on me in my entire life. I weighed the same when I weighed the same at 18 as I did at 50.
Wow.
It's not really changed.
We've just got to align with our light body, our Venusian Amazonian light bodies, right?
It's your avatar. You can make it what you want. You can
Yeah.
literally change your appearance on a daily basis. Just look in a mirror, say to yourself, bigger, better, and everything you want. And just that person will like morph because it's
I'm
you.
just going to go flat stomach now. Bang.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Do you want to be divine and sparkly?
Yeah, because our vehicles, man, I'm so ready to do a switch over with the vehicle. Like, there is so much more cool shit I want to add to the vehicle. Like, we've been driving these old Ford Falcons around for a long time now, guys.
No
and
shit.
It's time to supercharge these fucking machines we're in.
I know. I'm a battered old Buick. I am.
Great.
I still got a few miles left to do, though. Just a lot of mileage.
Well, like, it's time. I reckon there's going to be so many, we always talk about this concept of like ethereal miracles, but really all the miracles we're going to experience in Tartarian consciousness is going to happen within ourselves. Like everything that we've ever spoken about, it's not out there. It's never been out there. It's always about us. It's just our authentic natures coming online. And so many cool shit things are going to happen in the next 12 months. Oh my God. We're going to literally Tartaria Australia and Tartaria everything is going to start morphing into a collection of goddamn superheroes, because we're all going to be sitting here sharing these really trippy stories that have just been happening to us while we've been sitting here on these podcasts and in our bedroom. And like, it's going to be our community that's going to be like, guys, like fucking my fingers are like, shooting off electricity like anyone else out there, you know.
No, it will be that. And I think cinema
Making
might
plants grow.
Yeah, the plants are growing every time I step my foot on the grass. Oh my God!
Just open.
Yeah. Oh my God! All the platypuses are talking to me. All the platypuses are talking to me.
I get that anyway.
Platypus, come on.
I've never seen a platypus. I would like to see a platypus.
They're crazy. Now, if you want to talk about one of the most made-up imaginatory animals here in Australia, it's the platypus.
What?
It's the platypus,
platypus and ninja. Oh my God,
it's like a mixture of every mammal, every animal we have in Australia is the platypus in
so
one.
It's a duck, it's an otter.
Yep. Yeah, it's a reptile, it's a mammal, it's an amphibian, land.
It swims in the water.
Oh yeah, it lays eggs. A mammal that lays eggs.
And
echidna.
Yeah, it's a marsupial. Yeah.
It's a monotreme.
So it's got a power. Oh no,
it's babies, guys.
A monotreme, yeah, because it doesn't have a
monotreme.
Yeah.
So
you know what these babies are called?
Two monotremes, right?
Defy all probabilities.
Animals, aren't they? They don't exist.
And their babies are called puggles.
No, they're so cute.
Get fucked. Puggles, come on.
Puggles.
Find a picture. Find a picture of a puggle.
Yeah, they just with us maybe as well. Maybe when they done this DNA thing, you know, in the lab before they, you know, did the arrivals. Maybe they just took different bits of all of the beasts on the land.
They did.
And why some people got like animal attributations. Yeah.
Yep.
It was like one of the cryptos that actually worked.
Yeah.
Cool. Let's just, you know, let it go swim in the river. Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I did say Australia has got the weirdest friggin' animals in the world. Like that's the truth. Like, hello, we have giant bouncing rat roos. We have giant bouncing. What are kangaroos? Hello, dingoes, echidnas, friggin'
kidnapping dingoes,
emus. What the hell is the emu?
I get on an emu though. I've rid a cow. I jumped on a cow and rid a cow. They go like
they have emu races. Yeah, there's emu races. They have.
I know. I've seen them. That's why they look really weird. And they're like that when you're on and the heads go all wobbly, don't they?
Maybe it's just like a completely different realm.
It does feel like a different realm. Australia is a different realm.
Have you seen like
true.
You know, the maps from that planisphere from what is it 14 or 1587, the massive planisphere with all the extra land?
Yeah,
and it shows the land below Australia. It shows
Panel Monty's map,
like extra land below Australia, and it's got stuff like the frilled neck lizards on it, and kangaroos, camels.
Yes.
So
you're not allowed to take an animal to Australia, isn't it? You can't take an animal to Australia because they had on a Simpsons episode. He took a frog to Australia and it became a chaswazza, and it like stabilized the entire.
It'll kill everything.
Yeah. They claim that we've got the most.
But 200 years ago, you could just whack horses on a boat.
Camels.
Oh, yeah.
We've got the largest population of camels in the world.
Camels.
Of all
yeah, in the world.
Wild camels. Yeah.
See, I wouldn't have thought that, and they associate camels.
And they all started.
Asia, Arabia.
And it all started from one camel. Like the actual narrative is they tried to bring two mating camels over, but only the male made it here, and that's then that's all they tell you. Then the next thing is and then there's camels everywhere. It's like, well, who was he making the baby camels with?
Yeah,
that's trippy.
You know?
I think maybe they were already here. They were
and
already
think about
here.
this one. Do you reckon you could? Yeah, could you put a camel on a boat from the 1700s? Little boat, sail it across the ocean for 6 to 9 months, and get off with a living camel.
The people were crawling off the ships onto the beach. You know.
What if the ships were spaceships?
Yes.
What if the ships?
Why do we always
what if
call
the
them
delivery of
ships?
the red bricks? What if
Well,
the
I
delivery
know
of the red bricks?
it's not as nutty as it sounds like, because I put forward, like, with things like Venice and a couple of other cities, they look like they're the shape of a ship. Yeah. Or some of these buildings. There's one sketch in Monty Python where they show you like literally this building floating in the city of London and floating into its space where it's going to land and it's going to be. So we were wondering, hang on, when this was a watery world, you know, the Phoenician world after they reset it and flooded it, were they just floating these buildings in, and then they just sink in them, and then they're just there, you know? So we have surmised
A
that
little bit
'cause
too
some of
low.
them,
Just leave it.
they just look, yeah, exactly, and
the
they
red
just look like
bricks.
ships.
The red bricks. Like, is it possible? Like, who laid them all? They've all got mortar joints. Like, how's that possible? Like, how is it even possible? I mean, even if you give them a 10,000 year time frame, is it possible to lay trillions of bricks? I reckon.
I think when Tataria was
Like,
up there,
there's
I think there was
60
trillions.
million just in one starport.
I think they killed trillions over and over again. I think there was loads of people in Tataria. Why? Because when you see the reset pictures like San Francisco and stuff, all of these buildings, and in Australia, these are to house many thousands of people in these office spaces, but the population's not there yet. So I'm thinking that they were for the previous population. There must have been a lot of people here in the past. Yeah, so there would be a lot of people for these red brickers.
I agree with you, Martin. When I walk around Melbourne
we get
doing my
told there's
videoing,
lots of people now.
Sorry, Campbell. Go on.
That time thing again. And you guys are the same
lots of
country.
people, but everyone could fit. Everyone could fit in Australia with an acre of land in the world. So we're not overpopulated at all.
Yeah, that's an illusion. And I know walking down Melbourne, you see all these like not grand Tartarian structures, but you see like the accommodation, like the houses for the Tartarian people, and they're really ornate, but they're smaller, and they're all over Melbourne. Like you can go and walk down like so many suburbs away from the city, and you can see the scale of the realm here in Melbourne. And these were houses, these were homing people. So like, I mean, absolutely the civilizations before us.
You know, I wondered whether any of these buildings ever got lived in anyway, and it was just a film set that never got used because, you know, they never got no toilets in them, you know, almost
no
like
toilets,
they haven't
no
been
kitchens,
inhabited.
Yep.
And like you got a massive Tatarian structure, 3-story, and they got to go in a privy out at the back.
Yeah,
you know, goes on the end of the garden in the winter in Britain to go into a toilet, a shed, basically.
Is that because they didn't eat, Martin? Is that because they were
well, this is what we're
nourished from the
thinking.
ether?
They just didn't eat. Maybe just existing in this like semi-ethereal state where, you know, we're semi-translucent, zipping in between, you know, portal. You know, this is the world I imagine for Tataria. You know, I thought these bunko booths, maybe that was a physical means. You know, stepping in one street, step out in like Washington DC or what have you. You know, just as simple as that.
Well, we're supercharged with electricity, so we should be able to do something similar to that, right?
They tell us that there's back doors to this. They had that film, the Assessment Bureau, something like that. It was about back doors in reality, time bandits. They tell us about these back doors in reality. There's so many films that say that you can navigate these portals. Oh, The Jumper. That was the one I was thinking of. See that
I'd love to.
And
I'd
The
love
Matrix,
to
of course.
Oh yeah,
I'd love to do an astral journey into this. I don't know why I never did, to think back and see what happened at the reset. You were telling me this, Kelly. Did you say you need to check out what happened at the reset? Because look, I think it's got to do with galactic.
Josie.
I think it's got to do with galactic stuff. Dolores Cannon touched on this, and in her. Do you know about Dolores Cannon? So Dolores Cannon did. She was a hypnotherapist, and she hypnotized thousands of people and developed a technique where she was able to get people into a somnambulic state where they get to such a deep depth that their ego is not there, and they're literally in contact with their higher self.
Oh, I'd take hallucinogenics for the same effect.
She was able to glean from thousands and thousands and thousands of people, begin to piece together things about our reality. And one thing that came through about sort of galactic intervention was that they would only intervene to reset things if we were about to destroy ourselves. And so there was always something that they would come in and reset, but we would not remember it. It was like we were literally like taken up on ships. They did fiddled around and then brought us back again like in an instant. Right. And these are the beings that seeded the planet. So I've had that.
That will make a lot of sense to what we see.
I had a hypnotherapy session regression myself, and in the past life, and I put it up on YouTube, and then I took it down because there was so much crazy private stuff in there. But the afterlife, when I was taken back to this past life. Do you remember this, Campbell? And then the life, he said, "Where are you now?" After I died in that life, and I look around and I'm on a ship. So this is the life in between life. So I died, and then I wake up and I'm hooked up to a machine, and I look down and there's this guy and he's talking to me in real time, and I'm like, "Who are you?" And he goes, "You always say that." And I'm like, what do you mean? And he's like unhooking this machine. I'm in this simulation thing, and I'm going, "What just happened?" And I'm looking at my hands, and they're not looking like the hands.
Popped out the Matrix.
Yeah, I popped out of the Matrix, and I'm in this white room. It looks like a ship, and he goes, "How do I put it? We go in, we help the humans, and we come out." He said, "It's just a game. It's just a simulation."
Yeah, it is.
And we were just experiencing like these lives. So some of us are on ships. This is my theory. And we're coming in and helping the humans. Yeah. And we're helping the humans. We go in, we get out. We don't accumulate.
Our higher self. That could be. You know, it's in a higher realm. They could be telling us through the Matrix, you know. I've heard the theory that we're living in, all of us are living in pods in 1972.
Oh, ...
This is why all of these rubbish is 1970s things are coming back up. I love all of that, actually. I like it.
All the 70s stuff, yeah.
The real music.
70s
the real music, I was about to say that. Yep.
Yeah.
The music was music. Sideburns. They used to have some good truth music.
When did the music go shit? Whenever the music turns shit, that's when the Matrix.
It was the 80s and all the.
It's been shit my whole life, Jay-Z. It's been shit all the 80s, all the 90s.
The 80s were fun. The 80s were fantastic.
Awesome.
I love the 80s. Music was
Did Power Ballads. Yeah,
oh, look, it's 1111 where I am. It's 1111 where I am.
1011 where we are. This is great.
Yep.
Good time.
I got to do a special Fat Thumbs love boost at the 111.
Oh, 7-Eleven. I'm going to go shopping.
I love it.
Campbell's got 640 people in his chat right now.
Yeah. That's good, Cam.
Happy
We're at 2 hours
Solstice
and
to you all.
2 hours and 30 minutes. How fantastic.
Yes,
what are you doing for Christmas?
No, we
don't do it. I'm not doing it either. I don't celebrate
I'm going to work. I'm going to do a flatter day for everybody.
I'm going to a tiny home.
Have a special show. And me and my son, like, I was forced into Christmas. Like, my partner would, like, start Christmas in January and beat my Brian all year long about Christmas presents because we had a big gang of, you know, grandchildren, kids and stuff. But I don't have to do that shit anymore. And that's like, I can't cook a dinner for myself. My son is like a veggie, like he's got a weird appetite. And he won't eat anything that like once breathed. So I can't cook a dinner for myself. There's no point doing that. So
yeah,
I'll just speak with my beloved friends. That makes me happy. And,
just be a breatharian that day.
I tried to purge yesterday and not have anything to eat. I just literally just had, like, for me is nothing, a cheese sandwich, a cheese roll, and these ginger shots because they got detoxifying, don't they?
Yeah.
And by about 12 o'clock last night, I just couldn't stand anymore. My stomach was rolling too much. And all I could think about over everything else was eating. So I just went mad on the crisps and the smoothies and the Toblerones and just stuff last night.
And doing an anti-fast. I'm doing an anti-crisp.
I can't do it. And then I was like really like felt it like a food rush, and then I started to sweat. And I was like, because all day I hadn't eaten. And it does. It like takes all your energy to eat. It flattens.
It does.
You know,
it does.
It's like after a big meal, Christmas, narcoleptic turkey has got narcoleptic effects. You just fall asleep after dinner. Is that a good thing? Yeah? I want to put the system on and dance around a room.
Yeah, we're drugged. We're drugged by food. Campbell and I did an awesome podcast debunking Christmas the other day. It was so much fun.
What, drug your food?
Yeah. Yeah, our food's been so. Anyway, we did this podcast and it was all about debunking Christmas, and we were just like, "Holy fuck! Christmas is a yearly reset." Like, actually, this thing
Easter
that happens
is an anagram of reset.
Oh my God, yes it is. We hadn't thought about Easter. Easter hasn't happened yet for Campbell. We'll do it on Easter time.
Yeah.
But
That's the real
Christmas,
New Year, though, isn't it? When,
the real New Year's Eve. Yeah, right.
maybe today is actually a brand new day, and we've all woken up to a completely new realm and a new day today.
March,
All of that
March,
old stuff's
isn't it?
just gone, man. It feels a lot lighter than I did yesterday. But I there was good signs this morning of good things, so I'm happy.
Yeah, good.
And
Yeah, I
if-
mean, I
Definitely
I
good things
reckon
coming.
we can all say that.
Can't get
Yeah,
away
the
yet.
energy, is definitely feeling better today.
Yeah.
The last,
Yes.
today. Mm.
yeah, it's been a
talking about
struggle,
this
like,
today.
you know, because I keep getting like these blocks as well, like I said with my trying to do this work and that, I'm like just attacked is all I can say. You know, I'm getting fucking demonically attacked by fucking bullshit and stamping on my head. You know, I feel tormented sometimes, guys. You know,
Yeah, we're hearing
but
that.
I can identify it. I can get
Mm.
rid of it. You know, if you wake up in the morning, chase them demons away and get on with your day. That
Yeah,
that
we get
thinking.
this all the time. Yeah.
Yeah. So
It's,
I've been having that, and that's increased with my fantastic dreaming as well. So that's got to be a sign too. You know. But it's just like, you know, they say, I always think of the analogy of Jesus being tempted by the devil and stuff, you know, in the wilderness, in the desert and stuff, you know, it's just like that in this realm, man. But like, it's all superficial bullshit. I'm a bit too long in the tooth and I've done it all,
Yeah.
you know? Nothing in this fucking realm you can tempt me with, dudes, you know? It's just like, done it, thanks. I want the spiritual, I want the awakening, I want this fucking beautiful life, you know?
Yeah.
Not like
Yeah.
lower vibrational
Real.
bullshit. Yeah,
Yeah.
real. You know?
Yeah. I agree with you, Martin. It's like we've got to a point where we've just decided to surrender it all. You know, we surrender it fucking all. We're not attached to
I
any
did that. I
of
did
it.
give myself to everybody in this community.
Yeah.
It's like, open arms, here I am, blah blah blah. But that also, like, you need to
non-attachment.
you know, protect. Yeah, but you got to be protected, Campbell. You know, I set up my spiritual sort of process that I do, and golden aura of protection around me.
yeah.
Because they know what I do. You know, they know what you do. They know what all of us do.
Exactly.
Because where do you think them, the powers that should not be, get their information? Where do you think they pick up on the zeitgeist? They come here. They get the feeling of the moment.
Tracked us,
Word on the internet. So where do they go? To the truthers, who were always on the forefront of every fucking thing. Yeah. And that's where they get their information. So,
but they know who we are from birth. I feel that they track us and they
they
track our
track
frequency.
us. I've been a part of
they
an
track our
experiment
soul.
all along, and I know I have.
Yeah.
And I've met other people who are also in on it as well. The same, exact same circumstances.
Track our soul frequency, and but also it's AI as well. There is a negative AI that holds the matrix. And
I used to think
I've
I was
seen the
kidnapped.
AI.
You know, sort of energetically kidnapped, if you like.
Oh yes, that happens a lot. Yeah.
I used to think I was tested in the Montauk chair because in the late 1970s, I had a dream, vivid one, where I'm in a black chair and the whole wall is full of widescreen black televisions. The thing is, then the televisions were big fuck off televisions in your room. I had no concept of these screens we have now, the black, you know, LCD screens. I had no concept. But this room in the late 1970s, 79, I was in high school, was just a wall full, and they were playing like they do in the Matrix, different aspects of reality. It's very much like Clockwork Orange, only none of that going on. I wasn't being vidied. They say with the Montauk chair, they try millions in it.
They did, and they took them from different time periods.
Mark Hamlin's supposed to be a Montauk boy.
Did you know that? Did you know that? They actually kidnapped a lot of the kids that were in the Montauk boys. They call them. They were taking them from different time. Yeah, they took them from different. That's how they got so many millions and millions and millions of people in that chair. That's crazy.
Energetic abduction. And it's the energetic field they're interested in. You know, I've been visited by some very unusual spirits in my life over the years, especially when I was at sea. Okay.
Ooh.
I can't go into too much details, but I was told by somebody who was like essentially a clairvoyant, that is your energetic field, Matt. You should be more careful.
Yeah.
You know, they seek people like us, our abilities.
Yes, they can.
Yeah.
We have to shield ourselves and protect
To
ourselves.
shield ourselves, we have to police our thoughts, and we have to be responsible, is what I think. You know, grateful as well for being able to do it. Oh, I hope they're all buzzing in chat. Yeah, you got a massive crowd in. This is fantastic. Happy Solstice.
How many now?
I think swear words are somehow protective. I'm not sure how. Is that
Swear
possible?
words? I don't swear.
Yeah,
Because
I swear a lot. I swear a lot. I think it cancels out things.
I've always been a swearer, but you know,
freeze things, freeze energy.
Feels
That's
good
why
as
they,
well. It's
That's why they tell you don't do it.
Yeah.
You go, yeah, and it feels like, all right. You go, yeah. It's like, oh, that feels really good.
It's true. There's something about it, I tell you.
Adds to it. Adds to the vibration anyway.
It's weird, isn't it?
Anyway,
Like, it's just a sound, but people get offended by it.
well, it's the sound and the
It's like,
vibration.
you know, you're walking down the street and you go, oh, look, there's a shop. And people are like, oh, how dare you say that word? It's like, okay. It's just a word.
Yeah, especially here in Australia. Very offensive here in Australia to swear.
Are you people
in Australia a noun, an adverb, a proper noun? It's interchangeable to anywhere, the F word.
I think Americans get more offended with the swearing. I know in my chats when I say fuck and cunt and all that stuff.
They give me hell. They tell me to surrender to Jesus
cursed.
off my ass. And I tell you what else they do as well, is I've got like one of the biggest online American evangelist or whatever it is, religious YouTube channels hating on me. They keep making videos saying like I'm the Antichrist and stuff because I do humorous stuff. They might have, I might be the actual person who like literally the only person in humanity that proves that there was one of the Jesuses and he was like a real thing. That would be interesting. I'll shut them fucking up, wouldn't I? With their weird cult.
Gareth Atkinson in the chat just said fuck, fuckity, fuck, fuck, fuck.
Fuck, fuck, fuck.
Gareth Atkinson. That's funny. No, everyone's swearing.
Look what you would have won.
Everyone's swearing in the chat now. You've set them off, Kelly.
Australians are essentially British people, but they're like a little bit American British, if that makes sense.
Yeah, we are. We're American British. Yeah, that's right.
That's the way we see you.
Yeah, I know. We've got a lot more American references here in our upbringings and childhood. Yeah.
Well, we have as well. You know, I grew up with American
not as much
television.
As you got. Really? Not as much as us.
Starsky and Hutch, Sesame Street, like everybody else, Charlie's Angels, all the important stuff.
True. Wonder Woman.
Well, growing up in Australia, I had the goodies. Do you guys remember the goodies? I love the goodies.
Black pudding. Yeah, goodies, goody.
Yeah. Oh man, that was the coolest show ever.
Yeah, man,
that was cooler than the Doctor Who.
Yeah. Bill Oddie stayed cool to the end. Yeah, Bill Oddie out of the goodies.
Shit on Doctor Who, come on.
They kicked him out of the BBC for calling him out. Yeah, man. When all the shit went on, Operation U Tree, Jimmy Savile shit and all that, he had this nature program called Springwatch. Absolutely loved it. He was watching badgers and stuff.
That's right.
Guy's awesome, pure nature lover. And he started to speak out against them and saying, yeah, this stuff's been like in inheritance and covered up and all that. Gone. They said he was mentally ill and he was gone from the BBC. And he wasn't. He was just a good man.
He wasn't.
Oh, he was a good man. So I always liked Bill Oddie anyway. The goodie.
Yeah.
Not so sure about the other ones. Was it Green? Tim. I can't remember. I have been watching Steptoe and Sons on YouTube just recently. They crack me up.
They're good ones.
Well, it's a similar thing. So my son visits here shortly. Like, and my son, it's like I'm turning into Harold. You know, not Harold. I'm like the old man. Yeah, you dirty old man. I'm getting a bit like.
Have you got those gloves, Martin?
The gloves.
I don't wash naked in the sink or anything. No, I haven't got them gloves. Oh.
Yeah, you should get some.
No.
It's very interesting with Australia because, like, you know, like you can really see what things programmed us. Like it's just such a small history and such a small basic history. Like it's so easy to see what we were. You know,
you weren't all Skippy the kangaroo, were you? You had more going on.
Yeah, we had a lot more
Oh,
going on.
fucking
Yeah.
Skippy.
Yeah.
We had so many talking animal shows.
Skippy.
Flipper the dolphin, Skippy the
Oh, didn't
kangaroo.
Oh, Skippy
Flipper.
the kangaroo.
Yep.
Lassie.
Lassie. Oh my god. All our
Lassie.
animals.
I've had enough tears in this
Flipper.
life over Lassie. No more.
Do you remember Flipper? Do you
No
remember
more
Flipper? The
I
dolphin?
remember Flipper.
Flipper.
Yeah.
Flipper's
Flipper,
wicked.
yeah, Flipper.
Flipper.
What's not to like? And you've got a dolphin on the thumbnail. I did notice that.
Yep. Of
Ooh.
course. I added a dolphin above your head. Don't know
Look,
why. Just was
Because
like
I'm sailor and I love dolphins. I've seen many
that's right.
scenes.
Okay. Oh,
Yes.
that's
Have
interesting.
you
Because I was
got-
like, what animal to choose? And it was a dolphin.
Yeah, man. I've
Have
had them
you got
laughing
a-
their heads off me while I was nearly dying and stuff. They're really funny. They got a sense of humor. What are you doing?
Monkey Magic. Someone in the chat said Monkey
Oh,
Magic.
Monkey
Remember
Magic.
Monkey.
That show
I call it
actually.
a cloud as well.
Monkey.
Awesome.
Monkey.
Monkey Magic
Chimichanga.
was based on
Chimichanga.
like was it religious? It was like a real.
Yeah, it kind of.
Yeah, man. He bought a
Spiritual.
secret mountain. It became magically fertile. Yeah, and then he started. So it's like rock, and then he's became a god or out of a rock. It's like it's all of this story. It is. You got Tripitaka, the Buddhist monk, and he's got taken to
Tripitaka,
pilgrimage, and that's undefinable if Tripitaka's a chick or a boy. I'm
Yes.
still undecided about
That's
that.
right. Yeah.
Anybody know? And you
No.
got
Weird,
Monkey
isn't it?
and Pigsy. They're
Androgynous.
fantastic, by the way. Yeah.
Everyone's in the. You could tell the age group of
Okay.
everyone in the chat. Everyone grew up in the 80s in the chat. We got banana.
Yeah, that's
You got
right.
his spear or his rod behind his ear, and you go like that, and once he takes it out of his ear, it goes
That's
into his
right.
mighty staff thing,
Yep.
which he can beat everyone up with. If you watch the remake, the new Monkey film, have you watched that at all?
No.
No.
With I think it's Jet
Is it a
Li
new one?
plays Monkey.
Ah.
Watch it if you can. It's fab.
Really?
Yeah. He gets
Oh,
put in
okay.
some sort of stasis where he can't move. He's turned into a statue basically for an eon. For a time resets past. So somebody like basically in the modern day finds out about it and basically gets him out of this statue, and his monkey bursts out and he's back. It's Jet Li. So yeah, it was made a couple of years ago. Rehash of it.
Wow.
Flying clouds.
Step the sheep, eh?
Yeah, man. Fucking
Okay.
brilliant. That's just brilliant. It's best
Is it?
ever. He was funny as well, Monkey. He was a bit
Yes.
naughty as well, wasn't he? He wasn't well behaved.
No, who was it?
Yeah, no.
I haven't
They just make
seen
crap
it
shows
ages.
now, don't they?
But it's just putrid, the stuff that's coming out
Well,
now.
not
It's like-
I don't watch it. Oh, do you know when I got
I don't
Amazon
even
on though, and I
want it.
came
Wouldn't, yeah.
YouTube adverts are shit. Have you seen them?
YouTube
adverts.
adverts.
Annie, stop
All
calling
adverts,
me.
You know-
they keep coming up, and there's these insipid
I just-
people out of the program, and they're not even human. The black people have become white. I want my black people black again. Like what the fuck is going on with reality? They're all just the same. They
Everyone's
look the
woke.
same, act the
Everyone's woke.
same.
Woke and having their soy latte.
They busted it last weekend. Like it was freezing day Saturday. All the British cities had massive demonstrations and protests.
Yes,
But
I saw that.
it's got good attention, good vibe, and all that. And it just shows that like so
They've had
many
enough.
now. If they haven't got it at this point, moronic, media control, then there's something seriously wrong with them, isn't it?
Yeah.
And they're on about 10. I got like a postage on my last vlog. 10 jab card. If you get 10 boosters, you get a free Subway
Pizza.
sandwich.
Yeah.
I saw that.
10 boosters. In what
10
time period?
boosters.
What? Are they sorting about
10.
months? Huh? I don't think
Well-
that first one I think was a placebo.
A couple of years ago, it would have been illegal to give that in less than like 20 years. Now it's like, oh, yeah, 6
Yeah.
months.
No, it had 10 years culture in for any virus or anything, because I live in a city where they search the cure for the common cold and the flu in Cardiff University. They take people from my community to go in there, pay them money, hit them up with the flu, and pay them like more wages than they would have had if they went to work. So I know people that just take weeks off work to go and have that done at the hospital. In Cardiff, it's been ongoing since I was a kid. And they said they could, no way they got a cure for the common
Wow.
cold, no way they got a cure for the flu, ongoing. And then suddenly they shit out a vaccine that takes 10 years to culture. Tested on animals in a month. It was on the shelves ready. All of them tapes and them things they put up all over the supermarkets, they rolled them out week 1. So what? They printed them all 3 days ago.
Yep,
They
all
were
the
in the warehouse.
stickers on the
ready.
floor. Yep.
Yeah, them. The circles, all of that.
Yeah.
Days in. It's like,
exactly.
So
It was
something-
everywhere instantly. That's what gave it away.
Yeah, they knew anyway.
That's,
The
I
film
don't get why no one else
Songwriter
saw that. It was March 2019. I was just like, oh fuck, this is a scam. And everyone else was lining up. Social distance.
On my street, all the side streets, they just, for no reason in 2019, they done these traffic painting things where they put 2020 in the roads. So 20 mile an hour for cars. But it's the program, isn't it? It's telling everyone 2020, 2020.
Yeah.
Outside in my street. And it's worn off in a year. That's weird for road paint. Excuse me a minute, I gotta open my door, it's my sprog.
Yeah. Well, that's the biggest oxymoron in the world is social distancing. I fucking love oxymorons. Social fucking distancing? Are we kidding?
Social distancing. Oh, I hate that language.
It's half the program, isn't it?
Yeah.
Get people to believe stuff that's
Kelly was
ridiculous.
talking about being spellbound and how people they're binding, you know, we're bound up in this language and spellbound, you know, and I think that the COVID language is just spellbound all of these people into complete compliance. It's so sickening. I can't stand the words of you know. I've banned Xmas.
Into a little box.
I'm hiding in a off-grid tiny home.
I bet you've done nothing that everybody else has done, have you?
No, nothing.
It was terrible in school. I would do the opposite of what everyone else was doing.
They would say tuck your shirt in, and I'd untuck it on purpose. You know, I'd do the opposite.
I had a earring straight away. Do you know what they did to me? Right.
What?
Me and my friend Billy had our ears pierced. Yeah, when we was basically Form 1 in high school, so just 12. 12. They had us on the stage in front of 1,200 pupils. Yeah, saying things like holding our ear like that. Okay, love. Holding our ear up like that in front of the old school and say, "Look at these little gay boys. We got to cast ourselves a couple of little girls here in front of 1,200 people." Can you imagine them doing that in a modern day? That's how much shit they would be in.
Oh, that would be
man. I'm totally ridiculous.
Now they clap.
Calling us gay because we had earrings in front of the whole school. Headmaster.
Was that in the 70s or 80s?
1979.
79. Bloody hell.
Yeah.
That's what they were like.
I mean, I was still, I'm the same age as Kelly.
Reading about kids.
Listen, the whole of British society was drunken men beating and fucking raping on their fucking wives. This is the British society, yeah? The whole structure of it was fucked, yeah? Fat, greedy, mental cases, all absolutely paralytic, drunk, beating on their families and robbing. This is what's going on in British culture, and it was all lucky, yeah? Yeah.
And I'd
bigot,
say Australia was like that too.
Stupid
Australia was like that too.
people. Yeah.
And Kelly and I, we grew up around the same time, and I remember. Kelly? It was like when I was still in school, they were still caning.
Yeah, I had it every
punishment.
day. Every day for about 5 minutes.
And then they'd get the parents to sign a paper. Listen to this.
Oh, man,
you'd have a permission slip. If your child plays up, we have permission. You know, just sign it to prove that you can. That they'll have corporal punishment, right? So there was, and then it was just the boys. This was in the 80s, and I remember, and I remember the notes going home to the boys in the class, and they were allowed, the parents that signed off that said yes, hit him if he did something wrong in class. You can hit him. Can you imagine the betrayal? That
now it's like we're giving permission to get them vaccinated. Like the same permission slips are coming home. Like, do you give permission to come and get these kids?
Came me on my wrist, and the vein bubbled up like that, right? I got so scared, I thought I was going to die. I run out the door, run all the way home, got my mother. My mother dragged me, fuming. Went back up to the school to fuck up the headmaster, kicked his door open. What the hell is this? Went screaming in his face. He was like that in the chair.
I would have bollocked him.
In this day and age, you know, that would have been a lawsuit extraordinaire, you know, but they tortured me. They made sure that I was caned every day when they could get hold of me. So what was that one for? You were on bunk, with Mitchin last Tuesday. I'm Mitchin every day, you know? So it's just
almost,
any excuse to try and break
me. They could see your light, Martin.
It was breaking me, trying to break me from the off. But I would make them cry before they made me cry. I can guarantee you that. Yeah, I was in for the game as well. I knew what they were up to, and I knew they were trying to break my spirit as well. So I was like, you know, life and soul.
This is why I pulled my daughter out of school this year. Pulled her right out of the system. Yeah.
Well,
Are you okay to educate at home then, or do you need any any like degrees or anything to be able to teach?
No, there's so many resources, I mean, she's only 6 and she's she's got autism. So that was the school itself even said.
I mean, she's super smart then, isn't it? Because I think autism
really
is a word that they give for exceptional children or children with skills, or like you know. So they're not the same as the rest of society, so they just call them autistic, and all of them.
Well, she knows how to do coding on the computer.
That's what they're good with: coding, maths, ciphers, things like that.
Yeah. She's 6 years old and she does
All
coding.
right, we're still.
So they're like savants, you know.
Yeah.
That's what.
Good to see you guys. Look at this. Mom got me a little Christmas present.
And it's good because like we're taking them out of the spellbinding. So like you know, all these kids today, they're just indoctrinated into this spell that's being woven in the language, especially here in Australia around COVID, like so hardcore. They're taking them out, like breaks that spell, and suddenly like you can see the difference in the population around us who have been spellbound by COVID, and us. Here we all are. Oh yeah, what have we been saying? Words like mudflood, star forts, like electricity, ether, like Tartaria, like banisters, and large. You know, we've been using all these like amazing building terms actually, and like this whole as we construct and reconstruct and deconstruct the matrix, our turnaround the way we want it. Like it's so interesting the different language
that is going to be given away
right
at
now.
the end.
So yeah, get your kids out of there, man. Like
actually, or it might be the one
out of the spell.
Tesla.
And also out of the 95 grind, you know,
the winner, randomly chosen by the one who's
measuring, the routine, the whole thing of measuring time is like an unusual construct. Like we're measuring time, we're measuring something that doesn't exist, and then we're forcing this structure of you must be at school or at work at 9 a.m. That structure is just out the window. When you're homeschooling, you should do whatever. You know, you can be learning in the middle of the night. You can be doing it on the weekend.
That's where it should be when the kid's interested.
And you're flowing with nature and your own rhythm.
Force us to go to sleep in the afternoon, man. It's like all lay down, all go to sleep. I used to be like,
when you're
young, tired. Remember that, Campbell? I used to lay there the whole half an hour of them. I never ever slept well at all.
Right, I have to just lie here, do I?
Shake.
You know, when I was growing up, they literally still washed my mouth out with soap.
They did. They did it in
like
my school.
Literally, my mouth washed out. Yeah,
with
soap.
Why did they give people caustic soda? What was that all about? Not caustic soda. No, that kill them, wouldn't it? Obviously. Oh, what was that they used to give kids at night? And it tasted like shit. Oh.
It wasn't baking soda, was it?
No. Cod liver oil.
Cod liver oil. No, that's good for you. No, that's good for you.
Cod liver oil is good for you. Oh yeah, what is that?
I can't remember now.
Castor oil was another one.
Castor oil.
That makes you do. Yeah, it makes you go to the toilet. It's laxative. I want to say hi to Jace Ventura in the chat. Hi Jace. Jace Ventura saying hi.
Yeah.
Say hi. There's a few people saying hi, so I'm saying hi. Castor oil. So do you know about turpentine? Turpentine as a right. So the remedy of turpentine is sugar. And then they'll give them castor oil to help make sure that they did a poo to get the parasites out and all of that. That was that whole secret of the pine tree. And now what's everyone taking to get rid of the spike proteins? The pine needle tea.
Yeah,
and then the secrets
I'm on
in
the pine needles all the time.
Yeah. So in Tartaria, you know how we see the pine cones and everything in the architecture? Yeah. Is that part of the whole Tartarian thing as well? Like the pine cone motif is everywhere?
Yeah, it's in the Vatican. You see it in a lot of their iconography, on their architecture. Yeah, you see it. I've got a Phoenician antique clock from 1804 in my front room with two.
A Phoenician one or a Venetian? Phoenician. What?
Phoenician.
Phoenician.
Yeah, it's
No
got a little
way.
it's cheddar Banuski iced, but it's got like 2 little pineal glands on the corners.
Yes, it is.
They have it
Yeah,
on their
pineal.
old furniture
Little
as well.
transmitters. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. A little
But that
transmitters
can be
with it.
cleared through the
Oh,
vibration. You
Darren
know, like these
Price. Hi, Darren
vibrations.
Price. Sorry.
I tried like
Hi, Darren Price.
I try to do them inside, you know, we're not audible. So like, you know, like an arm or something. So like, you know, like years ago, if you were in pain, say you had a screaming toothache, you could emanate a vibration like aura through your body and it would help with the pain. Yeah.
Yes, I do that with tuning forks. I've got that and it works.
It works. Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
So,
I do that to my daughter. She hit her head and I did the
I do when I went on the road and I watch the birds know I'm doing it because they come in and they go swooping down past my face to take a little look and stuff. So like I'm like literally vibrating my you know, anyway, and I'm giving out all these waves that they can see, you know, just through like inner chanting. It's not audible. It's just like vibrating all of the atoms in your body, on that frequency. Just find a pitch that's comfortable and that feels nice.
I'm gonna do that.
Or something that feels comfortable and relaxing, like that.
Yeah, I do that when I meditate sometimes, and it heightens the meditation. So I'll do it in the sun. So I let the sun hit my forehead.
Best way.
And sometimes do sun gazing and stuff. But I do this tone, and then it just heightens everything, all the visions, everything, the vibrations raising. It's amazing.
And it's a great way of relaxing your mind from thought as well, because you know, it just thoughts lift away when you're doing that as well, which is nice because thinking all the time can be hard work. I find now with this new art that I'm studying of the power of observation. Yeah, so just being an observer in reality, and just watching and observing. It's a whole new game. It really, really is. You're unattached. You don't, you know, it's just beautiful. It's an absolutely stunning thing. To just still be there in it, but not in it, more of an observer and an interactor where need be. It's a bit like being a baby god, if you like.
Yeah. Oh, I love that, baby god. What a great way.
Getting to be better ones, bigger ones.
When you're doing that observing, do you ever see glitches in the matrix? I've had so many glitches.
Well, my thought pattern stopped when I observe, so I can just be staring at a mundane thing, like a bit of just gone miles away, looking at a bit of wallpaper, if you like. But then I would be just observing everything else in my peripheral vision. But then then I will become aware that my thoughts have stopped. So I found calm and inner peace and motionless where I want to be, because you know that's it. That's a hard thing to achieve. You know, we're all of this movement all around us. So when you find that stillness and that calmness inside, you know, that's the place you really, really want to be. You know. That's a healthy vibration. Healthy vibration.
Barons did grasshopper. Barons.
Grasshopper. Yeah, David Carradine. Classic. Ended up Kill Bill and Devil Worshipper. Never mind.
Wow. We've been going 3 hours.
I know.
I know you guys.
I was going to say, we've just hit 3 hours and Kelly looks like she's about to fall over.
A little bit. I know. I made that mistake of standing today. I always stand so I can jump around, but I should have maybe
acting like she gets tired, but she messages me at 1 a.m.
I know. Anyway, I've got the organic blueberries going, so I'm supercharging my feet.
When you have a busy show, if I have a show late and it's been busy,
I'm
no
like,
chance sleeping.
No.
That's what my body's like. It's like I got no chance. It's just like 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, and I'm just dropping off.
Yeah, me too. My whole sleep's on UK time. I've got all my friends are in the UK. I'm just like, I don't go to bed until like 3.
Yeah,
we're terrible.
It's
terrible. What is so? You guys we're on night hours, aren't we? We can't help it. Oh my god! Do you guys? Can you even do it? Can you go to bed at like 9 o'clock at night? I can't do it. I try.
No.
I can't go to bed before 1 a.m. these days.
Me neither. It's terrible.
I went to bed really early last night at midnight.
Same. I went to bed about 12 o'clock. But then I had a bad night. So I had and I had to sit that way for it to all go down before they don't.
Look at all these beautiful people in the chat. What an amazing group. I'm just I'm kind of glancing at Hippie Shake. I love Hippie Shake.
She's awesome. I met her. I met her.
BurnEye. Hello, BurnEye.
And I see first picture too. I'm going to say hi to Darren. I feel sorry for Darren. Darren Price. He said I'm leaving because I didn't say.
So I can find your channel, Quantum Truth JC.
Quantum Truth JC. I've got about 91,000 subscribers, Martin.
Wow.
I only started last year.
No, I don't know.
You've got to look at my. You've got to look at my.
Well, our paths have now crossed anyway, haven't they? So
I know. Well, you've got to look at my underground remote view stuff.
All right.
And all of that. All my started the first videos, videos, and then.
Yeah, this is sort of things I'm working on in my brain at the moment. Anyway.
Yeah.
To find bigger truths.
I don't do a lot of remote views anymore publicly, but yeah, no, I do talk a lot about spirituality and raising your frequency and all of that stuff.
Yeah, you don't want to be telling people your own stuff anyway. They use all that shit changes with them.
No, yeah, exactly.
To get too much about you. You know, they do that psychoanalyzing bit on you.
Capalicious in the chat.
Capalicious is my awesome brother.
Yo, shared my link in the chat.
How you doing? Awesome.
420, hey? He shared my link in the chat. So there you go.
Oh, they did. Yeah, they're so good. You mentioned something, and someone will find the link and post it in the chat. It's like,
I know, they're amazing. Because you know why? Because they're all critical thinkers and they're all researchers. They're all researchers, so they're
smart motherfuckers. That's who we deal with. Smart motherfuckers.
They're all right on the money as well. It's the moment, you know. They know everything, the whole journey so far, and everything that's happened, and they're right there with us at this moment. It's, not lagging behind on nothing. Like everything's now. Man, it's exciting.
On the edge, and it's all about to happen. Just keep that vibe
you raise
high.
my frequency, Joe.
Vibration. Nobody listen to the news or any bullshit or any scariance. Okay, because that's an obvious.
No, and remember that, like I think you said it, Martin. Like truthers who are just spreading the media, the narrative. They're not truthers. Don't listen to them.
Exactly. And you know what? It's been infiltrated.
So many.
There's that intel thing keeps you. I always talk about I hate the intel. Sorry, because of lag. It's this lag. Or the intel. I'm like really anti-intel because I just think, it's just keeping you stuck in that discussion about this intel and waiting for the thing and waiting for the thing, and then you've got intel on top of intel, and it's just got lies built on top of lies, and it's just the same as the mainstream media. It's all fear porn. Why do that? Why would you manifest this? Why would you manifest this reality into this narrative that this? I would rather do what you guys are doing, which is critical thinking. Let's dissect where did we come from. Once you understand where we came from and the basis of all of this, everything starts unraveling and all the truth will be revealed and everything starts to make sense.
And you can see it with your own eyes.
You can see it with your own
freaking eyes.
See it with your own eyes and unlearn everything. And that's what you have to do. You know, when you pull the kids out of school, you have to do something called deschooling, which is you de-school the child, but you de-school yourself because you have to completely deprogram this. And get this, because school started in Prussia, right, at the time in the early 1800s, the Prussian army, they created schools so that they were the most powerful armies in the world. They were winning all these wars, whereas the other countries set up their armies from farmers and farmhands and just random people, and they were just they were so free thinking, right? Their armies were set up with free thinkers. They would just abandon and like do whatever they wanted, and they could never get them into line to do what they had to do. So their battles were being lost, and the Prussians were like winning all these battles. So that's when they came in and said, right, we've got to implement this. And they started this whole system around, well, we don't know, because was it during the reset? Was it after? But they began this plan, the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds began this plan of implementing a school system into their industrial factory system so that they could get both parents into labour and take the kids away from.
They're doing it now with latchkey kids. They're just separating everybody. You hardly see
but
that
it
kid.
was all based on an army to militarize the public. right?
Yeah,
To
I've
comply.
always said, JC, that school, its main priority is to teach kids that there is authority. Like that.
Well, it's paramilitary anyway, isn't it? An
Yeah,
organisation.
authority.
They all got
Yeah.
uniforms on. And what's
Yeah.
with the fucking uniforms anyway? I think like
Absolutely.
there's something going on with these fucking uniforms in school. I'm telling you now, they're weird, evil motherfuckers.
Uniform,
all
yeah.
of it.
Absolutely.
Yep.
It just comply. It's unbelievable.
So yeah, symbolism, make everyone the
And
same.
have you noticed that when
Indeed.
you're walking? Because I remember, Martin, I was watching one of your shows and you were talking about how you walked in without a mask in one of the shops. And
Yeah, man. Got
yeah.
ganged up on me.
Yeah, and they all ganged up on you. But that happened to me in my post office quite a few times. And I walked in without it. And I said, I have medical exemption. And I did the whole, I've got CFS, common fucking sense, you know.
Yeah, I say I'm immune. Say you're immune. Yeah, immune to bullshit. Simple.
But now, guess what? Not wearing masks anymore.
Listen, you dudes, you can't talk about not wearing masks until you've lived in fucking Melbourne. I tell you that right now. Like, you try not wearing a mask for 18 months in this communistic state. It's been ballsy, man. Ballsy.
I seen a girl getting filled in, and she had an exemption card. That copper, the policeman got it. Okay, I filled her in the street. You see that, a young girl?
It's been outrageous here. Yep. But really
I'm
fun.
just going to take no notice, like I always have, and just carry on as normal.
You just carry. It's you've got to shield up.
Yeah,
That's the thing. That's what I noticed when you're.
Listen, I've travelled through it all, and I'm taking no notice. You know, I went through I've been to London, I've been every single place, right, with packs, stations and everyone's the only person unmasked. They just gives me a stinking bad thoughts at me, and I don't give a shit because I'm just. And I won't wear an exemption card because that's just like a nasty yellow star. So I'm not doing it. And all I says to him is, "Are you a trained medical professional? I don't think you are you? So I'm not really, at privity. I don't want to tell you anything about my health." And they get their hair off and think that they have to. Oh no, you have to show your exemption card. No, I haven't. Yeah,
No,
they don't know anything about.
Do you know why they won't give an exemption for well, they can't give a medical exemption because everybody has the right to breathe. So
well, it's mandates and not laws, so it's not laws. Everyone's doing it by consent. Every single one of them, all of it is by consent. Every single thing that they're doing.
Okay, so talking with Mama,
they don't have to do
and I
anything.
say some people they put this on the TV. So in the comments,
you can
how many
actually
people
go to the websites
watching
like the
this
government
on
health
YouTube
websites
on the
and actually
TV
says
right
cannot be
now?
enforced under the mandate. It says cannot be enforced. That's why your pass
way
they
up
won't
there.
actually do anything. If they
They do in Melbourne. I have to say, like, it's really wicked what's happened here. Like, they've actually got the police, they've actually got the business owners policing the people now because like they're doing these spot checks. And I know I'm around all these business. They're doing these spot checks where they go in and they're doing 500 a day random anywhere in Melbourne, and it's $100,000 fine. So these businesses,
they did that here. They did that.
Yeah,
here
these
too,
businesses must have just dealt with the biggest amount of lockdowns in the fucking world. And now if they get caught with a unvaccinated person in their business, $100,000 instant shutdown, $100,000 fine. So they've freaked out all the business owners. So this right now, currently, and probably for the last 5 months at least, I have not been able to enter any business premise whatsoever, restaurant, anything apart from the supermarket.
You're not missing out anything anyway.
I know, I fucking know that, right? Because I look at them now and go, whoa,
you don't even actually want to be around these people. They buzz
it's
off.
upsetting, that's right. Like, I don't want to go there.
For the first time on Saturday when there was that freaky full moon energy.
Yeah.
I had weird things happening. I had this stalker that I used to have like 2 years ago. There was a stalker. I was obsessed with him. Anyway, he was parked next to me. He was parked. This is the first time I ever went to the shop since July, right?
Wow.
And
that sky is called
the Matrix was converted. It was like this 3D, 5D thing.
Sometimes it's like the Truman Show, like the people you expect.
I know. I was like,
it
was an Agent Smith. I was just like, what? And he was right there. And as I was coming back to my car, he was coming back to the car, and he was like, ding ding, and I was like, ugh. And I had this like freak out thing going, oh my god, and everything was just twisted, and everything was inverted, and just up was down, down was up. It was everything was just so bizarre, all because I entered into the 3D realm. It was like I went into that world, and I went, something's happening. There's something flipping.
Yeah,
something's flipping. And I had heard from so many seers and psychics and intuitives all saying the same thing, that this time it's almost like the timelines are converging and collapsing. And I think we turned a corner last night or this morning.
I think so too.
I think we did.
I can really feel it as well.
After that full moon. And Vedic astrology at the moment, I want to just clarify something. I wish I could give the exact thing of what it is, but Mars, it's the equivalent of Mars in Scorpio in Vedic astrology at the moment, and this the last, and that's why you've got all this contention. Like,
if Mars goes into retrograde, everything goes to shit, doesn't it?
No, that's Mercury. No, this is Mars in Scorpio, and it's lasting, this energy, this really combative, weird, feisty sort of energy is
Polarized.
Polarized energy into January. That's why you're seeing a lot of things happening that are really freaky.
And anger and stuff.
Anger. But let that sort of transmute. By the end of January, we'll be coming out of it, though, apparently.
Oh, good.
So
I heard like the time we're living in now, if you was to pray or meditate, that your prayers and meditations will be 100 times greater than they would have been in any normal time.
Yes, things are manifesting so fast, right?
That's how important this time is to transcendence. Yeah.
That's why we've got to manage where we place our focus. We can't
exactly what I tried to say earlier.
On the intel.
It's fucking difficult, but it can be done, you know?
Yeah.
Someone just said that Venus is going into retrograde. What does that mean?
It means that everything's going to go to poo. It happened about a year ago.
Oh, it's going to go to poo. Damn, I thought it was going to go to love, man.
And then I had a terrible week, and then when it went back, everything picked up again. I felt like, and everyone I spoke to had crappy weeks. I was like, yeah, the vibration was really off. I felt fat as a pancake. There was no good buzz going on. Usually I'm getting all like, you know, waves and goose pimples all day long when I think about shit, you know, or interact all day. But for that week, everything was flat. I was like, what's going on? Where did you go? Where's my buzz gone? But I definitely think that the Illuminati or the powers that should not be definitely do everything by the sky. You know, they brought, they induced Prince Harry and made him born like on a summer solstice. So it's important to them this date, and all solstices they go on the sky as well. And battle dates as well, and natural disasters. I covered them in my latest book. Like I cover the witch's calendar, which shows you very important days, and you want to see the amount of shitty things that happen on them days that they play off. Famous battles, some mass sacrifices of tens of thousands of people. The blood's got to run.
Always around May Day.
Aberfan, I don't know if you know about this. It was a school in Wales, and a mountain, a coal slip slid down and killed 2,500 kids in the 60s in Wales. And that was also on one of their more poignant calendar dates. So yeah, I think that they use the sky, definitely. You know, they say that the country of Britain is in the house of Aries, same as Germany, right? They say that Britain and France will never be able to have a cordial because they are in a separate house altogether, which is why we haven't really gelled all that well with our French neighbours. But the Germans, we share the same house with them, it's House of Aries, which sort of stinks.
And that's the royal family, are German.
Yeah.
Saxe-Coburg,
Saxe-Coburg, Germans. There are two Romes, and there are two Londons. There are, you know, there's the London, this is city-state, the same as Washington and Rome itself, the Vatican. But there's another London, you know, which is kept quiet, and then where all the money and everything is filtered through this place. Like you mentioned the Rothschilds earlier, you know, they bought Britain. They hijacked Britain in 1915. So basically, you got the Battle of Waterloo goes down. They send a courier back. He comes back and he's saying, "Look, we just got beaten." Everyone sells high, sells all of the shares. The Rothschild buys them all out. And the real courier says, "No, man, Bolter turned up with the Prussians at the last minute, and it was a divisive victory." Like, oh shit! Like, you know, we just sold Britain to the Rothschilds bought it in the 1800s, Britain.
Yeah, changing subject. When Venus is in retrograde, someone just in the chat, everything goes to poo. No, this could signal challenges and deal breakers for people in relationships. While new relationships starting during this time may feel perfectly crafted. So it's a
Ooh.
recrafting of relationships. It's time to change the shit show.
Okay.
And people are talking about this 1666 fire of London. Yeah, Martin. I've got to get you together with Richard Balducci, my friend. He's a big researcher. He does what does he call it? Archaeocultology. So he is
good word.
Does the occult? Yeah. So he dissects the occult through the archaeological and dates and things.
Yeah, I do this too.
Yeah, you've got to get together with him. He's dissected so much of these dates.
Oh, interesting. That's what we need, collaborations to get forward like that.
He's an American guy, Richard Balducci. I'll get you together with him. I'll send you his email address. You'll love his stuff.
Do we have second cities here in Australia? Like, is there a city of Sydney or a city of Melbourne? Do you know?
Well, you've got London or an East London, haven't you? And Sydney's replicated as London. You have a Hyde Park in Sydney, the same as
true,
London.
yeah. It's true, yeah.
Yeah, so they replicate a lot of the street names, park names, and city layouts as well, you know, are replicated. But that's from an earlier time, and it's part of the city grid, you know, the way this place worked. You know, these churches, all of this was
New South Wales, right?
New South Wales. You got it.
Well,
yeah.
Martin, you did that show, and you were talking about
Queen Victoria, Queensland,
Victoria. Victory over who though?
Queen.
Yeah. Martin, you did that show.
What's Queen Victoria?
You did that show a couple of months ago about how New York, it was actually old York. It was like the original York, and then that.
It's a reversal. Yeah, well, it's the older world. You know, they say it's the new world, but it's the older world. This place had a massive civilization. I think New York's secrets. I think that would have been probably the first York, is what I'm thinking.
That fits in with what Joseph Smith from the Mormon Church was.
Yeah. And all of these.
Okay, Joseph Smith.
You know, when you hijack
Egyptian stuff there.
If you hijack a civilization, you want like place names, don't you? So that's what they've done. You know, the originals of the old world, they reversed it with the Columbus psyop, and then you know, so then we've got the first you know, Newark in Britain, the first Boston in Britain, the first Washington in Britain. All of these names that are replicated, and I feel that they're not the originals. In fact, they could be not the originals anyway, none of them. This could be, you know, somewhere outside of you.
I think I've got this photograph. Because you know, I uploaded Iwar Adon's, you know, Iwar Adon's history of flat Earth.
Yeah,
that's got like 400,000 views on my channel now, because everyone went there, because I uploaded it after it got taken down. I re-uploaded it for him, and I put the thumbnail on there of this photograph that was taken outside of the dome. I think
I've got it. I've got that.
Come on, put it up. Someone show me. Come on, bring it up.
Hang on, let me see if I can find it. Just give me
but basically it's a Mercator projection inside, so it's like not an azimuth equidistant flat Earth projection. You can't have a man-made map.
No, what it looked like was it was like an Earth map with outer lands.
Yeah, you got it.
But there was the ice cap around, so there is a firmament around. But what I think is, over our particular Earth map is a matrix grid that's keeping us locked in. But then you've got the firmament.
I feel that. Yeah.
And we're on the edge of the firmament.
There's a bigger realm.
And we're Antarctica.
So we've only got a bit of the time. Yeah.
It's part of, it's on the edge of the firmament, right? So, but we're like a circle within a bigger.
Yeah, I think that net, Jay-Z, called the dark web. Literally.
I've seen it in the sky. Have you seen it? Like the grid, there's like this weird grid. I saw it over.
Yeah, the grid system.
I've got to be careful. Gitmo, when I did the remote view of Gitmo, I saw it over Gitmo, and it was like they were like locked in.
Yeah, because we talk about the internet and we talk about the dark web, and like we don't think of them as literal physical places. We don't actually see them as physical anymore.
No, we don't.
But that grid over us is literally the dark web.
If I can, am I allowed to share screen?
Putting all our consciousness up onto the cloud.
Yeah.
Guys.
Am I allowed to share screen?
Look at that.
Oh, he's got it.
I'm just gonna.
Are you sharing? Do you want me to get off?
No, I just wanted to show that photograph that you were talking. That
Let me just scroll through. I got so many maps. It's hard
Look
to
how
believe
beautiful
there's
they
so
are.
many.
They're so beautiful.
I know. It's hard to believe there's my star
Amazing,
footage.
gorgeous.
I just,
Definitely part of the story to do with the
I can tell you
vibration.
what, fuck Google Earth. It is so unimaginative. It is so unbeautiful.
Google Earth
Seriously.
is so bad now.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
It was probably designed in 1 year after a competition by a strange man who came returned from the gold rush. We had Google Earth.
Yeah. He then came back to design, you know, PayPal and Google and everything else that we have.
How's Perth feeling, Campbell? How are you feeling in Perth over there? You feeling the energy shift?
Yeah, Perth. Yeah, I am. Perth fairly, you know, it's been fairly, not stagnant, but pretty smooth. You know, like nothing's much has happened here, and so people are, you know, there's not as much force for people to wake up either. I guess because we haven't been locked up and stuff, so it's weird. I don't know. I think it might be the
The
MPC
ancient grid there, feel them lines?
Wow.
Yeah.
Just nuts, isn't it, Campbell? You know, the whole of like Asia's the best to pick up on them lines. And you know, if you go up to Siberia, they go like just straight lines for thousands of miles. Perfect, just perfect lines. It's just the mentalist of things. Look at that for real sizes, so you could fit all of Europe into America.
Yep.
All the maps are to shit. You know, and that's Greenland. It would fit just there.
Yep.
In reality. So all that displaced water,
right.
let's go with that. So on the map, they displace all that water as well. Yeah.
Well, I have to because it turns to.
Well, I have to.
Have you found it, Jason?
No, I'm just scrolling through it on you somewhere. I got thousands of maps, Campbell. That was what I discovered years ago.
Oh, is that one?
Hang on. I'm
Do
just
you have
going
a photo of the dome?
Yeah, 1 second. I've got to get through my list. Yeah, I know you're it's my number 150 video. It's my number 150 video, but I've got to try and I don't know how to get just the thumbnail up.
Well, your channel sounds fab.
Yeah, have you got it? See, it takes the thumbnail away and it won't let me show just the thumbnail.
Yeah, doesn't it? I know it's so
annoying.
After
maps, there's a
so if I go to number 150, I don't know if you guys can see. How do I? Can I zoom
right,
in?
I'll stop sharing screen because you can't share two screens at the same time, and just
no. All right. Well.
There you are. Share screen.
I just love those maps, man. I look at them from the artistic lens, and they're just
Listen, I used to just sit there looking at maps as a kid for hours, looking at the topography, the contour lines, you know, trying to work it out. Oh, that's steep there, and just seeing it in my mind how the land laid, you know.
They're just beautiful, unbelievable.
Oh, this one down here.
Yeah, this one here. Can you see that photo?
Oh yes. Oh, I've seen this. Yes.
I got it. Yeah.
Lost
all right,
history
cool.
of Earth. Can you see that? Lost history of flat Earth. The 5 hour. So can you see that photo?
My mate Lee found that photograph.
Yes. Okay. Well, someone sent it. Somebody emailed it to me, and it was just after I did a video where I was talking about this massive download I got about the flat Earth, and I saw it all, and it was the realm. I saw the outside realms. I actually saw the whole thing. See the ice caps. You can if I go on it, it takes it away. So sorry about that.
Yeah,
the ice caps. Yeah, but there's extended Earth outside of it. Well, what I saw was, you know, when they talk about the white hats. I'll just stop sharing now because there's no point. But that's my channel if you haven't seen it already. I mean, these are all the videos. Quantum Truths, JCK, and that was the video I did about the elder who came through to me and the snowy mountains. That was really interesting. Right, so I'll stop sharing and come back to you guys. So I saw. So there was this land outside, but we were trapped, and it was like there are people on these other lands. Okay, that's what I saw, and so. But what's happening is this is something that I picked up was, you know how you have the missing 411. Have you heard of the missing 411? The people David Paulides talked about. So there's a guy named David Paulides who was an ex-police officer who started
the missing people.
the missing people that had these certain traits in all the missing people cases where they just disappeared with no trace. They were always like sometimes their boots were just left, or they would always have the same patterns in these national parks, right? And I got shown that there was like a rip in the almost like 2 dimensions touching each other, right?
Yeah, where the veil is thin between dimensions.
Yes. And this, because of the granite stone, there's certain frequencies that granite had and all of that. So these people were slipping into the outside realm, outside of this sort of world map that we've got, right? And they're ending up in these other lands. And I actually was theorizing that a lot of the people outside of this matrix construct that is locked down, that they are the white hats. So these are the people that are supposed, so they're part of the military along with our future selves, right? And and people here in the astral. So this is all that's happening to dissect and take down whatever it is that's going on here, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
This is part of the white hat.
Yeah.
You know, we talk about the white hat army, but it's the people who are already from the future, or they're already from a higher frequency dimension, and they're reporting back through military energy. And that's what they're doing. They're almost like getting information from the future or whatever, and getting all the data from the good AI, right? So there's this good AI and the bad AI.
It's have to be good, I think.
Yeah.
So have to have an accurate representation of reality for start off.
Yes.
So it would know that what's happened, the controllers, the slave, slave masses.
But I think that the bad guys can't get out.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yep. And that's why they're either clinging to us. They're clinging to us for food, right? Pollution, all of that.
Our energy fields.
Our energy fields. They're trying to lock us down. They're like,
Operation Fishbowl.
Yes.
Yeah,
or
or
they're trying to hijack. Yeah, a lot of them are trying to hijack us.
It's like I saw a representation the other day where they were literally trying to attempt to escape through a portal, escape from the firmament, but they ended up closing themselves in. And this great focus right now on humanity is to get, they think that they can do it by accumulating a lot of souls self-sacrificing themselves to get them out. There's some magic in that. So like the vaccine is a self-sacrifice, isn't it? Like people have lined up and said, we'll willingly give you our souls. And that whole exchange is something to do with them thinking that they're going to be able to break through the firmament or get out of this realm right now, but it's not working. They're stuck. They're trapped. They can't do it.
And that's why they do the sacrifices over things like the Vatican. Vatican is a major portal. They're trying to keep the portals locked in. Now, this is where the portal stuff happens. The magic, talk about the electricity. Kelly, I was telling you about this morning or last night, I can't remember, about the polar, so the divine feminine and masculine. They're trying to prevent us from coming together 100%. to take down these. So they're trying to keep the portals shut, right? So that nobody gets out. Nobody gets out. You're not getting out. You're all in here with us, right?
Oh, they keep telling us.
Yes, but
we're in quarantine. We've been quarantined.
We're going to ascend regardless, right? They're shutting the borders, so all these people can't get together and do it, right? and so but we can, as we're trying to raise our frequency and trying to get together and all of that, activate these portals. We're trying to activate them with love. They're activating them with fear and death and depravity, right? Well, they're not activating them; they're locking them down and keeping them closed. And we're trying to activate it with love, the love frequency, and that is the higher vibration. Great, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so they can never, essentially, they can never leave this density. They can never leave. They're never going to be unlocked from this density. So they literally retain a hellish realm around themselves.
And that's why, you remember Hillary Clinton talked about the glass ceiling and trying to...
Yes, very famous. Yep.
Talking about, we got to get us out of here. We got to get out of here. Right?
Yeah, they're trapped. My teacher always said that the Earth was quarantined. We literally were quarantined. In fact, I actually made artwork about the Earth being quarantined like 17 years ago. And here we are, literally like being told we're quarantined all over the place. But yeah, they're quarantined. We're all quarantined. We're full of black goo. We have to be quarantined on this room. Yeah.
Lost at sea.
SOS. We're lost at sea, indeed. Exactly. Yep.
The virus is in the
Claim
mix,
our right.
right?
I'm supposed to be the internet worm, according to the Illuminati cards that I'm in.
Internet worm.
I'm gonna fuck this shit up royally.
Oh my god! I think this is possibly the longest live I've ever been on. Not quite.
I was just three and a half hours now.
I did do a 6-hour live once.
Dudes, I think we've got to stop at 333. See,
yes,
it's about
we've got to stop at
So if you haven't been doing
3,
BurnEye, you don't know.
Campbell,
we've got
Oh,
literally
33333. Oh my gosh.
Yep, 30
All right.
seconds for it's 333.
All right, guys. So we're going to end soon.
Bye,
333.
Martin.
Happy
All right. We love you all.
Oh my god, how awesome.
Have an awesome
Thank you, everyone.
solstice. Thank you for joining us. Oh my
Lovely to
god, the
meet
suspenders are killing me. Am I going to get the number right?
Yeah.
Love you
You're
all.
gonna get it. Woo!
And
333.
we do.
Final measure of pressure is on you, Campbell.
just when the video ended. Good thing I'm back in here. Oh dear, we're losing service. Losing service in southern Alberta. Can I share another video? Uh-oh. All right, well. What can I say? We might lose service. I can't quite change the video. Up to you guys. Do I keep it going? Might as well. It's just gonna be Bert, Ernie, and occasionally me popping in through the all my you. I do. Why is it not GTA 1982? Why is your lovely comment not showing? I don't know. Oh, there we go. I love you all. The classic Chinook arch. It is huge. But the Indians call it the snow eaters. I call it the snowflake melters. Snowflakes. I love you all. So we got Bert and Ernie at the bottom there. Zinc, silver, gold, copper, monoatomic mixture that is being made next to Bert and Ernie. I will go into more detail about that on one of my later streams, possibly even tonight, depending how I feel. Ooh, we've got Hutterite Farms to the left. Burn them snowflakes, Capitalism says. You are correct. Turn them into water for the crops of the fields. And I see a bunch of free energy in them turbines out there. But hey, it's not free. You have to pay $30 extra if you want that energy, even though it all goes into the same grid and there's no way to differentiate. Say that you're getting wind turbine power. Isn't it a lovely world? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, we're losing service. You guys enjoyed Bert and Ernie. Maybe T2 the pup will come in the stream. And I will hop back in as soon as possible to play another video. Happy Solstice days, everybody. All right. Ooh, we still have 38 people. Lucky, lucky, lucky. So I am in Cardston, Alberta, and there is the famous Mormon temple, if you guys can see it. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool temple. It's big. It's a big old temple. And look at that cloud over top of it. Ooh, do we have clouds taking form over the temple? Is that a shout out to John Levi's latest video? I guess it is now. Hi. Ooh, here we are. Yeah, it's freaking cold, so I'm visiting Grandma Green, so I'm in the green, right? We got the green shoes, the green BurnEye, and it's freaking cold. So all you down unders, you lucky savages. And not only is the sun about to set here, because, well, it's like 3 in the freaking afternoon, so the sun's about to set because it's the shortest day on the BurnEye, SoleEye, Solstice. That's why y'all are here with me, aren't you? Iowa, that's right. I'm sorry. I'm going to try to call my dad to see if he can play another video off of the laptop in the studio. If not, it might be silent for a little while with little bits of BurnEye and Southern Alberta. Or if Campbell wakes up or joins in or somebody else joins in. Yep. Pray for Grandma Green. Pray for Grandma Green. She's going to make a nice transition over into the other world because, well, she old. She let go. That's life. We got an alien. Woo, it's an alien. It's a glow-in-the-dark alien. It's a glow-in-the-dark alien. I'm trying to entertain. I'm just going to shut the fuck up and put it back to peace and silence. Call my dad, try and get a video for you guys.